right, good morning, everybody. The time is 9:10 a.m. We're going to reconvene our budget hearings. City Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Certainly. Councilmember Carbasi. Here. Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Vice President Perea.
Here.
And Council President Maxwell.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. If I could have everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be administered by Councilmember Bredefeld. City Clerk, are there any changes to the hearing schedule set forth in the agenda?
I have received no changes.
All right, take it to my colleagues, see if there's any changes. Councilmember Carbasi, Arias, Chavez, Bredefeld, Esparza, VP Perea, and I have none myself. In that instance, we will go ahead and move forward to our budget hearings as scheduled. As a reminder to the public, today we will be hearing the following departments: Department of Transportation, Police Department, Economic Development Department, Planning and Development Department, Public Works Department, in that order. We're going to take public comment now on all departments that we will be hearing from today. So I have a couple of yellow cards here in front of me, and then we'll be transitioning into folks that are on Zoom. First person I have in the audience is Patience Milrod. Good morning, Patience.
Thank you, Council President Maxwell. Patience Milrod, Lawyer, Tower District. This is a record for attendance at City Council, the shortest wait ever. Thank you very much. Two questions, one for Public Works and one for Planning. Starting with Planning, I was appointed to the city's General Plan Implementation Committee in 2020, and we spent a whole lot of hours on Zoom that year while COVID was raging, figuring out what do we need to know whether or not our general plan really works and has worked. And unanimously, we concluded it was data. We made a recommendation to your council that the council authorize, and the council did authorize and pay for, a fiscal impact analysis to be developed so that we could figure out if we build over here, what impact does it have over there, and how do we pay for everything so you can make responsible decisions. That was 2 years ago, and I don't know what happened to it, and it's not for lack of dropping a dime on people I know in the development department, but the planning department, but we would like to know where it is because you need it as you make decisions about how we're going to grow as a city so that we do it responsibly and sustainably, which leads me directly to Public Works. There's almost $50 million in there for some kind of infrastructure for SADA. So last time I checked, SADA, the public was supposed to have before us the plan and the EIR for public comment. We still don't have it, but there's tens of millions of dollars that are being proposed for infrastructure that really should only be designed once we have a plan, once there's an environmental impact report, and once you've applied that fiscal impact analysis to all of that so you can see, can we afford it? So I know there are some fiscal conservatives, Councilmember Bredefeld, I'm looking at you, on your board and on your council, and I anticipate that you would want to make sure that when we spend tens of millions of dollars on infrastructure, it's well spent and it's spent in the right place for the right purposes. So, and without nasty fallout in other parts of the city. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Patience. Next in the chambers, we have Queen's Sister.
Blessings. God morning. My name is Queen Sister. I arrived here a few months ago from the city of Chicago that you all may have come to know as Chirac, Illinois. I arrived with my 90-year-old mother and my deteriorating Vietnam brother. And I never could have imagined to find ourselves in this state of homelessness. Delinquishing funds and hotel fees. And I finally established a place for us to catch a breather, a nice place in the 6th district. Where they could sit on the front porch and hang on to their hopes. But what I run into was a dream deferred people. I looked at your budget regarding fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 24, and what disturbed me was the carryover funds, because I know that carryover money is money left from not meeting the needs of the people. Funds carried over. And it contributes to the negligence, shall I say, which falls on the abuse that is taking place in the street of Fresno. I want to bring this homelessness situation as a community crisis to the crime and the violence that's affecting the innocent citizens. It's a method of crime by design, which creates victims for the system, and it's a big business. I've plugged the flood of blood, and I come here for a little peace and tranquility, and to leave that in Chicago. But when I get here in such a beautiful community, and our lives are threatened by hurt citizens who threatened to shoot a 90-year-old woman and a 75-year-old man just for being black is unacceptable.
Thank you.
You know, I
Appreciate you.
read the law of the land. Now, let me just say,
I'm about to
I'm
call
here.
the next speaker at this time.
I understand.
Our next speaker in the audience is Alyssa Smith. Alyssa? I'm going to have to ask you to take a seat at this time as we have the next speaker come up to the podium. Thank you.
We will be back.
Hello, my name is Alyssa, and I live in Fresno in District 2. I have lived in Fresno all my life, and this year's budget, we need to fund safety by investing in our community and ensuring people have access to safe and affordable housing. More than half of Fresno are renters. We need more affordable housing in Fresno and need to protect the thousands of tenants who are one emergency away from an eviction or losing their homes. Fresno lags far behind other cities. We're one of only 2 major cities left in California that has not enacted rent control. We must modernize our housing policies to adequately protect students and working families. Fresno Unified saw a 30% jump in its homeless student population this year. Students and families need investments to go into transformative housing policies. So we urge the council to pass rent control and tenant protections, community-based solutions this budget session. Safety is rooted in community care. Thank you.
Next in the audience today, I have Carla Martinez. Good morning, Carla.
Good morning, Carla Martinez with Leadership Council. The city had a very healthy budget this year, and we continue to see growth and investment being made. We do want to highlight the amazing steps that this council took last year in continuing to fund the Local Housing Trust Fund and securing matching dollars. These type of transformative policy implementations go a long way in solving our housing crisis. This council can continue on this progressive path by funding the following programs and equitably distributing funds to all departments. The following would go under Planning Department: a temporary shelter and transitional living for youth and community, $3 million for housing improvements and rehabilitation projects, $3 million for a mobile home rehabilitation for improvements, since this is the last form of affordable home ownership and we do not want to see more mobile home park owners become evicted. Equitable land use practices and funding, as described in the South Fresno Community Alliance, and then rent control ordinance with tenant protections. Housing is public safety, and when residents can stay in their homes, it contributes to a thriving community. We appreciate the council members that met with residents, heard their testimonies, concerns, and solutions for rent control with added tenant protections. Residents did not share their stories lightly, and they are looking to you to implement a solution. That solution is a 3% rent cap with tenant protection so that residents are not displaced and illegally evicted by greedy out-of-town corporate landlords. And then one more budget request is, and that would go under transportation, is funding for a microtransit program in the Adams area. There are limited options for transportation in this older neighborhood, which neighbors a couple of mobile home parks, an elementary school, and the developing Parkway Drive. Residents at the Three Palms Mobile Home Park are grateful for the EOC shuttle that Councilmember Arias implemented during last year's budget and are hoping to continue to see more transportation options. Finally, this is all included in a letter that we have sent forward to council as part of public comment. These are community-identified solutions that residents have helped draft and have been brought up. We hope that dollars are spent equitably and with community at forefront. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla. Next in the audience is Brandy In.
Thank you very much. And I do want to note that not having the public comment during each item keeps people from being able to give a more detailed, thoughtful response in each of the departments. And I ask that that would be extended during each department. I agree with all the asks that Carla said, and I know that the women before and those that are be coming after me. Regarding the ask that we sent a letter out to because we need sustainable solutions for our community. Because of delay of time, I just want to tell you that I really appreciate the Housing Trust and the planning, so many people on the Planning and Community Development Department. Because of the things, one thing I want to address is HEART team with the police. And I know I've brought it up, and I know that, it's something that I feel like you guys we've brought up all year and haven't, and I concerned about the concerns not being heard. But the goals on the budget says protect, assess, and connect unhoused people with permanent housing and pathway out of homelessness and families, reduce and manage street homelessness by providing compassionate, responsive, lawful, and effective outreach. And they are not meeting the goals, and we are funding last year $10 million towards that. Because they are actually deterring people from escaping homelessness and continuing to push the problem around, and not following lawful practices that the city is claiming that they're saying. I spoke to one woman just yesterday who had a job with a office. HEART team took their belongings, her stuff. She lost her job. On Easter Sunday, because of the additional funding of $10 million last year, there on Easter Sunday, a man who had a new bicycle to get to work and his work tools had all of his work tools taken because the HEART police, not following the things that the city is saying they're doing, told them they could that basically take whatever's in your hands. You cannot take the rest with you, even if it was an elderly man whose birthday it was, whose all his belongings and his birthday cake were on a walker, and they could have easily rolled it away. People are not allowed to. I know another woman who is a nurse who lost her job because she was displaced, and several other people who told me because their work clothes were taken, they lost their jobs. There was a man who came to you who was not allowed to take his backpack with his documentations for a rental that he secured and he lost that rental because the Hart police said, no, you can't keep your backpack. I spoke to a woman, it's also health things, and this is a list of just some of the things just this past year that people have told me, including animals, because they would not check and they do not show the compassion that they said. I spoke to a woman who told me that she had multiple mini strokes because of the stress of constantly being displaced and the way that they are treated. We need something that is effective, and I ask that you reconsider. Safe camp, safe lots, and the things that they asked for would be a sustainable solution, especially as I knew someone who I gave a ride to work to who lost his car. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Next in the chambers, we have Sarah Parks.
Good morning. Thank you, Council President. Good morning, council members. Sarah Parks, Assistant Director for the San Joaquin River Parkway and Conservation Trust. I'm here this morning to comment on a specific item included in the Public Works Department budget. First, want to say that our organization is so encouraged by the city's commitment to getting the Lewis S. Eaton Trail Extension at Fresno River West across the finish line. I think we're all looking forward to being out there and celebrating that project being completed. We were a little bit surprised to see it included in the budget this year, and in the narrative of the capital improvement program, it's described as a project that is progressing through the design phase, utilizing almost $15 million in funds received from the Conservancy. And to the best of our knowledge, that amount of funding has not been granted to the city of Fresno yet by the Conservancy, so that was a little confusing. In a slide that you're going to see later today in the Public Works budget, it's described as a little over $16 million for the Eaton Trail extension and traffic signal at Audubon and Del Mar. It is true that the Conservancy did approve the funds for the traffic signal, but to the best of our knowledge, no funds have been granted for completing the project. We're a little bit confused where that number is coming from, the just under 15 million, because I think there is still some design work and some design decisions to be made, and to the best of our knowledge, the Conservancy does not have that amount of bond funding remaining for capital projects. So we just wanted to highlight those for you for consideration as you receive the Public Works Department presentation later. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Next in the chambers, we have Camilla Rivera.
Good morning, Council. My name is Camila Rivera. I am the campaigns coordinator with Power California Action and a resident of District 7. I'm here to share a story that we hear way too often in Fresno, and it's time that you all act now. This is a crucial time in the city to meet the needs of community as we continue to see the housing crisis as well as the need for safety. And I don't mean more police in our neighborhoods. I mean safe and affordable housing. During the pandemic, Fresno was the #1 city in the entire country to see the highest rent increases. During the pandemic, my mom didn't know when her next paycheck was gonna come in, and our family was afraid when we're gonna eat again or when we're gonna be able to pay our bills. And it came down to me as a college student at the time, working a part-time job to buy groceries for my family and pay our rent to keep us afloat. But thankfully, my family, we were able to manage and we survived. But many didn't, and that's what we're hearing right now in District 7, as we are knocking on doors and phone banking 4 days a week. Families are still struggling. Council, you represent community, not special interest groups. It's time to take action this budget season. Renters need to be prioritized and tenant protections expanded to address the housing crisis now, because renters make up more than half of all of Fresno households. We need rent control in the city, and rent control means rent cap at 3%, expanded tenant protections, and a rental mediation board for enforcement. Stable housing is safety. Stable housing provides the foundation needed for our children, elders, and families to focus and improve their mental and physical health. We need y'all to act now. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, do we have anybody queued up on Zoom?
Yes, Council President. We have Robert McCloskey.
Good morning, Bob. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Bob McCloskey here with the Fresno Homeless Union and the Community Alliance. I agree with Brandy. We should have testimony, public testimony for each topic on this, but so be it. I oppose any funding for Public Works HART members and the HART team as a whole. HART and Public Works violates the Martin versus Boise court decision on a daily basis. People are forced to move to dangerous locations, and as you know, 3 people have recently died because they were forced to set up in these dangerous locations. I just wanted to read a text I received from an elderly woman about the HART team, which includes Public Works. This is her speaking. I really need to know if the HART team, Public Works, and police officers are appointed to their positions, or do they just choose their role? Because it's a weird coincidence that most of them are psychopathic bullets. What are the odds? Whenever my friend and I are talking with other homeless people about the HART team, which is frequent, and some officers in public or getting some kind of sick thrill out of violating all of us. Just a few days ago, I ran into this really nice homeless couple that I've known for about 6 months. And they said basically the same thing, that they saw that the HART team were getting a rush off it. My friend and I have been abused by HART 4 times in less than a year, so we can speak from experience plus what we've witnessed happening to others and multiple stories. Too many to count from other victims of HART over the recent years. Now, Bradfield and Arias are introducing an ordinance that would prohibit people from being in certain parts of the city. This will increase HART activity and increase the abuse. We need to rethink the HART approach and what HART really does. They are doing very little street outreach to help people. They provide no services. They take people's possessions, as Brandy mentioned. And as this continues, more and more people are being abused. More and more people are losing their needed belongings every day in this city. It's time to put an end to the HART team. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Next, we have Nisha.
Hi, it's Nishay Balahadia with Mighty Community Advocacy, resident of District 3, mother of 2 students in Fresno Unified. In a city where your student unhousedness is on a rise, your population of unhoused students has risen 30% year over year. In a city with some of the most adolescent births, in 2021, the city of Fresno was top 8 cities for adolescent births. And in a city where there are no safe camps, this budget is violence. The city of Fresno was given $1.7 billion in relief for COVID, and you only budgeted $873,000 on rental assistance. You gave Bitwise $1 million, handed them $500,000 in October, and you have only budgeted $1.5 million of that ARPA funds for unemployment or underemployed community members, to which you have paid out none of this. We are one of 2 cities without rent control, and you are here trying to implement HART funding. The city of Fresno continues to be optical in equity at best, attempting to spend $716,000 a day on police budget. You are requesting to fund a pickleball court because the mayor likes the sport for $1.7 million. The city of Fresno continues to be, again, optical inequity at best. You are being called on your constituents to fund community solutions and organizations. Listen. The priorities of the council and the mayor are the citizens, not their own personal interests. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next, we have Jessica.
Good morning. My name is Jessica Martinez, and I live in District 1. Speaking today because I would like to first thank the council members who made the time to talk to community members these last couple weeks and months about the housing crisis in Fresno. So thank you, Tyler, Nelson, Esparza, and Annalisa. And I just wanted to speak to you all to remind you about please taking into importance control rent. The community members, as we have talked about rent control and setting a cap up to 3%. In addition to that, we have also talked about renters protection. As you heard some of the stories here today, and similar to mine, there are a lot of families that are being evicted and have not had the opportunity to really finding a home or an apartment or a place to stay due to the lack of several things. You heard stories of people who says that they don't speak English, technical assistance, and you all have offered resources for that during the conversations, but we want to focus today on ensuring that there is a policy in place that assures that renters are protected and have at least 6 months to find a place to stay. Unfortunately, a lot of families are being affected by this, not just the parents or guardians who are taking care of the children, but the children end up growing up in these same circumstances, and it really withholds them from really succeeding in life. And you all have heard stories today, and even in our personal meetings, of how many families are being affected and how this is affecting the younger generations. So please consider rent control and renters protections so Fresno can be a healthier place. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Benita.
Buenos días. Mi nombre es Benita Vázquez. Yo vivo en el Distrito 3. Y al igual que muchos miembros de mi comunidad, nuestra preocupación es el aumento de las rentas, ¿verdad? Por favor, queremos que pasen una póliza de control de renta. Y si contemplan, por ejemplo, hacer nuevas unidades, pero que sean con equidad dependiendo tu ingreso.
Señora, ¿nos da un momento para que empiece a intérprete? Por favor, gracias.
Como inquilinos, pienso que también tenemos derechos y debemos de ser escuchados cuando tenemos necesidades de nuestras viviendas.
Basically, if you could enact a policy on rent control, we all have rights. Sorry, it's a little bit hard to remember. Is it possible to ask her to repeat? Yeah. Disculpe, señora Benita, ¿puede repetir lo que ha dicho?
Sí, está bien. Buenos días, yo vivo en el Distrito 3.
Good morning, I live in District 3.
Y al igual que muchos miembros de mi comunidad, nuestra gran preocupación es el aumento de las rentas.
And like many members of our community, our worry is the increase in rents.
Y el porcentaje que suben, ¿verdad? Ahorita es el 10%, entonces es muy, para nosotros que somos de bajos ingresos, ese aumento es muy grande.
And the increase right now has been 10%, and for those of us who live with low rent, that's a large increase.
Por favor, si pueden considerar que sea un 3% o 2%, sería mucho mejor para las personas de bajos ingresos.
if you could please consider the increase to just be 2 or 3%, that would be better for those with low income.
Y considerando que piensen en hacer viviendas, por favor, también que piensen en nosotros, porque las viviendas actualmente no calificamos por nuestro ingreso.
And if you're thinking about making homes, please think of us because we don't qualify since we have low income.
Y que como inquilinos también hagan oír nuestra voz y tengamos derechos.
As tenants, please make our voices heard and allow us to also have rights.
Ya que cuando tenemos necesidades en nuestras viviendas no somos escuchados, lamentablemente.
And since we also have needs with housing, unfortunately, we aren't heard.
Y la mayoría de la comunidad tiene miedo de hacer un reporte por miedo al desalojo.
The majority of the community, they fear to file a report out of fear of being evicted.
El programa que tienen contra desalojos está muy bien, muchas gracias por eso. Espero que siga vigente para que nuestras familias pues se beneficien de él.
Your program against evictions, that's very good. I hope it stays active so that our families can continue.
Muchas gracias por escucharme. Sé que las necesidades son muchas en la ciudad, pero realmente necesitamos un control de renta en la ciudad.
Thank you very much for listening to me. I know that the needs are many in the city, but we need rent control in the city.
Gracias a todos.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Next, we have Lisa Flores.
You forgot to introduce me as Tyler Maxwell's favorite community person. A couple of things I want to talk about. First off, this 3 minutes for a global discussion of what citizens' concerns are is really, you guys can do better. Come on. Even though I have lots of opinions about things, you know, the community deserves better, and your time's already paid for. In fact, you guys got a raise for it. So here are what my concerns are today. I still don't like the idea of park rangers, especially under the police department, because we've seen what Hart does, and it's just a matter of time before they start hassling people in the park. Second, I want to talk about your general plan. You need to fund an environmental justice element. Why you guys don't have it, and you know, your continuing environmental racist policies through your planning department is obscene. You guys need to correct that. The district review committees, you know, I really don't want to go into it here publicly. However, you really need to think about providing at least a $25 stipend for people to participate in those activities. You know, they were meeting monthly, they meet monthly. You know, they volunteer, but you know, you guys get paid, the planning commission gets paid. These folks need to get paid as well. Honor their labor, honor their commitment to the community. Furthermore, on these district review committees, you also need to establish funding for education to include the planner assigned, the city attorney's office, and the city clerk's office about when terms terminate. Your new rules about, you know, people like me calling in and wanting to do from Zoom because of health issues and trying to stay healthy for surgeries. And you also need to provide some funding for the committees themselves to provide them with short course environmental reviews and, you know, just a general review of what the environmental process is, as well as what the planning process is in the city is. So you have more well-educated folks. And, you know, these are your farm teams from where the planning commission should be coming from. AB 617 and the truck reroute study. What is the update on that? Where are you guys spending the money? I don't know. AB 617 don't know. And rent stabilization. You guys need it. You need to have it. You want to spend all that money to dump all that money into downtown. Think about all those people you're going to, you know, make homeless doing that. Show some heart, show some love for the people that actually live here. that, live, work, and reside here that add value to this community. Once again, this 3-minute situation is so beneath each and every one of you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Michael.
Hi, good morning, Council. My name is Michael Yamamura, and I work with Power California Action. First of all, I would just like to thank you for your time for, hearing us out here today. I've lived in District 7 for the past 4 years or so, but I've lived in Fresno all my life, and I've only seen the housing situation get worse and worse. No matter where I've lived in Fresno, it's gotten near impossible to find open, affordable housing, and I know I'm not the only ones who've experienced this. Canvassing with Power California these past few weeks, we've all gotten the opportunity to speak to a lot of renters, and I know we've all heard some really horrible things. Personally, I've had renters tell me that they're just, a few weeks out from being evicted from where they live. I've heard the fear in their voices as they tell me they don't know where they're going to go after that. I've had people tell me that they've had to make the choice between making sure their bills get paid and putting a good meal on the table for their kids. No one should have to make that decision, especially when we live in one of the wealthiest states in the country. That's just really not acceptable. The current budget proposal doesn't even really have that much funding for tenant protections, and it's also yet to be made clear if the eviction protection project will receive continued funding. The city really needs to start prioritizing the community first, not police, not these big north side developments that no one can afford, and not pickleball. The community first. I urge the council to pass rent control and tenant protections this budget season. And yeah, thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Michael. Next, we have Ashley.
Good morning, Council. I'm glad to be able to make the call for our so-called participatory budget process that is inaccessible to the majority of our community, as these meetings take place during the time wherein most people are working one, if not more, jobs to survive in our local economy, where homelessness has grown 30%. I want to address a recurring theme that we're hearing on the council about return on investments. And I want to highlight a couple of the returns on the investment strategy you all have been implementing. There has been a heartless loss of life of Brianna Brinton, Kathy Escueda, and Eric Bennett. As I mentioned, there's been a 30% increase in homeless youth and families in our community. You all boast about agribusiness and love to celebrate the exploitation of farm workers, but do nothing about the rising food insecurity in our community and the fact that those very farm workers are struggling to sustain or maintain housing, and that their children are growing up without safe and secure places to sleep. You're implementing counterproductive, regressive, and provincial policies that criminalize poverty while celebrating investments from the state of $250 million. And it is performative and perfunctory to name police training facilities after a leader who, under his supervision, the police department was poorly performative and has cost the city millions and millions of dollars in settlements, in addition to the countless lost lives to police brutality, and yet you want to name a facility after him. I think it's indicative of the pursuits of our council members to prioritize their political careers over the lives of our community members across our city districts. I myself am a resident of District 3. I have lived in District 5, and I grew up in District 7. And these issues reach across our community, and it seems like you all are much more invested in quote unquote your political careers and staying in good favor with those investing in your campaigns. And we're going to continue to highlight the contributions you are each receiving that make you less inclined to meet the needs of your residents. And we're going to be examining your campaign contributions in detail to ensure that you all are doing your best to be of service to our community. And we're going to continue to remind you.
Thank you very
and
much,
ask.
Ashley. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Ashley. Next, we have Juana.
Good morning, Council. My name is Juana Garcia Vigil, and I live in District 4. I work with Power California Action, and I have lived in Fresno for almost 3 years. It is essential that this year budget includes funds for our community to ensure that people have access to safe and affordable housing. I moved to Fresno because I was unable to afford housing in LA, and it became unaffordable as a full-time student who had to work 2 jobs and needed multiple roommates. Ever since I moved to Fresno, my rate of rent has increased $100 each year, and Fresno has a huge homeless population. We need to make sure that there's protections for renters to access affordable housing, and we need to increase funding to affordable housing. It is very inhumane to be investing $450,000 for a vehicle for homeless encampment sweeps, while we could be allocating that money to provide housing for homeless people. I have been canvassing voters in the central Fresno for the past 4 weeks, and we have heard how many residents have been evicted, forced to move out because they can't afford the rent increase. This is why we need control and protections for renters. I urge council to pass rent control and protections for renters this budget season. We need you to represent the community needs. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next, we have Lilia.
Sí, buenos días. Mi nombre es Lilia Becerril, del Distrito 5.
Yes, good morning. My name is Lilia Becerril, District 5.
5. Estoy aquí el día de hoy. Sí, estoy aquí el día de hoy escuchando tantos testimonios que no sé cómo no se les conmovió un poquito a los concejales.
I'm here today.
Mirar que cada día hay más y más.
Disculpe, Lilia, ¿puede repetir otra vez?
Sí. Que cada día hay más y más familias viviendo en autos en las calles.
Every day there's more and more families living in cars,
Viviendo en casas de campaña
living in tents,
por no haber un control de rentas.
because there isn't rent control.
Agradezco al concejal Esparza, Tyler y Analisa Perea por reunirse con los residentes
I would like to thank
y escuchar sus necesidades.
Councilmember Esparza, Tyler, and
¿Verdad?
Annalisa
Necesitamos
Perea
ese
for
control de
meeting.
rentas, aunque yo no lo estoy viviendo, comunidad sí lo está viviendo. Y
And
pido
although I'm
equidad
not
para todos, por
living that
favor.
lack of rent
Y
control,
por
the
favor,
community members are living it.
no pongan todo esto en saco roto. Son necesidades de sus residentes.
And
Muchas
please-
gracias.
Please include this. These are all the necessities of the members of your community. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Eric Payne.
Good evening. Eric Payne, Executive Director of the Central Valley Urban Institute. We just wanted to highlight a couple things relative to the housing impacts in Fresno. While we're really excited about the $250 million that's coming into Fresno, and for downtown Fresno, and we're so thankful for the funding that council allocated last year and $30 million in new housing dollars, that has really gone a long way to meet some of the down payment assistance needs in our community relative to new affordable housing. But the city is still, as you may be aware, every 8 years, there's a housing element plan that needs to be developed to ensure that there's adequate housing for all individuals in our community, and we are short of meeting this requirement, and the city is in danger of falling behind relative to HCD's new Housing Enforcement Division. And so I hope that council will take a deeper look at meeting some of the housing needs, as we've heard from a number of other concerned citizens in our community, lifting up the need for more affordable housing, specifically to meet the needs of low to low income households that fall below the federal poverty line. So thankful that there was a minimal investment of $4.2 million made into the Economic Development Department last year. However, it's a deep curve from what was invested in the police department at $293 million last cycle. And so if we want to get serious about economic development in our community, there needs to be a greater investment with the new leadership that's come into the city to lead the department. And so I'll close my comments there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Council President, that's all the public comment we have.
Thank you, City Clerk. We do have a few more public commenters here in the audience with us. First one up is Adela Moreno. Hello, Adela.
Buenos días. Ojalá que puedan escuchar mi comentario completo. Yo vivo en el Distrito 5, soy Adela Moreno, y mi comentario era sobre, pasó un incidente.
Good morning. I hope you'll all be able to hear my comment completely. My name is Adela Moreno. I live in District 5.
Rompieron la ventana de mi apartamento. Hice el reporte supuestamente que es vandalismo, hice el reporte a la policía y durante ese caso mi niño casi pierde la vida porque estaba la cama cerca de la ventana y aparte de eso ya pasó un año.
My window was broken in my apartment, and I made the report, supposedly of vandalism. I made the report with the police, and my boy almost lost his life because his bed was near the window.
Hice el reporte y todo, y hasta ahorita no han arreglado esa ventana, pero sí están aumentando el 10% de la renta. Yo he hecho el reporte, he pedido hablar con el dueño. No sé qué otra cosa más hacer para que me arreglen esa ventana porque como ustedes saben, nosotros somos los que pasamos las necesidades. Durante este tiempo, este año que de las lluvias y el frío, yo fui la que sufrió las consecuencias durante ese tiempo.
And they haven't fixed that window, but yet they've increased the rent 10%. I've made the report, I've asked to speak with the owner, and they still haven't fixed the window. I don't know what else to do to fix the window. And like you know, during these times, we're the ones that suffer. During these times of rainy season and cold, I was the one that suffered the consequences.
El aumento de la luz, de la electricidad en el tiempo de calor que tenía el aire prendido, acondicionado, y para mantenerlo un poco fresco, pues tenía que prenderlo. Así es que el aire, como la ventana estaba rota, jalaba más electricidad. Le pusieron una tabla de madera, pero no es suficiente para proteger. Yo dije, pues pongan algo como esto, algo de plástico donde no salga el aire. Y hasta ahorita no se ha llegado esta. Los apartamentos se llaman...
And with the increase of the heat, we've had to use more electricity, more light, had to turn on the AC. And since the window was broken, it had to work harder, and so it was using more electricity. Even though they placed a piece of wood, it wasn't enough. I asked them if they could place a piece of plastic like here.
Los apartamentos se llaman Kings Palace Y ahí es donde ha pasado el hecho y hasta ahorita yo no tengo respuesta, pero sí tengo el aumento de renta para ahora julio y yo quisiera saber a dónde puedo dirigirme para que ese caso no tenga que pagar más renta y tengo que pagar más aumento de luz porque yo soy la que está pasando esa consecuencia. Entonces, ¿qué se puede hacer ahí? Y
The apartment's name is King's Palace, and up until now, I haven't had a response, but they have raised the rent. And I would like to know where I could, who I could get in touch with so that I wouldn't have to pay so much rent, but they still increase the light.
no es justo que no tengamos un lugar a donde reportar todas esas cosas injustas porque nosotros somos los que sufrimos las consecuencias.
It's not fair that we don't have a place to report all those injustices,
Que no se tome acción.
or that there isn't any action taken.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Señora Adela, mi asistente Lucio ahorita va a agarrar su información. Ahorita viene, él pasa por atrás. Entonces espera un poquito. Gracias.
Thank you. Next in the chambers, we have Judith Medina. Judith?
Sí, buenos días. Soy Judith Medina y vivo en el Distrito 5.
Good morning, my name is Judith Medina. I live in District 5.
Sí, y quería hacerles una pregunta. Oí decir que en el tiempo de pandemia no iban a subir la renta, pero nosotros sí nos subieron la renta y yo vivo con un cheque del Seguro Social. Tengo 73 años. En el lugar donde vivo han cometido abusos sobre mi persona.
I was here to ask a question. During the pandemic, they said that they weren't going to raise the rent, but they did raise the rent for us. I'm living off a Social Security check. I'm 73.
Pero no he hecho nada al respecto porque tengo miedo que me corran. Vivo con un cheque muy pequeño y es difícil para mí agarrar un apartamento en otro lugar.
I fear that if I do anything, I'm going to be kicked out. I live with a very small check.
Es todo lo que tengo. Le doy las gracias al señor Luis Chávez porque en ese lugar donde yo vivo él ha ayudado mucho, pero también ahí hay abusos contra las personas mayores de parte de la señora manejadora.
I'd like to thank Luis Chavez because he has really helped where I live, and although that's the case, there still has been a lot of abuse of older people.
Es todo lo que les tengo que decir. No sé si ustedes pueden hacer algo.
That's all I had to say. I don't know if you can do anything about it.
Gracias.
Mi asistente
Thank you.
Lucio está atrás, señora. Él le va a agarrar su información también. Gracias.
Next in the chambers, we have Ruben E. Morning, Ruben.
Hello, good morning, City Council. My name is Ruben Espinoza, and I'm a policy advocate with Fresno Barrios Unidos, and I'm also a part of the Central Valley Housing Coalition. And I'm here today to talk about the proposed budget and the over allocation of the general fund to policing in the name of safety. I think that this budget is really putting all its eggs in one basket when we're talking about safety. Safety is much more multifaceted and much more complicated than giving more than 50% of the budget to policing. As many residents have spoken up through the ARPA hearings last year, through last year's budget, and through this budget, we know that safety is keeping ourselves housed off the streets, because when we are on the streets, we are much more susceptible, especially young people, they're much more susceptible to negative influences, substance abuse, engaging in the underground street economy to support themselves. And so safety is, like I said, having a place to go, having a place to stay, having the roof over your head, staying with your family, not being displaced. the over 50% allocation in the police budget is really saying to constituents and the general public that when I have a hard time and I fall and I end up on the street, I will be met with the cops. I will be met with a baton and be told to leave and not be asked for help or how I can get some help. It's also telling the public that no matter how many times we come to this dais and speak about our struggles and talk about what we need, that it's always a special interest in the police that will always have their voice heard over ours. During these elections for county, we're looking, we're watching, we want to know what our council members who are running for higher office, what solutions they have for the rest of the county when they're proposing policies here in the city of Fresno that are really not working for all of us. So I ask that you really look at this budget and pass rent control, fund more tenant protections, and really hear the constituents' voice of what safety is. And for those that are running for higher office, please send a better message to your constituents and let them know that, you know, you're fighting for them, because right now what we see is no matter who wins, Democrat or Republican, it's the special interest groups that win. And so what we're trying to do here today is continue to pour out our stories, our heart. We don't have special interest money to motivate you, but we are speaking from our experience and our heart, and we hope that you take it into consideration and know that the mayor's budget does fall short in helping our city recover, and hopefully you really take our voice into consideration and uplift the needs that we have said. Thank you.
All righty, thank you, everybody. That'll conclude the public comment portion of today's hearings. We'll now move on to our first departmental hearing, which is the Department of Transportation. Will that be led by yourself, Mr. Barfield? All righty, good morning. I'm gonna again ask my colleagues to not interrupt. We'll save comments and questions till after our presenters have finished their presentation.
All right, good morning, everyone. And thank you very much for this opportunity for the Department of Transportation to present our fiscal year 2024 budget. See, I point that way if I remember right. That one. Yep, okay, there we go. Right. All right. Oops, now I was pointing too fast. There we go. All right. Department's mission and vision statement is present. One of the things that we are doing this next few weeks is updating the mission statement and taking the word where it says mobility, that used to say transportation, because we are moving more to a mobility department than a transportation department. And that may mean not only just fixed route, but it also could mean mobile transit, microtransit and others. Our organizational chart, very plain and vanilla on paper, but very lively in action. Here's our team. We've got Linda, who oversees administration, Joe Vargas and Carolina, you know, who are our ADs. I want to say happy birthday to Stephanie Pearl, who does our employee engagement, but she's our community coordinator, and she's taken over. I no longer tweet for facts, so she's taken over all those fun things. We've got Rudy Castro, who leads our maintenance division. I've got Billy Joseph Bergen, who, when you look at our facilities, our assets, that's the guy who takes care of business for us. We've got Chris Gray, who's building stuff all the time around. Although Aubrey has left us, she's still a part of us. She's moved over to GSD. Darlene Christensen, who actually is the one who helps with our customer experience. You know, we've got real live bodies at MTC that work with us as well as at Handy Riot. We've got Anna, who is these folks this is the smart folks right here, the budget guru, right? And then Sarah, who is our data diva, all right? Everyone's got to have a data diva. And then Elizabeth, who runs our grants program. And is that Frank? Yes. And although Frank is ISD guy, he's also part of FACS. So we appreciate all of them. I think that was more important to talk about them than that vanilla org chart. Some of our accomplishments this last year, the deployment of 7 additional battery electric buses. On our council agenda a couple of weeks ago, you approved 2 new hydrogen fuel cell buses, which will be here sometime in the future. We're going through the procurement and PO process right now. We've launched a new student reduced fares with both Fresno Unified State Center and Fresno State, as well as we've completed one thing that former council member Soria really wanted was advanced Wi-Fi on the rest of the fleet. Well, it took us a couple of $1 million to actually upgrade our computer automated dispatch, automatic vehicle locator system, and that has helped take us from the AOL dial-up that we had on many of our buses to 5G generation. We continue to implement our enterprise asset management, vehicle intelligence, automatic passenger counts, and reporting. We've done all of our Title VI good stuff that Council President Maxwell is always asking us about. We will be before you in 2 days to award a contract on the CTSA award, that's social service funding. That's what actually funds the project that Carla described. It wasn't a Miguel project, it was actually one that we worked with Leadership Council. Too bad she's not here. We actually worked on with Leadership Council through a clean mobility options grant that was led by Carolina when she was on the planning team, which then exposed the need for transit, and we worked with EOC to provide that service through this particular grant. And of course, all of our audits, and a good shout out to Robert Hogg, our personnel manager. We have hired 80 new bus drivers, and Joe continues to train them. Again, here's our total budget, $138.9 million for all funds. Our operating budget is $87 million. That has, for this year, has been increased for the ATU contracts and all of our labor contracts. The only one that's still outstanding is Local 39, which I think we're getting close, TJ. And she's smiling over there. Our capital budget for this upcoming year will be $51.5 million. We've got 2 major projects that are still in the ground, still pushing dirt around. One is our FACS facility project, where we've had to relocate most of our parking down to the Fresno B building, and we shuttle employees back and forth. That will allow for us to add solar canopies to the employee parking area. It's also provided a bus entry gate, and then an employee entry gate will come immediately behind that. That also includes state-of-the-art bus wash. Our bus wash was 50-ish years old and not washing, and I've joked that we didn't have vacuums, we have blowers, because it's just like when you're doing your yard. We basically had blowers that blew all the stuff around, but now that we have cloth seats, we can't be doing that. So this will update that arrangement for us, and we're really looking forward to that project wrapping up in the next few weeks, or a few months, I should say. Positions. I want to just say that we are the 3rd largest staff-wise in the city with the 508 employees. That includes the number that we lost from fleet. We would have been almost over 600, but they are still across the way and still part of our family. We communicate on a regular basis, but again, the department continues to move forward in size. We're also one of the most diverse departments with a good split between female and males. And of course, as you see, our leadership is very diverse also. Our most impactful items in this budget are really the purchases. The very first one is coming to you probably in July. We're going to purchase the very last 19 compressed natural gas buses for our fleet. That was an award by the Biden administration last year. We were actually hoping for a combination of CNG and electric, and we were selected for all of the non-electric money. Well, that's okay, we'll take it, because we also have a need to do one more round of near clean energy purchases. As you see also in vehicle operations, our non-PERS charges, the paratransit contract. So let me just be very blunt. It is not $700,000. A year. It is $9 million, which is $700,000 more over last year's budget. That's about the COLA and the cost of living increases. We are working to rehab our maintenance facility from top to bottom in order for us to prepare for the hydrogen buses and to repair all the battery electric. We need a hydrogen detection system, and we'll be upgrading our fire suppression system inside there. We've done a lot of work this last year on purchasing of lifts and what have you, but we need to do some major work to the building and the framework itself. Again, you will see the CTSA contract in 2 days. Our utility costs continue to go up. And then we've got $1 million set aside for the return of the Fax PD unit. We expect that unit back in September. It does have money for contract police. However, PD with their low numbers have not been able to continue to supply us with the large number of personnel we need daily. And so, there is some savings there, but we continue to each day ask for the 5 officers. We own all the equipment. We own all of the squad cars and the computers and everything that they use. Here's our big ticket items when it comes to the revenue of both federal and state grants. As many of you know, as we've kind of talked, the federal government provides most of our money, about 80% of our money. And then between Measure C, which is not on this slide, and state, that's the remaining. There's been a lot of talk in the transit world, mobility world, this last week or two, especially for the Bay Area agencies. Both BART and SF Muni combined would be the 4th largest transit provider in the country if they were one unit. They are headed for a fiscal cliff more so in the weeks and months coming up than we are. Our fiscal cliff will occur at this point roughly in 27. That also coincides with Measure C. So we want to say to each and every one of you who are working on the Measure C plan that we really do need a renewal of Measure C. You all work out the details, make sure transit's included in it, but it is very important for our long-term survival, or I will possibly be here earlier than 27 talking about cuts. And so as we have gone through the pandemic and not cut a service, actually we've expanded service, and I'm very appreciative of being able to do that. We want to continue to do that, and we look forward to doing that in this upcoming year. But again, our fiscal cliff, if things don't change at this point, is late in 27. And again, if there's no Measure C renewal, which would expire June 30th of 27, we're in big trouble moving forward, because that's our match on fare box. And then finally, our budget request and our department values. As you see, we were asking for 10 unfunded PCNs. It's more of a shell game because, as you know, as our bus drivers fall off, there's a lag in their hiring because of the DOT regulations that they have to go through, both medical and background. And then once that happens, sometimes there's a little delay in getting them trained and on board. So we're looking at 10 unfunded PCNs, and then once they go into the student training, then we would then move them into a funded position. Over time, we are working very hard to cut this number down, but it is what it is. We're also asking for 1 senior management analyst. This will support our capital team as well as our administrative team when it comes to procurements and making sure that we are doing them right and in order based on the federal funding that we have. Again, I've already spoke about the fax PD unit and its return. I do want to be very clear on utilities and CNG bus fuel. So when you look at the alternative energy fuel that we use in CNG, those costs are beginning to rise. It used to be under $1, and now we're paying over $1 for that. And it, similar to my buddies and friends in the other departments who use diesel or unleaded gasoline, they've seen increases. We too finally have seen increases in both CNG that we use, and of course in Public Works and DPU, they use the LNG equivalent. And then our percentage of the DBE coordinator that's housed in GSD, it's part of our federal requirement to have a DBE coordinator, and we split that with airports and Public Works. Again, our big focus this year has been really trying to address overtime and absenteeism. We've been good on the overtime piece. We're still struggling on the absenteeism piece, but we think that we've got a plan forth on that too. And I think if I hit the right button, that's going to take me to Miguel's questions.
Thank you, Director. Believe it or not, I actually got a couple questions.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you were going to yield to him first and go presidentially last, but let's go for it.
You mentioned that you have a total of 508 positions in your department.
Yes.
How many of those are bus drivers?
309, if I'm correct, plus the 10 that were asked.
The 10 unfunded positions, which would bring you to 319?
Yes.
Okay. If we were to grant the 10 additional shell positions for a total of 319, how many of those would be filled by July 1 of those positions?
So currently, right now, we've got 291 that are filled.
Say that number
291 that are filled. And we start a class, I believe, tomorrow? Yesterday, they're in new orientation, started yesterday. We just graduated a class of 11 like 10 days ago. So we continue to cycle them in. We've actually brought back a couple of retired limited supervisors to help us with this rapid training. That's why we've been able to do 80 up to this point.
So you have about 18 more positions that need to be filled. Given the natural attrition rate in your department, when do you expect to be fully staffed with bus drivers?
We're really shooting, because we're expanding service, we're really shooting to have the additional folks who, through attrition, leave us back into service by the end of the year. So Joe Vargas has got a very aggressive training program before us. So we're not hurting on that aspect. I will say across the country, some of my counterparts are struggling to find bus operators. We are not. Our numbers continue to go up. It's a career, it's not a job kind of thing. And I think we provide excellent benefits and a package that is very attractive. The hours may not be sexy when you first start, but everything else works well for us.
What month was that?
January, by January 1st.
Of next year?
Yeah. No, of this year. So, January 1st of next year. Yeah, right.
Out of the total amount of bus driver positions you have in your department, Are any of those being given up as part of the mayor's proposed attrition, 10% across all departments?
No, we are an enterprise department, so it's not included in
Doesn't
that
affect you?
calculation. No, it's not included in that calculation.
Okay, perfect. Director, I'm looking at the budget binder. I'm looking under capital improvement on page C64. The very top line item, passenger amenities, zero fare, $620,000.
Yeah, your staff flagged that yesterday, and we completely laughed. So there is no zero fare in our capital program at all. What happened was when the BFM system, which is the budget management system, when it pulled over from PeopleSoft, those codes mixed together inadvertently. They should not have. It's right in the Tyler system, which is how we operate, but it was wrong in the BFM system. So there's no zero fare projects, programs, services in our capital program.
Can you remind me what populations we currently have codified to receive zero fare in perpetuity?
So in perpetuity, anyone under 12. And then we've got veterans,
Military
Medicare.
personnel. You have Medicare as part of the master fee schedule? I don't
No,
know.
no, I'm sorry. He's talking about master fee schedule, not.
I believe it's 0 to 12, veterans and
yeah,
military
0 to
personnel.
12.
Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. We have a couple of grants right now that offer that service temporarily until funds expire. One of them is from Kaiser Permanente. They allowed us to provide zero fare to folks, I forget, 62 and over, Medicare card holders.
Correct.
And folks with a disability
Correct.
on the fixed route services. When do you foresee those funds expiring?
Yeah, as you and I had talked in the Transportation Committee the other week, we're thinking that those may expire sometime in August. We've already, working with your office, made a reach out to Kaiser. At the end of April, there had been 705,887 rides using the Kaiser money at 50 cents a piece. So we're pretty comfortable that mid to late August, that those funds will fall out. So we're working very diligently to give Kaiser that nudge forward. And we thank you for your nudging too, sir.
Thank you, Director. Over the next 3 months until those funds expire, what do you think we'll be able to get that number up to? Do you think 800,000 potentially?
Oh, no, most definitely. You know, our ridership right now is doing extremely well. In the last rolling 12 months, we've carried a little over 8 million riders. We're at 7.4, thanks to Sarah giving me that number, as of the end of May. And we're on track to do 8 million riders in this fiscal year, which is almost pre-pandemic level. So we are very, very excited, and we think that's really true to our offerings, our increased service, you know, the increase in frequencies that we're providing. We're going to where our riders want to go.
Yeah, your recovery has been really good, and I commend
It's
you
been
on that,
excellent, and
Director.
I just continue to pray that it continues to get there. My goal is 10 million. So, and you'll see that in this upcoming year, we've got some service expansion that we actually put off a year. This time last year, I think Joe may have stood before you and said, hey, we're going to do this cross-town 45, increase the frequency. It's the last bus that's on 45-minute headways. It will be down to 30 minutes, and we're going to take it out to Justin Garza High School, and we delayed that service a year to one, because we thought that we needed some increased staff, and so we hired all those folks, and Joe Vargas, again, has done a great job. And then our planning team has, and scheduling folks have made sure that the schedule works well, and so we're looking to launch that in August.
Can you remind us the dollar amount for the Kaiser grant?
The dollar amount was $500,000.
Okay, so for $500,000,
we can do 1 million rides.
we were essentially able to do 1 million rides for our senior population.
Right, correct.
I think that's huge.
That is
especially
so
as we're
big.
working to build a citywide senior center in the heart of our district in the senior village. Can we get the audio to go back down? There we go. Okay. I think they're going to be very complementary services, right?
Absolutely.
Being able to provide free rides for our senior population, as we have a citywide dedicated senior center and affordable senior housing going up, hopefully in the next few years. So what is your department's plan and commitment to continue free rides for seniors after this Kaiser grant expires?
So if Kaiser were to say, yeah, we're not too sure or whatever, I believe there are two other vendors out there, nonprofit corporations that may step forward if we ask politely. And we're looking forward to doing that. Again, my commitment to you that we discussed the other day was we're going to give Kaiser until Friday, and then we're going to pick up the phone together and we're going to make that call.
Obviously, I'll work as closely with you as need be to help secure those funds, whether that's before the end of this fiscal year or after. As hopeful as I'd like to be, I can't, in good faith, bank on other folks' generosity and philanthropy to help those populations. So for now, I'm going to let you know I'm going to make a motion for $500,000 to continue those services for the populations identified under the Kaiser grant when those funds expire, contingent upon us not receiving additional grant or outside dollars to support that.
Yeah, you made that very clear, and we appreciate that.
Thank you, Director. Second. I did want to talk to you about an initiative we did last year. It was a little serendipitous because I had requested 10 new bus shelters on bus stops in my district that did not have a shelter and were good candidates to receive one. We were doing that concurrently with a program where you had received funds to put new shelters on 10 new bus stops that already had shelters. And then your department took the existing shelters that were there already, you refurbished them, and you put them on sites that did not currently have a bus stop shelter. I would like to do that again. However, I do understand that that was serendipitous. We don't have 10 new shelters coming in where we could take the old ones, refurbish them, and relocate them. So, number one, I'd like to request a memo for the remaining bus stops in my districts that are unsheltered, and for your department to give us some sort of priority listing for 10 of them that would make good candidates to receive some sort of shelter. Now, I understand we have ADA considerations, and that makes your job a lot more difficult to shelter some of these places. However, I think there's non-traditional types of shade structures that we could add to those sites that would potentially alleviate some of those concerns, Director. So I do want to request that memo, but I'll ask you for your thoughts at this time.
Yeah, it was interesting that as we discussed this last year, the thought was, okay, we'll go find 10, and we were only able to find 9 that met the criteria. So out of the 200,
what criteria was that?
The criteria of you've got enough sidewalk, you've got typically it's enough riders. We even kind of blew that one out. But it's really about sidewalk and ADA. In your district, there's 210 bus stops. The majority of our work, some of it prior to your election and coming forth, was done on what we call high-frequency corridors or high-frequency networks. So that's Shaw, that's Cedar, both in your district. That's Kings Canyon, Ventura, and Blackstone. And those are in the other council members' districts. Because you didn't get BRT, that was your reward, that we went through and did the Buffer Median Island project, which took the ADA list from your district and basically annihilated it, as well as the Shaw Cedar project, which is wrapping up right now, and that addressed the rest of them. Our concern now, it comes from a compliance and a legal standpoint, is are we going around our ADA plan, which you've approved, and the feds have signed off on it by adding additional bus stops out of order? Now, if
Whose order is that?
The order is of worst conditions. Because the award winner for that is going to be your council member next to you, Mr. Miguel Arias. He's got some of the worst conditions when it comes to, and this is just not amenities. We're talking about lack of curbs, lack of ADA sidewalks, and even some of the bus pads that we ride on, we tear the street up because there isn't a pad. So we need to fix those ADA issues first, but we will put together a memo for you. And in our ADA transition plan, the next 75 have been identified. The plan was to do 25 a year, and I don't think any of those are in his district, right?
We're reprioritizing the list, trying to get kind of an equitable balance out of those 75. So what's available, hopefully there's no 1 year.
You're going to have to come
Sure.
up for the record if you.
No, I got it. So one of the things that we anticipated was, let's go back through and let's wash through the 75, because we want to make sure everyone gets a little something out of
What I
this.
heard from that is that this list is able to be reprioritized. Now, I don't disagree with you. Councilmember Arias has some of the oldest infrastructure in this district, and I think he deserves to get just as much, if not more, as anyone else. But if we could reprioritize, we could add to it.
But I think in that reprioritize, I don't think you have any. That's the problem.
Well, then we're going to have to reprioritize.
For you, right.
Because I can tell you, Director,
Right.
that some of the poorest neighborhoods in my district, their bus stops exist on a center median island, or a frontage buffer, rather, that is extremely dangerous. And they're also
And
the
that's
ones,
why you were the
they're
first in.
also the
Yeah.
ones that tend to not have the shelter space to provide light and provide shade.
Right.
I think there's non-traditional ways of providing the shade and light. I'm not talking about the LA models.
Thank you.
But I do believe if we get creative, and this is a priority for council, and we decide to allocate other funds, that we could have a citywide effort to shelter places that are non-conventional.
Yeah, and I appreciate you not wanting us to do the LA Metro model, because that's kind of an industry joke right now. It's for those council members who haven't seen it, it's basically on a metal pole. It's a piece of of steel with some holes in it, and it has a little lip at the top that has a solar light on it. It's away from the actual stop. And I don't know how two people get underneath that to shade themselves. However, we do have bus stop standards, and I want to be very clear that I want to stick with, we need to stick with some of those bus stop standards, because that means that we are providing a better level of bus stops. Our standard used to be, let's go stick a pole out there, and then when you get to a certain ridership, then you might put a bench. Then when you get to a certain ridership, you might put a can on a pole. We are doing away with all that. Most of our stops will look like yours in your district, both the buffer median and the Cedar Shaw. That's our new standard. We are working on a requirements contract to bring forth to you in a couple of months. I think doing anything less for our riders is, let me just say, we want to give them the best experience, always. We want to treat them fair and equitably, always. And yeah, I think the bus stop standards are really helping us, because it's also telling our development community, when you do build, we expect you to put a pad. We expect the ADA sidewalk to be there, and for you to, all we have to do is then put down the amenity.
I get a lot of the technical difficulties, and I appreciate them. Obviously, when I go to a town hall, I can't stand up there for 30 minutes and tell people who rely solely on the bus to get to work and school in 110-degree weather, well, there's a list with 70 and the agreement with the federal government and ADA, blah, 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 blah. The buck stops with me, and so it's
Well,
really,
Council President, what you can do
One
is...
second, because I'm about to make a motion.
Okay.
My prerogative to make sure that we get as many of those houses possible. So I'm going to make a motion to add 9 of those bus stops to that list of 70.
Second.
It comes out to about 10 per district, but I know that some council members have worse infrastructure than my own, and that'll be in conjunction with the memorandum I've asked you to assemble.
Sure. So what you didn't understand
I think we
about,
have a better transportation department than Los Angeles County.
no, I do too.
And I think that we
I do
could
too.
get more creative than what we've traditionally done without going full LA model and coming up with non-conventional ways to provide some sort of shade relief for these folks. I know that's got to be important to you, and I know that you have a list that you're going off of, but I was elected to represent Central Fresno and their needs, and so.
Well, I was appointed to do this work throughout the entire city. What you failed to recognize on the list of 75, it's 25 a year. So if we do year 9, and if there are 9 available, and we pull them into the first year, we've probably violated our ADA.
They don't have to be the first year.
Well, okay.
Maybe you sneak 1 or 2 in there.
Okay. I just want you to understand that you may not get them in the first year. And that was part of the problem with the 9 that we did last year, which should have been 10.
Okay.
Okay.
Lastly, if you could talk a little bit more about the dedicated police unit for your fax bus drivers. I know you briefly touched upon it, but can you go a little bit more in depth, Director, about what that looks like?
Yeah, it's not the
still
size that we used to have. So we're looking at 5 officers and a sergeant. It will not cover the entire time that we're out there, but it it'll be a better way to get us back moving in the right direction.
And those are not contract positions, those are dedicated?
Those are dedicated to,
Okay.
that fax pays for. So they're dedicated police officers that are, in Fresno PD, and as part of their bid matrix sign-up, they ask to work for us, and we just pay their salaries.
And what hours would those be? You said it's not completely overlapping with the hours you're out there.
It's probably going to be more of sometime after our pullout, so maybe 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. We haven't worked through those details yet with PD. We just found out during the budget build that we would be getting them in September, and so we're just, like I say, tickled pink about that. We'll take that. For us, it's about operator safety. So unfortunately, this year, we've had one operator that, now we've got federal reporting that had a major incident or major assault. And we've had several who have had minor assaults. It's also about passenger safety. Sometimes our passengers, I don't know, may not see eye to eye on an issue, and sometimes things happen. And of course, anytime our bus is involved in any type of vehicle accident, whether like this morning, another city vehicle knocked off one of our mirrors trying to exit the yard, we need to have a police report written as part of the FMC and our risk management. And so this helps us in taking care of all of those things that have to be done on a daily basis.
So does your department actively track assaults of
Absolutely.
any kind, whether it's passenger or
Absolutely.
Bus driver related?
Absolutely.
Now, is that tracked directly by your department or FPD, Director?
Well, when we have our officers, it's tracked by both. And incidents on our buses, when we had our officers, they were tracked by our PD team. So we've become detectives, in our daily routine. I think we should get junior badges or something. But we, for example, a couple of months back, we had 3 juveniles, 3 junior high schoolers that did a couple of stupid things. One day they tried to open the CNG fuel door on the bus. They got, kind of unruly on a bus one day. We had photos of them, but we ended up doing all the work with their school resource officers. And that would have normally been something that FACS PD would have taken care of. They all 3 needed a whooping, really, but I think the work that we did really sufficed.
I don't know if this is an appropriate question for you or rather our folks in blue back there, but if I'm an officer assigned to your fax unit and I get dispatched to my detail at 6 a.m., how is my detail identified? Is it a fixed route? Is it based off of that week's crime stats?
No, so when we had a full complement, it's, they were sectorized, so they were in 4 quadrants basically. There's enough going on our buses where, fax Fax 1, Fax 2, whatever the numbers are, can stay busy throughout the day. We'll probably do something similar to that where we do a grid, but also more importantly that we'll work with, those units will work with follow-up cases. The day after an incident happens, whether it's with a passenger or what have you, they will be the ones doing the follow-up.
Let's see if I have any more questions for you. Going back real quick to our last conversation regarding the shelters, how are you paying for those 75? Is that via a grant or your internal enterprise funds?
It's our internal funds. We put aside $500,000 a year forever as part of our ADA transition plan. And the goal was to nibble at that. So what we do is this year, we identified the top 75, and we went into design on the top 25. So it's like how much curb do you need, how much gutter do you need, where do you need it at, and then we'll execute that in the following year, and we'll just keep doing that moving forward.
So $500,000 a year is enough to fund the design and construction of 15 a year?
No, 25.
25.
25. So we do the design
and construction.
this year. Next year's the construction. So 500,000 will be available.
Plus the design for the following year?
And then the design for the following year.
Okay. And is that work contracted out to a third party, or is that done internally by
No,
city?
it is contracted out.
Who's it contracted out to?
Who do we have doing our design? Yeah, P&P.
When was that contract last?
I think you all awarded it, I want to say 2 years ago, it sounds about right, because November this last calendar year.
And how good is that contract? How long is that contract good for?
Is it 3 and 2?
Until they get the work done, basically.
Oh, for just those 75. So they were contracted for just those 75.
Are we able to amend that contract? Is there a clause in there that allows us to do that?
Well, there's always a clause. I mean, you got good legal staff over here.
So it sounds like if there was potentially more money towards this project, P&P might be able to do more than.
Well, I can't speak for P&P, but if your guys can amend the contract, it's really tough with some of our engineering firms right now because they're very, very busy. So.
I appreciate you answering the questions about our bus drivers. I've seen the amenities and accommodations you're adding to our fax buses, and the ridership levels are going up at a really great number. And so again, I commend you, your staff, and your bus drivers on all the good work. I have been getting a lot of concerns about the safety, perceived safety, or real safety threats on some of our buses. So I'll probably ask our police department a little bit about that too when they come up. But I thank you for your time, Director Barfield, and I'm going to hand over the microphone to Councilmember Bredefield at this time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. A couple of questions regarding issues related to the bus drivers. In training, looking at the expenditure for training, is there only $9,500 basically set aside for training?
No.
How much is set aside for training?
Oh my gosh, I'd have to get back to you on that one. It's a lot. So
222.
What page were you looking at?
I was looking at 222.
222. Oh, that's an external training. Linda.
So what about for bus driver training?
So our bus drivers go through, so they come on as student bus drivers. The first couple of weeks, they're in a classroom, and they go through classroom instructions in order to get their permit. And then they do driving in the yard, skills training in the yard. And then the last couple of, it's 2 weeks, they're what we call platforming, where a more senior driver is watching them and speaking to them as they take command of an actual bus in revenue service. And then they graduate from that point. Total time is 8 to 10 weeks.
And is that part of their employee services line? So that would
Yes,
fall within the
yes,
employee
that
services
employee-
line item.
right.
They're being paid their regular salary
Correct.
to train. So I think the separate line item for training is separate from.
Absolutely.
It's separate from the regular training that they go through.
They are student drivers, so they are full-time employees. They're paid just a lower wage, and then once they graduate, they move to a permanent bus driver.
Yeah, I was thinking more of, once they become bus drivers, is there funding available for ongoing training?
Yeah, absolutely. So again, that's also in our employee services line item. So they are required to go through vehicle transit training every year. We bring them in maybe for safety and security training, customer service, you name it. We're probably training on them. And what are we probably doing, 20 plus hours a year? Right. So that's the federal requirement is 8 hours a year. We're probably doubling that because there's other things that we like to include.
Okay, so one of the things that I'm wondering about, Council President Maxwell and I met with some of the drivers, and they expressed tremendous concern about dealing with unruly, aggressive passengers that sometimes they've actually been spit on, and the passenger is banned for a day maybe, but they still have to go back to work. I'm wondering what's available for bus drivers who are exposed to this kind of abuse. Are they offered some kind of counseling to deal with aggressive passengers? Are they getting training in how to deal with some of these folks? Because it sounds like for some, I'm sure not all, they've had to deal with some very difficult situations, and I'm not sure that they feel skilled enough to deal with that, and sometimes feel that they're not supported by supervisors in terms of dealing with, obviously aggressive folks.
So a bus operator who is spat upon is considered a minor assault, and it's something that we do track. And in both their student training and then as a part of the VTT Plus training, there is de-escalation. So we talk about it twice. And we have pre-pandemic, when we had our own unit, we tried to do some other things. Our bus drivers can carry pepper spray. And so one of the things that we've done is continue to offer pepper spray training so they're allowed to then carry it on their person while they're operating the vehicle.
So Greg, let me just interrupt you just for a second. So you're saying they're not allowed to carry it, but you're giving them training. So
No. They do. We provide pepper.
You allow them to.
Right, which allows them to carry.
Okay.
And we do the training. We do all the training. We pay for all the cost of that training.
Okay.
And we pay for the pepper spray.
Okay. Go ahead. I interrupted you.
Right. So there's no so if they wanted it, there's really no excuse, right? It is an extra shift. We don't typically relieve drivers for that because we offer it like on a Saturday or Sunday. It's a 2-ish hour class that's offered because we actually hire Fresno PD and they actually do the training for the pepper spray carry. In addition, one of the things that we did in the pandemic, which was we accelerated it during the pandemic, but it was always planned, was now each bus has a driver's barrier. So each bus has a door now that has a partition slide. So, drivers, if they want, they should close that door. They can close the slide. But there's a lot of resources on that bus too. So there's a radio. So, you can hit the radio. You don't have to say a word. You just hit the radio. There is a panic button. And then, of course, there's a way on your MDT to communicate text-wise with our dispatch. So there's a lot of tools out there for the drivers and their safety if they feel that they are uncomfortable with the situation, and help will come.
What about if there is an aggressive passenger or somebody does spit on a bus driver? I was informed that they may be banned for a day. Is that accurate or no?
No.
Council member, I'm just going to chime in just to help out
Sure.
here. Just want to note that we can and have in the past gotten restraining orders as well against unruly passengers if it rises to that level.
Okay.
Absolutely. I was going to say, thank you, Raj, because that's where I was going to go next. Yes, it may be, hey, Greg's having a bad day. You can't ride today, right? And then Greg, because I may be a regular rider and just having a bad day and I say something or do something stupid. And, the next day, hey, Gary, I'm sorry, man, you know, I just was having a bad day. There are those on occasion, and I think we've got maybe a dozen and at least a half dozen, if not more. We have gone to court on behalf of our driver and permanently banned people or gotten them restraining orders against those folks where they're not able to get on the system, and their pictures are plastered all over the place.
And do bus drivers have some means if they feel traumatized by an assault to get some counseling and to deal with that?
So typically, when if it's a major assault, that day I'm making a phone call to them because I'm offering them employee services if needed. Typically, if that driver, you know, a lot of our drivers like, hey, I'm just going to keep on moving. But on occasion, there are those drivers say, hey, I need the afternoon off. I need some time off. Yes, we will work with them. But I have, again, with major assaults, I'm the one who's making a call. That's just Greg making a call on top of their supervisor and maybe Joe and the operations manager who've already dealt with them.
Okay. But they do have, is it EAP services?
Yes, EAP would be the first thing I would be offering them.
Okay.
Look, our drivers unfortunately have seen a lot. And there are times where, like I've got a driver who is in the 30-year range right now, and he saw a horrific accident. He was in my office for some discipline. And as a result of that, he's been getting support ever since. That's been 5-6 years because he had never dealt with that trauma. And I take it upon myself to make sure that folks get the right trauma. And we've kind of instilled that in our operations team to do that.
Okay. I appreciate that. Did you have any questions related to our conversation with the bus drivers?
No, I think you hit the nail on the head, Councilmember. I think that there is a willingness for additional training to deal with escalating conflicts, whether that is someone bringing a firearm on a bus or just a hostile passenger in general. I could tell you that Councilmember Bredefeld and I have been talking to the city attorneys to just see what other cities do as far as trainings, and maybe there's some way that we could beef up the program that we have here under FACTS.
Yeah. I think that when we get our FACTS officers back, one of the things I'm going to ask for is additional de-escalation. It may be like an elective training type of thing, and we'll kind of play around with that and then make it part of the general wherewithal of what we do training-wise. That's something we were talking about, and then we lost our unit, and then we went into a pandemic. So it's definitely something that's on my radar. But again, we've done a lot of things without having the FACTS unit with the doors, again, some beefed up, alertness by our supervisors. And we've got cameras everywhere. So a lot of times when drivers have incidents and they're at a stop, or that passenger disembarks, we will focus the camera directly on them quickly to figure out who they are and which direction they're going. And it may be a supervisor that may have that conversation with them, or if needed, we'll call PD. And when we have our FACTS unit back, it will be PD that will be, excuse me, Greg, can I have a chat with you?
Okay. And what's the status with the trolleys going up to Fresno State?
Wrong department. That was yesterday.
Yeah, that was GSD. We are waiting. We have an RFP on the street for the operator of the trolleys, and we're just waiting for the responses on that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a general services function.
Oh, we're not doing transportation. Okay. Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
I appreciate
it. Thank you, Councilmember.
Thanks, Councilmember Bredefeld. Up next, Councilmember Chavez.
All right, thank you, President. My questions were similar to what my colleagues were asking Director Barfield, just around the areas of security for folks. I did reach out to our chief with regards to the FACTS PD unit. Mentioned that it is in the budget, but it's not yet implemented. What would that model look like once it is implemented? Earlier you mentioned that before they were in sectors or areas.
Yeah, so when we had a much larger unit, I think we've been as large as 16, then down to 12. This one will be 6. And, we'll come up with a good way to divide the city up. It'll probably be in the quadrants, the 4 quadrants with whatever the cutoff is, McKinley or whatever, as your northern, southern boundary, but, we'll come up with that. We'll also probably work with PD on time and coverage, because I would want to make sure that we have some late night check-ins whenever possible. And the good thing about having a PD unit dedicated to facts is, again, the follow-up that they can do on cases and concerns that we see that just can't be done right now.
Yeah. So it would be 6 officers?
Yeah, 5 officers and a sergeant. And the Chief Balderrama has said that would be available in September.
And for this model, would they be just responding to incidents, or would they be actually riding on the line?
Well, I always implore them to ride, but I'm sure that there'll be a lot more of the responsive side of it. But again, we haven't had a unit this small, so we'll have to figure that out.
Yeah. And then with regards to incidents, earlier my colleague asked about specific incidents, situations. Have we seen incidents against our drivers increase, decrease, stay the same, or what does the data tell us?
The data is telling us right now there are spikes. It ebbs and flows. Right now we're seeing a decrease. But that doesn't mean that the next go around that it's not going to change. And although this is very small font, let me see. As I'm looking at this, if you're looking at driver issues, like an assault on a driver, in fiscal year 22, we had 5. In fiscal year 23, we've had 4. But those are both major and minor. They're not segregated. We just started under the federal guidelines of doing segregating them as of this year. And then assaults on passengers, we had 31 last fiscal year, and we've had 18 this fiscal year. So again, it ebbs and flows. Even though our ridership is going up, some of our incidences are going down.
So the categories that you have there, Director, those are specifically assaults on drivers, and then the other one is separated assaults within passengers?
On passengers, right.
And then are there any other categories that are considered incidents on the bus?
Yeah, so we also have crime, crime robbery, crime other, theft, vandalism, and graffiti are all categories that we have listed here. And then when it comes to our reporting system in what we call Transit Master, which is our brains and data collection, we have everything from accidents where we've been in an accident or hit, automobiles, bicycle, fixed objects, I mean, you name it. If there is an issue with a bus in the maintenance side of it, that is recorded on this incident report also.
What's the total number of incidents for, aside from accidents that just fit under the criteria of onboard incidents, like assault on drivers, within passengers, crime, robbery, the ones you referenced, right?
So on board, last year we had 1,000, no wait, that's not right. Crime. It's under the crime category. Last year we had 165. This year we've had 141. And that would be an assault on a driver, passenger, crime, robbery, theft, vandalism, or graffiti.
So 165 all of year, last year, and
141
as of June.
And 141 as of April, as of May 30th.
May. All right. So you're seeing a bit of an increase in incidents.
A decrease, but we still have 1 month, and you're only talking less than 20.
Okay. We've had this conversation before, and I think my colleague brought it up with regards to what our drivers can do when they are attacked. I know we went through this conversation a couple of months ago when we were discussing their agreement, but are our drivers allowed to carry pepper spray or any type? Is that standard issue?
It's not standard issue. They have to go through a course that we pay for. and it's taught by the PD. It's a roughly 2.5 hour course. All they got to do is when the signups come up is just say, I want to go. Again, we pay for them to attend, and then at the end, we provide the pepper spray even. So
How many of our drivers have opted for that option?
I'd say a
Do we
good
know?
handful, but we'll get you the right number.
Okay, I like to have that just to,
Sure.
for the benefit of our office. And then, almost done. The sustainability piece of our system, I know in the past we've gone through conversations about some of our pay boxes not working, some of them not being out of service. Do we have a number of how many of those are working now, especially along the BRT?
Oh, so you're talking the ticket vending machines?
Ticket
I
vending.
believe 2 of them are down as of this morning. I saw one of them had vandalism to 3 of the cameras this morning on my morning update from Billy showing that was El Paso southbound. So
All the other ones are working.
all the other ones should be working. I know we did some troubleshooting the last couple of weeks, and we've had to replace CPUs and other stuff like that, but we try to stay on top of that every single day.
And then my last question, Director, just looking at the sustainability of the system, what does our revenue and expenses look like for, everything we've done? We've done reduced fare, we did zero fare a while back. What does that look like going forward for our system?
So it's no secret that my game plan has always been to listen to our customer and do what she wants us to do. And what she wants is better service, increased frequency. She wants to be able to connect if she has to do 2 buses. She wants it to be affordable. So look, we've gone to $1. And I think you and I were here as staff when we went to $1.25, how painful that conversation was, right? But we've gone to $1. I think that all that we've done with student fares and making sure that those are accessible, now we've got Fresno Unified. When we do the expansion out to Justin Garza, that will be 2 central schools. So Katie Davis is ready to sign up her kids once we do that. And then one of the things we have in our budget is the study of what we term the Church Avenue Crosstown, which will connect Sanger High School along Church Avenue and the future high school site that Fresno Unified is speaking about, right there by Felipe Elementary. Juan Herrera, Felipe Elementary, because we think that that's very important. It'll connect Edison to the Sanger site when it's all said and done. That's the kind of stuff that she's asking for, and that's the kind of stuff that I think will continue to either have her ride or others ride our service. Look, when we get to August, no service will be more than 45 minutes, and that's a big thing for us.
And obviously, that's contemplating the Southwest Fresno College campus too.
That's all. The Fresno City College campus in West Fresno already has 2 buses that serve it, the 38 and the 32. This will be the 3rd bus that will serve it. So although, you can tell where I grew up, I'm a Walnut and Bird kid. That's where I learned to ride the bus on Route 38 and 32. And so I also know how important it is to make that connection. Also know that with in our chats with Fresno Unified, look, a kid on the west side does not stay in the west side to go to school sometimes. Sometimes he or she is going to Duncan, and he or she needs that ride all the way to Duncan from West Fresno or vice versa, because they could be coming into Edison. So we understand that those kids are not static, and so we've responded to that. 17% of our riders are students, K through college. So we know that they are a big part of our system.
Yeah, and then last question, Director, the Cedar corridor, as you know, that's kind of our educational corridor for folks that have schools all the way from Callaway to Fresno State. what's the plan for that corridor? I know we talked about BRT in the past. Is that too soon? What are we looking at?
So for us, or maybe more for me, because I was on that side when the funding of BRT occurred. BRT is almost a dirty word to me because we don't really have bus rapid transit, to be honest, right? We don't have dedicated bus lanes. We have everything short of that. So what we have done, what I've done, is really encourage the staff to really look at high-frequency networks. That's what we've got to go to. We've got to be looking at peak and off-peak service. Cedar is the prime example where it's 15 minutes all day long. There could be an opportunity to go to a peak morning service. I don't think a peak afternoon service works. I haven't been crazy enough to speak to the staff quite yet. I think there's still
10-minute headways?
that could be 10 minutes. Yes. I haven't spoken to the staff yet. I think they're still traumatized from the last couple of crazy ideas I've had. But that could be the next thing. But the goal was to get the 45-minute services eliminated, and then some of the 30-minute services down to 20, and then we'll tinker with the system a little bit more.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Chavez. Up next, we have Councilmember Esparza.
All right, City Manager, while I dig in, how about you call down General Services Department, just in case we need them. I wanted to ask either Greg or administration, what's behind the decision to put out an RFP for the trolley service versus internalizing it in the fax department?
So I think we talked about that when we approved the trolley itself. That was always the plan, was to put the operations out for RFP. So we've just proceeded with that plan. I don't know if, Brian, are you still here?
Yeah, Brian's here.
Oh.
But that was always the plan. And so you all, when it was presented last year in the budget, that was what we said at that point. I still think that look, our bread and butter is fair collection, fair revenue service. And we do that both on the handy ride side, the paratransit side, and on the fixed route side. I think as much as the ideal is a great one, I think the entertainment aspect of it, the way it's going to operate doesn't really fit our model and makes it difficult for us to focus on our core service. Look, you're going to see, and had we been successful, we would have been announcing a microtransit project that would have served the Jane Addams neighborhood, but we just got denied our second chance of that from a grant application. I think that's our next thing, where you're looking at more door-to-door service versus curb-to-curb.
So Councilmember, back to your thought, that was always the plan when we approved it in the last year's budget, so that's what we've proceeded with.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think, just observation and community feedback, that the service we provide at fax, I think, supersedes and is superior to some of the, like, handy ride that we privatize and is contracted out.
Well, it's not private, it's contracted out. At one point, it was operated by the department. Trust me, I have not, after we finish on the fixed route side, I am not beyond this next contract to maybe bring that back in-house. That would be something that would make better sense than the trolley itself. The trolley, again, it's 3 vehicles. And right now, we're talking 126 fixed route and 59 paratransit vehicles, and that's our bread and butter and who we depend on.
Councilmember, are you, so I just want to make sure I understand where you're coming from. So it's from your concern about wanting to make sure that we have a high level of service as we operate the trolleys?
Yeah, my understanding is we do have part-time drivers that exist in the department, yes?
Well, we are recruiting for part-time drivers. However, also think that the type of driver that we need on a fixed route is a little bit different than the type of driver you're looking for on this free trolley service. I think that's more of a have the right credentials and operator status, and it's more of a customer service kind of thing, a friendly service than it is ours, where people are depending upon us to get to work, to school, and their doctor's appointments and errands.
And also, I wanted to add, when we did get this approved last year, there was the commitment to make sure that the drivers, they would be ATU represented drivers. I believe the mayor made that commitment. So I know, as we have this out on the street and we're awaiting responses to the RFP, that was something that was important. That was a commitment, I believe, that was made.
Are there cost savings, you think, from, contracting this out versus having it in-house?
So
Is that
one
part of
of
the calculation at all?
So I don't know if I would per se say cost savings, but one of the things I will say is because we're only talking about operating, a handful, not even a handful, three trolleys. With fax, we have extra board when people call in sick, when people miss route, show up late or whatever. So we have the resources, and that costs more money because we have to have more people available that get called in. We want to make sure that, the contracted provider is able to provide the service on a consistent basis and making sure that we're operating, consistently, that we don't have missed stops, that we have people, making sure that we're able to provide the service on a regular and consistent, daily, during the time of operation. So I don't know that, since we don't have a proposal yet, I don't know that I can say it's going to save money or not. Brian, do you want to add anything to that?
Oh, hey, Brian.
Good morning. It's 11:15. Okay. Brian Barr, Director of General Services. I do want to add one thing to that, and that is the FTA regulations. As you all know, I come from fax, and on the compliance side, the FTA regulations, due to the limited service that we're operating, will not permit fax to operate this trolley route and service.
And what regulation is that? I mean, what's the rationale?
Because it operates in limited service as well as being available for charter, that is strictly prohibited by the FTA circular. I forget off the top of my head. 13, thank you. That is the FTA's requirements for any agency that receives federal assistance from that government entity.
So then what would be sort of the thresholds? Are we far from the thresholds? I mean, at what point would it be permitted? I know it's only 3 at this point, but I mean, what would be the threshold?
0. So any service operating in a limited capacity or charter is strictly prohibited. There is no threshold. The threshold
What's
is
the
0.
definition of limited capacity? Do you know?
The
Not like 7 days a week. I mean, I
not operating 7 days a week, as well as being available for charter, so rental. That is
so
strictly
because
prohibited.
these trolleys are going to be available for rental in the time that they're not being operated as trolleys.
Part of the reason, yes.
Okay.
So I would
so we
suggest
are-
that
so
we get through the RFP process and see what we get for responses. And depending on what the responses are, the cost, we can, have a conversation if you're concerned about service levels and cost. And if the proposals that we receive don't meet those objectives, then I guess theoretically, I don't know what the options are under the Rule 13, if there is any way that it can be structured to comply with the federal regulations. I know I've always been told that as well, because I know at times we've asked people, people have requested, oh, can we have a fax bus, go pick up and do a tour of disadvantaged neighborhoods, and we've never been allowed to do that because of this Rule 13 where you, it's considered a charter operation. You can't pull it out of service.
So these trolleys, we stand to make revenue from them when they're not operating.
Hopefully.
Yes.
They're general fund, paid for with non-federal money. I would hope that we should be able to, I'd love to be able to cover cost and make money if we can. Why not? Clovis does it.
Yeah, they do it. The goal would be for collecting fees to pay for the charter service, as well as advertising for naming rights and advertising on the back of the bus to offset the cost.
I mean, that's not our number one priority. Our priority is to provide the free service that we want to provide, but when they're not in use, if we can have a revenue opportunity, I think we would be silly not to.
Okay. I mean, I'd just be curious about, so we could wait and see what the RFP yields. At that point, determine whether that's more advantageous than keeping it in-house. If, let's say this council decided to reject the contract, reject the RFP for the chosen vendor, how quickly could we turn around and internalize the operations, understanding that we would be foregoing the opportunity to charter the trolleys at some point?
We'd have to take a look at that. But I do want to add one thing to the city manager's comments. Prior to when General Services was around in the 2000s, there were trolleys. This is the exact same model for the exact same reasons that we're operating under General Services right now.
And we'll have to dig in and do some, just make sure we do our due diligence on the federal regulations. We can certainly work with the attorney's office on that to confirm that our understanding is correct as to whether or not FACTS could even legally operate them.
Okay, all right, that's satisfactory.
Thanks, man. All right, next in the queue, we have Council Vice President Perea.
All right, Director, I guess being last, my questions were mostly around PD, so I'm not going to ask those again.
Sure.
But I did want to just make a request for a memo similar to what District 4 requested, which is a list of unsheltered bus stops in my district, listed in priority of those that should be improved upon based on the site conditions criteria that you guys take into consideration when making those improvements.
All right.
That's all. Thank you,
No
Director.
problem. Thank you.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you. Well, I think a lot of the questions I had and issues I wanted to discuss have been touched on. So I may be a little bit repetitive. Forgive me. Feel free to let me know and we can move on.
Oh, we're friends, Mike. Come on.
I know, but I appreciate that, sir. So we talked a little bit about this. Can you tell me a little bit more about what our plans are with Clovis Roundup? Because they are able to come into our city. We have limited service for good reason, because it has to pencil out on Herndon, for example. What are we doing to go the other way?
Yeah, so with Clovis Roundup and them coming into the city, what we do is we actually have a transfer point, right there along Fowler-ish, Clovis-ish, somewhere in there, where their Roundup folks come. Look, we carry far more passengers than Roundup.
Yep.
So they have the ability to stretch a vehicle into Fresno. And of course, with the services primarily in Fresno, I see why they do it. We're having a hard enough time with on-time performance and driver recruitment right now for us to do the same thing, stretching the other way. I will tell you that Amy Hance, their manager, director, and I have been talking about additional services into the Clovis area. I do see us taking another fixed route bus into Clovis or enhancing the Route 9 experience because that's one of the big things that we have right now. Clovis pays for that, by the way.
Okay.
And so if we were to do something different with HandyRide, I'd probably want them to pay for that too. So.
Understood. And now, I'm not sure if Route 9 is the correct one, forgive me, but...
That's Shaw Avenue.
Okay, so how do we get to their Department of Social Services site?
So
in
we,
Clovis?
so that one is at Peach and...
Costco.
Yeah, Dakota, whatever it is.
Right.
Three quarters of that area are City of Fresno.
Okay.
It's the one corner that's not City of Fresno is where the DSS is. Okay. And so it was pretty easy for us to make that change. Funny enough, Nigma Shook, who is our budget analyst now, that Henry stole from the county, was our budget analyst for DSS. Oh. And she was the one who would send me an email about this time of year saying we want to buy X number of passes. So they are also a big client of ours when it comes to purchasing of passes. But we also know our folks need access to there because there's not, the West Fresno site is closed, and that's the only place you can go where in the olden days, before that massive site. You had BRT, could get you to any of the locations on Kings Canyon. You had Route 28 that could get you, or in 38, that could get you to the West Fresno site. And then every bus literally came to the downtown area where the rest of their sites were. So when they moved out there, that really made no sense, but it took all the transportation opportunities away for for our riders who need them to get to them.
Okay. Great, so that helps me a lot. I'm glad there were a lot of questions about the FACS PD unit, and you gave great answers on that. Before we go into the trolleys, future growth. I mean, I'm glad to see that we're getting close to we've exceeded or we're close to pre-pandemic levels.
We're getting close to pre-pandemic.
That's great, because a lot of other communities aren't there yet. So that's awesome.
Absolutely.
What are we thinking for future growth? I mean, when I came on the council, there was no Herndon Crosstown. I'm so excited we have that. That's huge, especially for my district. What are we looking at now?
So I have been very honest with this council for at least the last 3 budgets, the two before, Joe's budget, and now this will be the 4th one, that all eyes are focused on west of 99. It is about that west area specific plan. When that plan is completed, we probably need 1, if not 2, north-south connections. We've done everything else over there, making connections for that community to get to El Paseo. And we've done the shuttles where we service 3 Palms and the mobile home park. We've 2 chances at microtransit. Neither one of them were funded, but we really need additional service, and it's really the north-south connection. So that's where I can't put my finger on it yet. I don't know, but it will be west of 99.
That's fair enough, and I appreciate that. And thank you for mentioning El Paseo, because there's lots of shopping and opportunities for residents to access that. And then we talked about this a little bit, but Veterans Boulevard coming online, how is that going to improve service?
So when Veterans comes on, our planning team is already trying to figure out what we do to stretch. I think it's not going to be a stretch because I want to pull it one way and they want to pull it another way. It's going to be that Route 3. I see Route 3 somehow doing something with the veterans piece, but it's going to be more equipment we're going to have to add, which means more drivers, because I also think that there's some opportunity in Councilmember Bredefield's district. One of the things that the Clovis community folks have said continuously, it's the lack of connection for kids leaving Clovis West, who we think are all well-to-do. Well, as a parent of a graduate 9 years ago from Clovis West, he had to walk to Clovis community. And I do think there's a connection that we need to do between the Millbrook neighborhood south of Shepherd, my new neighborhood where I live at Maple and Beheimer, to get them around the corner to that college, because you've got Copper Hills and Maple Creek down the street. So there's got to be some connection there to allow those young folks to get to where they want to go, who don't have Ferraris and all the other good stuff, right?
All I heard was that you don't live in District 2. No, I actually went to Clovis West
District
as well.
6, so.
No, I went to Clovis West as well, and I understand. I mean, what are they? Clovis Community, it was Willow back in my day.
Right.
It's grown a lot.
And that's their number one feeder campus is Clovis West.
Okay, that's a great thing. I appreciate that. Okay, so trolleys. So, and this is where I make it a little repetitive because I was getting a bit confused. Forgive me.
We got Brian right here, so we're both ready.
So, Brian, originally what we heard was there was a commitment from the administration to have ATU personnel, but because of certain things you outlined a moment ago, that's not feasible. Is that what? Okay, I may have missed that.
Allow me to clarify. So as part of the solicitation, we are requiring the drivers to be ATU.
Okay, got it. Then what was the issue with renting the trolleys? How did that impact the service? There was a concern Councilmember Esparza brought up.
Yeah, so it goes back to operating public transportation in a limited capacity.
Oh, and that's why it won't be in FACS?
Is why it won't be in FACS. So public transportation is defined as being accessible to everyone. So in FACS's instance, for their fixed route fee, they stop every quarter mile.
Okay.
For the trolleys, we're going from Fresno State to Fresno City through downtown, we're stopping 5 times. That's not public transportation, and one of the reasons why it cannot, that's why it's called limited capacity, as well as being available for charter. So we hit both points of the regulation that we cannot do.
So is there a way, my concern is, for example, and I think this trolley idea is awesome. I wish it was around when I was a student. What do we, and there was no Uber back then, of course. What do we do then if people are being rowdy? Maybe it's the later service, they're coming back. The fax unit will not be able to service these trolleys, is that correct? Because that's paid for with the enterprise fund, the fax PD unit?
The trolley operator will have the ability to call 911 just like anybody else.
Well, my concern is if these are ATU employees, and we are concerned about their safety, what can we do to ensure they have quick access? Because things in a smaller bus, again, I'm not an expert, but things can get kind of crazy pretty fast, especially if there's alcohol concerned. Maybe you can come back later, maybe with some suggestions. I'd be really interested in that.
Sure.
That could be, and I apologize, I didn't give you a heads up on this.
Not a problem.
But that would be helpful to me.
Thank you.
And then I have a question for Mr. Barfield on Veterans Boulevard again.
Yes, sir.
So as you said Route 3 may be eventually expanded to veterans. That will include, that gives more access to more paratransit, is that correct? Eventually?
No, it could.
Okay.
It could. Now, so what happens with paratransit, we're 1/4 mile beyond any fixed route. And so I think the bigger bang for the buck is going to be when we do this north-south connection.
Okay.
And west of 99. That's probably going to expand paratransit. No, actually, I take that back. When we get to Justin Garza, we'll have to expand. Okay. So that means that we'll go beyond Grantland for paratransit west of 99.
That's great.
So
okay.
That'll happen in August.
Okay, thank you very much. All good
Thank
stuff.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, there's only one left, man.
Guess
I'm ready.
who it is.
That's what the staff is all here for. I'm like, okay.
29 minutes to
Manager.
lunch.
Just a couple questions. When do we get you as full-time director? I know right now you're still doing double duty.
I don't know. I've been doing double duty half my career here at the city of Fresno. So it will be sometime after the budget process, I'm sure.
Okay. A quick note on your page B214, you indicate $4.5 million increase in PG&E charges. The additional money will cover increases in electricity costs, specialized software, technical equipment, fuel for the CNG fueling station. So how much of that is power versus fuel?
Oh, God.
And I know power now is fuel, right? It's charging buses.
No, yeah, she did give me that.
214.
What was it? Come on up, Linda. We're going to bring Linda Taylor up so she doesn't have to whisper to me.
We have $1.8 million budgeted for actual PG&E expense for the facilities. The balance of that is CNG for fuel for the buses.
How much of that is an increase in PG&E?
That I would have to get back to you.
Okay, thank you. It
What
just
the
read like $4.5 million increase in PG&E alone, which I know that probably wasn't the intent.
It includes the fuel in that number.
Okay,
Yeah, but we can break
perfect.
it down for you.
Thank you, that would be helpful. And Director, this is a request for information. Can I get the last 5 years of all the costs for service related to fax and the police department contract, broken down by year? I know you guys have the information you've presented to us in the past. How many calls for service does
fax
PD process
PD.
for you?
Yeah, so if it comes from PD, it would exclude their time not with us.
How do we get how many calls fax assigned PD officers have attended to per year?
I would have to get that from PD.
Right. Can you get that from PD
Yeah.
for the last 5 years?
But again, it won't include, that unit has now been gone 2.5, almost 3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know there was a break there. And the reason I ask is I'm trying to understand the trends, right? We didn't have them for a while. In my view, there wasn't a, swing on safety issues that I can ascertain. We're bringing it back, so I'm trying to judge how many calls per service have there actually been addressing per year.
I would disagree that with the swing, and the anomaly is COVID.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you, when you look
But our
at
folks
COVID.
didn't stop working,
And we
right?
we didn't stop.
Yeah.
But we were also riding 10 passengers at a time.
Yeah.
Right? So,
Okay.
so that's going to be the anomaly.
Yep.
Really.
You can give me the cost for service for the last 5 years. And then I also need a cost. I do intend to make a motion to add an additional route to the fax system. So I know that takes a while to develop, study, but I do intend to add a fax route from Community Medical Centers downtown Fresno to Community Medical Centers Hospital in Clovis. Right now, it's a couple-hour bus ride with multiple connections, and then a half-mile walk to the actual hospital. The city has funded medical services for the homeless through a grant with UC San Francisco Medical School. That grant runs out in a year. It's probably going to be how long it's going to take us to establish a new route. But ultimately, the hospital in downtown Fresno is over capacity. Everybody's in the hallways. There's a large line outside. All the empty hospital beds are in Clovis. I've been told by community medical centers they're one system, and there's just no connectivity to the other place where all the available beds are residing. So if you could get me a cost analysis for a dedicated route.
So I will tell you, Councilmember, I can't really get that. But what I can commit to, and it's something.
Why can't you get me that?
Because what we don't know is what the frequency looks like, what the man and woman power looks like. I can give you ballparks.
Can we ballpark it based on the trolley that's going from downtown to Fresno State?
No. So what we would end up doing is we have a program called Remix where we would probably plug in some decent data to give you ballparks. And that's about all I can do. It does not talk about, it would give me the number of pieces of equipment if we wanted to do a 30-minute service. It would give
I'm looking for a similar model as a trolley.
Then
right?
that's Remix.
It's
then
a
that's
similar
Remix.
distance, it's
Right.
a similar frequency.
Right. That would be the
Yeah.
Remix model.
I'm not looking for a fax bus and installation of multiple stops. I'm looking for, you get picked up at a downtown hospital, bus stop, you get on the freeway, 15 minutes later, you're at the Clovis Hospital, and then you make your way back. Similar, in my view, we're making investments to support folks, social life, nightlife. If we're making investments to get them to shopping centers, we're making investments to get them to the Herndon Medical Corridor, then we have to get them to the hospital that has all the available beds within our region, and that is Clovis. So if you can give me an estimate.
Sure, we will do a Remix model. Again, it won't be the exact amount that we end up coming back. That's part of the studies and what have you, but we can do a Remix.
And that would be another option to just purchase a trolley. My intention is not to fund it from Fax's existing operating funds, so not to take from another route, but we have a ton of money for homeless services. We just got a $700,000 settlement from the opiate, pharmaceutical company that poisoned everybody and has been killing people for years. So there's resources there to address the unhoused, the uninsured, and my goal is to fund them to actually get medical assistance, because our ability to provide our medical assistance directly is coming to an end.
Totally understand. It sounds like a similar model to what we do with the 58E, which runs on an hourly basis and connects us with Valley Children's Hospital, and was a part of a mitigation settlement that when they moved from the 40 site out to Madera, and they cover that cost altogether.
In an ideal situation, community medical should have covered that when they
Absolutely.
built Clovis, but for now, I think it's on us to fill the gap.
No disagreement there. That's been a frustrating part for us because we know that there's an entire complex out there. It's not in the city, of course, and we just deal with with sprawl. Right,
and just so you know,
so
what I'm trying to work through is, if somebody goes to ER in downtown Fresno, they got to wait a couple hours to be seen. A lot of our homeless are waiting there a couple hours to get medications renewed.
Right.
A 15-minute drive on a trolley to Clovis can get them seen in far less time than they're waiting.
You
in
totally
downtown
sound like
Fresno.
the former homeless czar that Greg Barfield got.
Right. I remember those double duty there. So if you can give me estimates so that I don't give you $5 million when you only need $1 million, that would be helpful.
Oh, you're going to get $5 million. Thanks.
Well, it depends, right? We got to make up but more importantly, we got to serve those folks. So those are only my questions, and I do anticipate making a motion tomorrow.
Sure.
So if you can give me a ballpark, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Joe, can you Caroline, can you ask Brian to just give me some raw numbers? Okay, thanks.
All right, Director, thank you for your time. Appreciate
All right.
you.
Well, again, it's always a pleasure to talk to you. I really, personally, I look forward to this because it gives us an opportunity to tell you the great things that we're doing in the Department of Mobility, Fresno Area Express. And again, we appreciate all of your support and all of your kind words and all of your trust in us, as well as your challenges for us to make the system better.
Hey, Director, if I may, I rode the bus this last weekend.
What?
I did. You know, I do a trust and verify with city staff. And I will tell you, your folks are professional. The ride was great. It was on time. I did not feel my safety at risk at any time. It was a great opportunity to have conversations with people who are trying to get to grocery stores, trying to get to medical appointments and to birthday parties. So your team has done a good job.
No, look. Yeah, no, look, we understand that our rider, she's 41 years old. She is doing exactly what you were doing, trying to get someplace. And she counts on us. And so we want to make sure that we're there on time and with great service. So we thank you for those comments. I thought that the manager was going to have to ring the bell on you or something, but.
All right, thank you again, Director, and thank you to your fantastic team for being here today. What we're going to do now is we're going to take things a little out of order. We're going to take economic development. I anticipate we'll get through the presentation. Good morning, Lance. We'll resume at 1:30, whatever we don't finish. I assume we'll probably wrap up your department around 2 to 2:15, and we'll take police immediately afterwards. But good morning to you. Welcome to your first budget.
Good morning. Lance Lippincott, Economic Development Director. All right. So this first slide has our vision statement. The vision statement for the department is relatively straightforward, and it highlights our three main practice areas, which are attraction, retention, and expansion. However, we also have a priority focus that's been developed over the last 7 months to developing entrepreneur pipelines in conjunction with local, state, and federal partners, and that helps us to ensure infill opportunities in vacant areas across the city. At the same time, we want to recognize that, healthy economies have healthy pipelines. Strong pipelines bring in new opportunities for creative infill, win older opportunities, and a lot of that is espoused in our vision statement. So, organizationally, the department has been restructuring a little bit to better ensure return on investment, and when we establish performance benchmarks to make sure that we hit those going forward. To that end, our primary operations are set up with direct departmental oversight under the Economic Development Director. Finance and administration of departmental operations are primarily conducted by the director, assistant director, and the executive assistant. This is intentional. It allows us to free up our economic development coordinators to really perform on our primary focus, which is services to businesses going forward. So their only role, they do not run programs, they actually provide services to business. However, unlike a lot of traditional economic development organizations, we've also restructured how we handle retention. Retention is primarily handled by our most experienced staff. That's myself and the assistant director. We place a priority because it's always easier to hold on to what you have currently and help them grow up than it is to attract in new talent. All right. So starting in October 2022, when I first came here, and it really builds on previous efforts, we really put in an intensive data gathering and reporting methodology. And the purpose of that is for us to help track benchmarks, ensure return on investment, and track who's going where and how much effort it's actually utilizing. The Q1 2023 report was issued from the department, was one of the results of our efforts, and we're going to issue quarterly reports going forward. That helps with transparency and ensures everyone knows where the efforts are going and the investment. What you see before you on the slide is pretty interesting. This is only 6 months worth of efforts of our operations from what we've tracked so far. The really kind of critical part about it is we've had a 71% growth year over year in site leads and prospects that are being tracked. The intention of the department is to track this for a year, and then we'll benchmark performance going forward. A healthy economy like City of Fresno especially should really have about $1 billion in potential economic impact projects going forward at any one time, and that's the tentative goal for the department. Currently, we're tracking just a little over $620 million in potential investment for projects, and those are projects from mom and pop shops up to $100 million developments that we're currently kind of courting and marketing to bring in and bring them to fruition in the city. Total impact on that is about 3,600 new jobs, so it's a substantial impact. At the same time, I'd like to highlight one of our biggest retention projects, and the mayor's office was very energetic on it, as well was the Kaiser Corporation. We were able to help them and assist them in securing $1.2 million in tax credits, and that was relatively recently. On the bottom end, retention and expansion, again, it's always easier to help retain what you have and help them grow. So we've had 16 plus leads with a total impact of economic impact of just over 320 million, or about 40 million in tax revenue for the city and local jurisdictions. So if you look from fiscal year 2023 to what we're proposing in 2024, it does appear that the department has a significant decrease in funding. However, the reduction can be attributed to one-time funding through ARPA. Specifically, there was $2.5 million. $1.5 million was rolled out for the facade grant to the priority areas in the city. $500,000 went to rental assistance for businesses, and $500,000 went actually to the mobile food vendor programs that went out. The other portion of that is the $300,000 in the North Point Community Benefit Fund that was previously housed in economic development. That's been transferred out of our budget to planning. The other one that's going to be wrapped up, and as of June 30th, is the grant with the National League of Cities under the Equitable Economic Mobility Initiative. We're on the tail end of that, and we're going to hopefully wrap that up by the end of the month. So positions, we're proposing no new position. We've actually worked to fill most of the departmental vacancies, and there was a promotion of Kelly Trevino to assistant director. We've added 2 economic coordinators with very diverse and high-performing backgrounds, Janae Conley and Elisa Ramirez. They have been here less than 3 months. Our current longest-serving economic development coordinator has just hit his 1-year mark, so we're a relatively young and hungry team. We're proposing no expansion in the upcoming year. So some of our most impactful items that we wanted to highlight, contractual obligations specifically, we're anticipating continuing a contract with the Fresno County Economic Development Corporation for $175,000. At the same time, we are proposing to continue with the $180,000 for Fresno Chamber's MAID conference. Training is another line item that for us is a little bit big. We're really emphasizing training for our coordinators. It helps us to get the team up to speed as quickly as possible and really performing as productively as they can. Conferences and marketing, really want to highlight the target for next year is ICSC Recon, that's Las Vegas, MDM West, Select USA, ICSC Monterey, of course, World Ag Expo, CalEd Annual Conference, and the IEDC Annual Conference. This allows us to do multi-sector marketing across both industrial, retail, commercial. It gets the word out there and helps us to actually expand the projects that we're attracting. For anticipated community outreach, currently there's an item that's scheduled to go before the council on the 8th. That's to hire or approve a consultant for the comprehensive economic development strategy for the city. So the comprehensive economic development strategy, the reason most cities and jurisdictions institute these, it allows them to access EDA infrastructure funding. It is a process. We're looking at between 6 to 9 months to get this stood up. Currently, our CEDS is about 2 years out of date. So this is something that we've prioritized since I came to the department. Once the consultant has been approved, one of the biggest inputs is community input, especially on the SWOT analysis and the rank or prioritization of projects that are pitched for EDA funding. And that is economic development in a nutshell.
We're going to try to field as many questions as possible before lunch. We'll stop about 12 o'clock, and then we'll come back afterwards. Does that work for you, Director?
Fantastic.
Okay, thanks. First person I have queued up is Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you. Again, thank you so much for your presentation. I think you've done a great job, especially with helping all the Bitwise employees. I understand you have a job fair here at City Hall. Can you tell us a little more about that?
Yeah, so, and I believe it just got rolled out through the mayor's office. January 16th, we've been working in partnership since Bitwise gave us a heads up with the Fresno Regional Workforce Development Board, local employers. And I gotta admit, the city departments have been incredibly energetic on assisting this. June 16th, there's going to be here at City Hall in the north and south breezeways, there'll be a job fair from 10 o'clock to 1 o'clock. We already have commitments from about 10. We're gonna ramp that up greatly. Public and private hiring employers. The intention of this event is to provide actual hiring employers that are gonna have jobs available. ISD has been fantastic to line up for us to have the computer lab. Personnel is gonna staff it. It's gonna be a very holistic event that's targeted at getting as many people jobs as possible. We've actually provided them notice. This is my first rapid response with a tech company before. They actually have their own private chat line. We've been sending it out through the employees' chat line, so it's been pretty fantastic connections.
That's great. Now, I love your enthusiasm, and I wish Bitwise had given us a heads up. Unfortunately, they didn't, but that's why Councilmember Chavez and I and City Manager had to get moving. Thank you. Okay, so one of the, what did I say? You said Chavez. Oh, I'm gonna get in trouble for that later. Councilmember Esparza, I'm sorry, Nelson.
We get confused about 3 times a week, so this is only the second time, don't worry.
Okay, that was great. So I have a couple of motions I'm going to make. One of them is, so one of the things I think is really important are sister city relationships, and I don't know how much, you and I haven't had a chance to talk about that, especially with Guadalajara, Mexico. I mean, I think when it comes to flights going into their city, Fresno by volume is in 3rd place, and that was as of a couple of years ago, and we're adding more flights. And there's lots of industry there that we can bring here and vice versa. Münster, Germany is one of my cities. Battery technology is a big thing over there. Education is a big thing over there. So we're working on fostering those relationships. But a lot of those communities, those countries, they take that relationship very seriously, and they have a lot of staff dedicated because of the economic incentives working with other governments in other countries. And I think this is something that I'd like to give one more shot if we can get a position authorized to have a dedicated sister city liaison to manage all the relationships rather than relying on council offices. It gets pretty tough. So I have a motion to allocate $100,000 for a new position of a sister city liaison.
Second
Now,
that.
okay, thank you, Councilmember Chavez. And if the administration wants to come back and say what department they want to house that under, and the funding, we'll have to just during the budget process identify the funding for that. The other is we last year did pass a motion to allocate $50,000 to cover expenses for travel and other things related to sister cities. I'll make a second motion to allocate another $50,000.
Second.
And that's all I have today. If you have any comments, you're welcome to make them, but thank you.
All right, so 2 motions and 2 seconds by Chavez. Next in the queue, I have Vice President Perea. Okay, she's gonna wait, so that brings us to Miguel Arias. All right, let's go ahead and break here, Director, and we'll see you at 1:30, okay?
Sounds good.
Thank you, sir. All right, time is 11:52. We're gonna take a lunch break. We will be back at 1:30. Thank you, everybody.
months on the job. Our longest serving coordinator is a year. We pick it up based on strengths. So we have Joshua Goggins is one of our economic development coordinators. He's going through his doctoral thesis in economics right now, so he's picking up a lot of high-end stuff. He's working some of our biggest impact projects. Janae Conley, on the other hand, she actually is fantastic with financing and financial resources, so she's primarily helping with entrepreneurs, small business startups. And Alicia is actually assisting with, she's got 2 businesses that are coming in from Guadalajara, Mexico, that we're actually attempting to locate in the city. They're ag concerns primarily, but she's working a lot of her contacts for foreign investment back into Fresno. We don't have specific practice areas by geography. We're a small team, so we all work the area citywide.
Is your primary contact with the administration or is it with council offices?
I directly report to Georgianne.
All right, so what's your interaction with council offices in your day-to-day operations?
So we do provide, and we've had contact, and I know Councilmember Carbasi is one that I've had contact with this week. I mean, we do provide support and everything else like that. Councilmember Chavez, I believe, was at Recon in Las Vegas. We provided economic impact, some of our marketing materials that could be taken as well. It's kind of on an as-needed basis. Where can we fill in?
Walk me through your conduct an economic analysis and its relationships with the surrounding MSA. What exactly is that?
So MSA is a metropolitan statistical area, and a lot of what we have is drilled down on the metropolitan statistical area, which is a little bit bigger than the city of Fresno, but the city of Fresno is the primary economic driver in it. What we do for economic analysis is anytime a project comes in, we run it through, and we have great software, and I will tell you, Joshua Goggins is an absolute wizard with it. We run it through to see what the actual economic impact is. Because we're a small team, we prioritize higher economic impacts. That way we can dedicate more resources to them. Generally, and so one of the ones we just ran was actually a hotel pitch. Hotel told us they're going to be investing about $21 million. We use that investment, we run a construction analysis on it. We also run a separate economic analysis to determine the amount of jobs that are going to actually be impacted in the local area, total investment, and what the potential tax revenue generation is.
What about the carry out a market industry cluster analysis?
So that's something that we're starting to roll into a little bit more, and that's part of the SEDS primarily. What we do is when we look at market cluster analysis is we look at what's vulnerable for attraction, what's vulnerable to leave, and what we can actually expand out a little bit more. So one of the areas we've been really kind of jumping into with a couple other departments to really enhance is attractions specifically for superconductors and chip generation. Unfortunately, the last lead we had was a giant water user, so we had to pass them along, unfortunately. And total credit for DPU, they turned around the assessment in 24 hours. But that's kind of what we're doing when we're doing these clusters. We're trying to determine what's actually good to attract to the area and what do we have to offer them.
What's your interaction or your relationship or whatever contract with the Fresno County Economic Development Corporation? Where do we stand with them?
So we have an active contract. Will's here in the audience. Made sure we got him a heads up when we were going to have our finance. We work hand in hand with them. Generally, we develop our own leads unilaterally as the EDC does, but we also do a lot of partnership programs. I can tell you, I think we got 3 that we referred to over last week that we're actually working as a joint team between the 2 entities.
So is your budget proposed to continue that relationship? If so, for what amount and for what scope of work?
Yes, it's budgeted to continue with the 175 or 175,000 over the next year, and I believe that's up to. It was written into the contract that's at city manager's discretion as approved by the council. So the scope of work is going to remain the same. What we're doing is there's a little bit heavier reporting requirements to get the 2 entities to work more closely together, and we already really do. We're going to continue those efforts and continue kind of partnering as much as we can.
I noticed in the mayor's proposed budget, he's recommending, say, a little bit of above $100,000 to Fresno Made. I believe it used to be the Fresno Food Expo back then for the Chamber of Commerce. Why isn't that the work that your office or your department does? Why do we have to contract that out?
So honestly, the best economic strategies are playing off the strengths of other CBOs and partners that you can actually leverage. MADE is fantastic because you're leveraging actually the relationships with the Fresno Chamber of Commerce, which are fantastic for that type of event. And I believe we're on our 3rd year with that one. So it's actually developing a lot of leads, and it's a great entrepreneur pipeline for us. So that event, it's not something that we're really geared up to do. We're not a membership organization. We're set up more as a single user, single client organization.
Yeah, I guess why I'm asking out loud is that there's several chambers of commerce or membership organizations in Fresno serving the city of Fresno. why are we having a contract with this organization, not the others?
So we do have contracts with the others as well. And right now we're working on supporting one through the Fresno Metro Black Chamber. It's actually a Kiva sponsorship to bring that micro loan possibility back on board. At the same time, some of the other chambers, like the Fresno Area Hispanic Foundation, they're actually running the $1.5 million facade grant. We try and spread that out between the chambers as much as we can. I will tell you, as a department, we have joined every chamber. So we work with all of them closely. They're a lot of our main avenues or on-ramps to accessing local businesses.
How much of your budget is set aside for marketing Fresno or advertisement or outreach, however you want to classify it?
So let me check. So a lot of what we have marketed or we have included is in the conferences and travel. That's set at $105,000. At the same time, for other services, we have a total line item on that one, including marketing materials of an additional $85,000. And a lot of that we're trying to handle as quickly as possible. So right now we're actually working through a contract with a local provider to set up a marketing booklet. What that does is shows off workforce across multiple sectors, something that we really haven't had generated unless it was industry specific.
Do you have a list of businesses that you've attracted or retained in Fresno as a result of your department's work?
Absolutely, yes.
Can you provide us that in a memo?
Yes, we can provide that.
Do you need a formal direction or? Yeah, my formal request is for a list of any businesses that were attracted to the city of Fresno or retained by the city of Fresno as a direct result of the work from the Economic Development Department or its subcontracted relationships. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Esparza.
Good afternoon, Lance. The dollars you requested for conference and travel and all that, I know you had approached the Economic Development Committee about kind of this phase-in plan, and you were being kind of choosy about which events and conferences economic development would attend. Does the budget you said you've requested and that's proposed here, does that cover everything that you wanted to do or were planning to do this year?
Yeah, and the conferences that we're proposing, so Recon was one that I felt we could make a huge push on this year. The team is just too new. I can tell you the ones that are proposed next year are to cover multiple sectors, especially MDM West, which we want to keep that one on there. And we want to build on prior efforts, especially at ICSC Recon. So what is currently budgeted is sufficient to cover kind of the main thrust of our marketing conferences in the next year.
Okay. Switching gears, I think, is this your first budget with us?
It is, yes.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you.
Condolences, one or the other. So, Lance, I want to know who in the department is working along the Blockstone corridor, if anyone?
So multiple, and I will tell you, I've probably had the most contacts. I meet with businesses whenever they request it. Most of them have my personal cell phone number. We meet at their business. It's just easier for them. So, but we have multiple staff that are covering it.
I'll tell you what I'm looking for. I mean, I know you have, I think Lupa is currently assigned to downtown, which is great. And I mean, I think from an economic development perspective, it's really about people. It's about jobs and industry and making sure the money moves among those people. You can't have people without housing, right? And I mean, we're doing our part in other departments like Public Works to try and invest in the proper infrastructure. But housing is key. And just these developments in the revitalization of the corridor is absolutely key. And I see that as kind of a key function of your department in terms of having someone who is kind of actively facilitating development deals in conjunction with planning. And I know we have folks on the planning side who are doing that. But is there anyone kind of sort of working up that alley currently?
Yeah, so right now, we have multiple projects that are cited along Blackstone that are in various stages leading up to entitlement. And it's kind of funny, this has been my first economic area where we've actually had a lot of leakage and bleed over of housing into economic development. So we're actually picking up projects there. We're trying to support them as best we can on kind of the side as well. But there's no one directly assigned to that. our staffing levels are kind of set so that we're basically jacks of all trades. We all work it. Joshua Goggins probably has the most projects along Blackstone right now, but I know Alicia is carrying over a couple as well.
And council member, just to clarify, so Lupe Perez is not in the Economic Development Department. She's in Planning and Development and focuses on downtown. And then the housing-specific position, the Terry Cox position, is also in Planning and Development, as you well, Lee Fong's position as well, which is non-residential. So those functions are not in the Economic Development Department, but they work very closely with the Economic Development Department.
Okay, yeah, that clarifies. It's just, you know, we need folks, it's about the businesses that exist there, supporting them, but also just finding ways to bring in more value and additional value and grow that value in terms of the physical development and revitalization of the corridor. So I just wanted to make sure that partnership and function is there somehow, some way. It sounds like it's been more appropriately placed in the planning, so that will suffice.
All right, thank you. Up next, Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you. I forgot to ask you, last year we did fund some money for ICSC, which is really important to me because we have a lot of vacant shopping centers in my district or big box stores, and some of them have successfully been, I'm thinking of the former Long's Drugs at Hernan and Marks, and now someone's going to go in there. That's a big deal. Do you need any more? What's the funding look like? Is there money left over to be able to go next year to ICSC and continue that work?
So it is budgeted to have sufficient funding to cover those conferences going forward. And I will tell you, we are swapping up our style on these simply because in the past, and I know it's always been especially the older economic developers, they love to get booths, they love to spend a ton of money on them, park up in them, everything else like that. We've been operating more on going to where the people are. So we're hitting booths ourselves. We're having no home base except for Team California. So everything that's pitched within the budget is to support that kind of effort.
Okay. Another thing just to keep on your radar, and I think I might have mentioned this last year, of course you weren't here at the time. As you look towards economic development, as far as new growth with Veterans Boulevard, it's a major project. It's hopefully going to open up the two sides of Fresno and what they call Forgotten Fresno. But getting something like a Sprouts or a grocery store or whatever brand it would be, banks, basic services, that's going to be really, really important. We haven't discussed that yet. But definitely something I think we should be talking about or thinking about in the future. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, VP. Lance, great job. Your team, I think, has been doing a lot of great work. There was a couple of years ago when we really didn't have anybody in that position, and we've kind of been trying to figure it out. But what I would like for you and your department to do is to work closely with our EDC folks. They've been doing that for a long time. They know Fresno. They obviously do Fresno County. Your job is more focused on the city. And I did see that you guys did attend ICSC. I know that we kind of went in with the California Coalition folks. And I guess my questions are along those lines of, I've been attending a couple of years to the conference. I was actually invited by folks that are doing a lot of commercial stuff, and it was pretty eye-opening to see that. The part that I want us to work more closely with our EDC folks is the data that is secured. I had a conversation with representatives from Kohl's. They obviously want to know very specific information, and I think it's only fitting that our PD is here. One of the big questions was, obviously, we're seeing a lot of the habitual shoplifting that's going on, the leakage that goes on from these stores. Not just here, and surprisingly, California is not the worst. I asked that question. It's actually New Mexico, so thank you, New Mexico, for beating California in that area. But the data that I'm more interested in is whenever you meet with a lot of these folks, whether it's Burlington Kohl's, Macy's, Nordstrom folks, they want to know what the discretionary spending is. So what are we doing as a city to do that data analysis and have that prepped and ready to go so that when you go and you meet, it's not kind of like just a like you said, shot in the dark conversation. It's more specific. This is what Fresno has. This is our discretionary spending. This is where you can build and you will have customers that come here. And what is really interesting about the way that they work, the private sector is, and you know this, it's a little bit creepy, Big Brother-ish. they know exactly where everybody in the city has purchased detergent from Target or Walmart or Macy's. So what are we doing to secure some of that data to help you try to recruit those folks to Fresno?
So some of that stuff we've already developed. So I can tell you, one of the cool things is the state rolled out this very innovative tool that where you can go down to a city block level almost and do assessments on their spending patterns, average age in the area, everything else. What's been neat is one of the coordinators and our interns teams actually went through and they created custom layers by council district so that we could actually run some of those stats. On the flip side, for some of our larger projects, we've actually done full studies for them. It's not something we publish, it's not something we send out. We provide all of that information to them, including traffic from the nearest off-ramps, anything of that nature. A lot of that stuff is public open data shared by Caltrans or others that are in the space right now. We do it all the time. Most of it will take generalized, and that's where we're developing some of the marketing materials that are more generalized. What we want to do is we want to kind of hook them with the general materials and then run the custom stuff for them on the backside. EDC is another one that has a ton of capabilities, so we plan on leveraging that relationship as best we can.
So we actually have capacity to do that right now, your team.
Yep.
Who in your team does that?
It depends. It depends on who's running the lead. We try and keep whatever lead, it's cradle to grave. They work with them because they know them, they're comfortable with them. If the coordinators are relatively new, the two new ones that we have, Joshua, Kelly, or I will run that stuff. We'll provide it to them, review it with them. That way they know and they can speak on it intelligibly. But we've been running that stuff for about the last 6 months.
And I think in the past, what's been very helpful is whenever you meet with folks, they want to see obviously what parcels available, the zoning, the incentives that it qualifies for. Has your office prepared those kind of collaterals that are ready to go?
Yeah, right now we're mostly, so we have our teaser properties whenever we go to stuff that we've been, hey, this is heads up, it's coming on the market, or it might fit the particular, like if we're meeting with CBRE, we position the properties that way. We utilize CoStar almost exclusively at this point at the same time. So we run kind of hybrid. We send it out through CoStar. We take a look at what's available and what's listed in there currently. At the same time, we'll send it over to partners at the EDC. We send it out to every realtor we can get locally and have them identify the properties and send them up to us so we can consolidate them and use them in pitches. One of the things that we're going to look at, and one of the things we've been considering under the new website, is instead of just having these teaser properties in paper form, let's get them up on the website. Post the top 10 properties in Fresno, what their availability is, all of the zoning, and the GIS system, frankly, is one of the biggest tools that we've been using to identify a lot of that stuff.
That's great. Okay. No, thank you. Thank you for the work you and your team have been doing. Vice President?
Councilmember Arias.
Director, you indicated that you guys work with businesses to ensure that they take advantage of city incentives. I'll be sending you a bank who's trying to locate to the district for a follow-up. So if you can just give me a point of contact if it's you, just shoot me an email and I'll respond with the information. Thank you.
Director, on page B61 in the budget, where it talks about the comprehensive economic development strategy, it lists that you guys are going to be focusing on the Blackstone and Ventura Kings Canyon corridors. Do you guys have any plans in regards to the Tower District? Anything currently under the works?
So the CEDS is going to do an assessment of the full city. Those have been labeled simply as priority areas based on census tract data. However, we really need to see what comes out of the consultant. Chabin's the consultant that we're proposing to the city. They've done a lot of this stuff. What we're going to do is we're going to actually use them to identify high target areas that could actually be developed. It's probably not going to be in line with any other census tract data or anything else. It's going to be very specific. So we're really expecting this to change, and that's why we're really kind of excited about the CEDS process.
So you're going to wait for the outcome of that report to dictate which are going to be your priorities?
Bringing in the data and using that to drive kind of how we place businesses and market them and stuff is kind of the best model. Right now we're operating on what's coming in and how can we operate with priority sectors with the biggest impact. This will help us be a lot more deliberate. So whatever the plan actually identifies is going to be the stuff that we focus on.
Okay. I don't know what the plan is going to identify, but I would like to make a motion for your department to prioritize the Tower District. It's an area that is right now heavy along the bar side, and so we're looking to diversify the types of businesses in the Tower District just to make it more family friendly. We have a lot of good momentum right now with the Tower District Farmers Market, and we recently passed a business incentive plan to incentivize and to cut down on a lot of fees to hopefully attract more of a diverse business sector for the Tower area. And we have a lot of vacancy down there as well.
Council
and then
Vice President, can I get clarification? Is that like more of a direction? Because for like a budget motion, it needs to be more like, you want to add or you want to, I'm not proposing this, cut something. So if it's more of like you want to give, recommendation for direction to have us focus on Tower, I think that would be more appropriate because I'm not sure that that's technically a budget motion.
Okay. I would like the Tower District prioritized, so if that's going to be in the form of direction, director, then I would like, direction to prioritize the Tower District.
I'll second that.
No matter what the results come back as, because it may not come back as the Tower District being a priority. So thank you.
Council member,
yeah.
you could also just request as a memo on ways that the Tower District can be prioritized pursuant to this budget. That way it gets back to you and then you're able to make a motion that has a dollar value attached to it and specifics.
Or you can request that the funding of one position be dedicated to Tower District businesses.
I'm okay with that direction for the time being. Want to make another motion? And then
I'd like to make a motion to dedicate the vacant position that's currently unfilled to be focused on the Tower District Business Corridor.
Second.
I'll second that.
And then Director, can I just get a memo on current sites that you guys have identified in District 1 that you are either currently in the works to attract new businesses to or will be moving forward?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? All right, seeing no further hands up, thank you, Director, for your presentation and for your time. That wasn't so painful, right? All right, up next, we're going to move to the Police Department. Chief, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I'm Paco Balderrama, Chief of Police for the Fresno Police Department, now for 2 years, 5 months, 17 days, and 5 hours, but who's counting? Thank you very much for this opportunity to present the fiscal year 2024 budget for the Fresno Police Department. The Fresno Police Department is a professional law enforcement organization focused on building community trust and increasing safety through proactive enforcement, community engagement, and partnerships with local, state, and federal organizations. This last year, we had the opportunity to rewrite not just our mission statement and our vision statement, but also identify core values that would fit the current trends. I'll start with the core values that were recommended by every member in the organization, from police officer all the way up to deputy chief and our professional staff. And the 7 core values are professionalism, integrity, compassion, courage, service, resiliency, and accountability. Now, the mission statement is something that our staff supervisors had some input in. This is something that should really be somewhat permanent and not change, other than every couple of decades. And the mission statement for the Fresno Police Department is that we are committed in service and partnership with our community to provide safety, security, and hope. And lastly, the vision statement for the police department identified by myself is to make the city of Fresno the safest large city in California and the Fresno Police Department the best agency in the country. Those are the short and long-term goals. As you know, the Fresno Police Department is a rather large organization comprised of about 1,300 employees, men and women, both sworn and professional. It is estimated that in the United States there are approximately 17,000 law enforcement agencies. The average size of a law enforcement agency is 35 police officers. Therefore, Fresno PD is larger than about 97% of those. We are divided up into 4 separate divisions. Going from left to right, the support division, headed up by Deputy Chief Mindy Casto, encompasses the traffic unit, the 911 Communications Center, our Records Bureau, our Police Community Relations, and the Emergency and Special Response Teams, which includes SWAT, K-9, EOD, CIT, and CNT. I won't list all of them. Next one is the Investigations Division, headed up by Deputy Chief Mark Salazar. And that basically includes all of our specialized units and investigations teams, which include homicide, felony assault, Family Justice Bureau, where domestic violence and child abuse, sex assault is investigated, and also our Magic Team, Vice, and then special investigations teams. Next up is our patrol district, headed up by Deputy Chief Burke Farah, and that includes the 5 district policing sectors. Regionally, we have Central, Northwest, Northeast, Southwest, and Southeast. But that also includes our district bike teams, which I'm going to talk about a little bit later, our Metro Bike Team, and our Park Rangers program. And then lastly, but very importantly, the Administration Division, which is headed up by Deputy Chief Phil Cooley. Right now, Captain Joe Alvarez is heading that up temporarily. And that includes our internal affairs, employee services, personnel, recruiting, which is very important, and then our training center. The accomplishments for 2023. In 2022, or this fiscal year, but last year combined, we had 894,000 calls to our communications center. 392,000 of these required police response, some type of a police response. As far as what we've been able to do in violent crime, and these are updated numbers, which are updated from the slides up there. Homicides have been driven down by 46.2%. Shootings are down by 9.2%. Rapes are down by 21.5%. Robberies are down by 13%. Some increases. Our homicide clearance rate went from a pretty dismal clearance rate in 2020 of 38% to 73% the next year, 83% the year after that, and currently we're at 107%, meaning that every homicide has been solved, and we've solved some homicides from last year. Property crimes, business burglaries are down by 48%, one of the most significant impacts. Residential burglaries are down by 28.4%. Vehicle thefts are down by 32%. And this is not up here, but catalytic converter thefts are down by 71%. That's the largest decrease of any crime. As far as our recruiting and retention, we've been very, very fortunate here in the city of Fresno that we have been able to attract high-quality candidates without lowering a single standard. This fiscal year, we were able to hire 119 new police officers. And the attrition rate was slowed down by 5.7% the first year I was here in 2021. One particular month, we had 14 people leave in 1 month. We slowed that down to about 2 per month, which means we will hire all the police officers that we can. By the end of the year, they'll be fully trained by the first part of 2024. As far as police community relations, and these are updated numbers as well. In 2022, we were able to participate in, coordinate, or be at 1,029 events with an estimated attendance of 412,000 people. As far as the crime reductions, we've been able to do this through intelligence-driven policing and strong communications between our patrol and specialized units, leveraging partnerships, obviously our federal partners, local partners, but also community organizations such as Advanced Peace have been very helpful. The 5 policing districts have been built up to basically be fully functioning operational police forces, which means each policing district now has, obviously the bread and butter is going to be your patrol officers, but also an investigation team, an evening TAC team called DST, bike units, community service officers who are very helpful in taking reports, and a POP team. The complete budget for the police department amounts to $261 billion, 600,005 and 400. It's a lot of money. I realize that. Also, we should note that $6.9 million is in grant funding. At the top, the personnel costs are the most expensive, clearly. They amount to about 80% of the budget at $210 million. And that's an increase of about $22.8 million from the previous year. The non-personnel costs is actually a reduction of $1.77 million. Last year, we funded a lot of high-priced items such as repairs to the Regional Training Center and accident recording system. We had an increase in training funds of $100,000 and an increase in outside legal services. None of those things are in this year's budget. Therefore, we do have a reduction. As far as intra-departmental funding, that is going to be an increase of $4.39 million. The main things there are going to be $907,000 with in-vehicle costs. That's 74 vehicle replacements, lease payments. That also includes 8 new vehicles. Some of the other increases include property self-insurance, liability self-insurance, fleet services, fleet fuel, which we saw a drastic rise in that last year, information services, and replacement of some leased computers, and I'll go into detail a little bit further. As far as budgeted positions, the request for this year's budget in fiscal year 2024 was basically 13 positions in the sworn category, police officers, and another 13 positions in professional staff. That will bring us up to 900 total sworn police officers and 397 and a half because a couple of positions are partially funded. And that will bring the police department to 1,297 and a half positions. To be exact, as far as the sworn positions, that includes the 12 district bike officers that were partially acquired through a COPS federal hiring grant, and one sergeant position that was actually partially funded in the last fiscal year 2023, and will be now fully funded, so we're technically adding another position because now it's fully funded. As far as the professional staff, that includes 4 emergency services dispatchers, 2 emergency, or what we call ESD, 2 ESD3s, and an ESD supervisor. It also includes a transcriptionist and a senior management analyst who will work in finance. The other 4 positions were partially funded in fiscal year 23, and now they're going to be fully funded, which adds 4 more positions. The biggest impact to the Fresno Police fiscal year 2024 budget is going to be the following. Contractual obligations of about $126,000. This includes an increase in ShotSpotter of $61,000. Our Northwest Policing District lease went up almost $5,000, which honestly is still a great deal. It's been very low for a lot of years, so that impact is not as great. Janitorial services have gone up about $60,000. For a total impact of $126,000. Utilities are anticipated to go up over $88,000, almost $89,000. That's a 23.5% increase in PG&E services. The next item is officer equipment at over $500,000, $507,200 to be exact. And what that includes is it's going to include funding for the 12 cops positions to equip them. Obviously, when you hire 12 police officers, you can't just pay for the salaries, you got to pay for the equipment. That amounts to about $11,000 of equipment per police officer. Additionally, there's $239,000 needed for 80 officer positions. One of the things that we failed to do my first year is we added police officers, but we did not add costs. We have costs. This is going to make up the difference. And then $60,000 for hiring package. Basically, it costs us $1,000 of equipment when we hire a cadet or we promote a cadet to a recruit, and they're going to go through the police academy. $1,000 per officer isn't very significant, but when you have several of them, 60 of them, it does add up. The next item, item number 4, is going to be the vehicle leases that I talked about a little bit earlier. And again, that's going to be 74 replacement vehicles and upfit costs. 40 of these are going to go to patrol. 15 of these are going to be unmarked for detectives. 15 motorcycles at $78,000. Those are lease payments. I wish I could get 15 motorcycles for that amount. 1 transit van to replace another one. And 3 K-9 patrol vehicles. We are adding 7 additional vehicles, 2 which will go to our newly formed street racing team, and 5 that will go to the SRO program as we add the 5 remaining SRO positions for Fresno Unified School District. The last item on there is going to be a Bearcat armored tactical vehicle. The lease payment would be almost $40,000 for this budget year. That is not a new vehicle. It is a new vehicle, but it's replacing an old one that has been giving us a lot of trouble. It's quite old and not always functioning. The next item, number 5, is going to be a partnership with the Department of Mental Health, or Behavioral Health, as we try to expand a triage program for the evening time that puts police officers working hand in hand with clinicians who can go out to scenes and help de-escalate and render services to those in crisis. The next item, number 6, is going to be a total of $307,500. This is, part of it is coming from the general fund, $65,000 worth. The other $242 has been earmarked through ARPA. And this is to, the 65 is going to be to pay for hardware and software for a regional crime lab that we started with county agencies, the Fresno County District Attorney's Office and other agencies. Instead of us paying for the entire cost of a crime lab, we basically introduce some resources that will help pay for it, and we have full use of their facility. Please understand that, technology has changed quite a bit. Just about every felony crime, especially violent crimes, have some type of a technology tied to it, meaning a computer that we have to dump, a phone that we have to analyze, and that's what this is paying for. The other portion of that is going to be to replace 30 car computers for police cars. These computers are out of date. They're still operating on the Windows 10 software, and clearly that is not something that is working, functioning for us anymore. The software that we're buying now takes a lot more of a modern system, so that's going to replace those computers. And then finally, equipment for ARPA. That's going to be $377,000. That's going to include 2 explosive ordnance disposals, basically 2 bomb suits, EOD bomb suits. Those cost about $36,000. And the ones we have now are basically come to their end of life and must be replaced. That's also going to pay for an overhaul of one of our helicopters at the cost of $140,000 to keep that unit operational. And then finally, 636 cell phones will be added to sworn personnel. We have a contract already in place with AT&T. They've given us a reduced rate, and that is going to allow for us to have a contract for additional cell phones for police officers. It is not ideal for a police officer to use their personal phone while they're on a crime scene to take pictures, to communicate with victims or suspects. We'd much rather have that on an actual city phone that could be subpoenaed. As far as grant funding, as I said earlier, we have approximately $6.91 million in grants. Those include federal and state grants. There's a lot of them. I won't go through all of them, but I do have them listed if you have specific questions. I can tell you that we use our SLESA funding to keep the helicopter operational. The city provides for salaries and some fuel costs, but the rest of it comes through grants. We also pay for training, body-worn cameras, and software with this funding. That's federal funding. Homeland Security grant, we're able to buy radios, SWAT equipment with it. The JAG grant, we have 2 right now, one for $184,000 left over in it. The other one has $229,000. And we buy equipment for K-9, motorist ballistic vests, and our ballistic vest replacement program. The Saki grant, which I've been before this council before to get this approved. We have the 2020 and 2021. One of them has $1 million. The other one's about $500,000. And this pays for 2 full-time detectives who work in the cold case unit to follow up on some of these cases. It also pays for 2 crime specialists that can go through previously adjudicated cases and determine those that are required for us to get lawfully owed DNA and submit that to the state. The community-oriented policing, or the COPS grant, which I talked about earlier, that's about $500,000 for this year. That's going to pay for a percentage of the new district bike teams that are going to be deployed later next month. And then a de-escalation grant that we actually got last year, there's $42,000 left in that. What we did with that is we bought a piece of equipment that would help train police officers in de-escalation, and then it paid for some overtime so we can do extended training classes in the evening time. Going down to our state grants, the ones that are pretty significant is Project Safe Neighborhood. We're able to use, we got that this last year. We were very fortunate to get that grant, and we were able to expand some of the equipment out at the Magic Wire Room. The STEP grant is the one that we apply for every year. We've actually reduced the amount that we asked for because we didn't have the staffing at the time to do this many operations, but as we build up our motors teams, we're able to do more of them. This helps lower DUIs by doing operations with DUI checkpoints and making sure that we're out there visible, enforcing traffic laws. And then the Officer Wellness and Mental Health Grant, which is about $418,000. That is for training of department employees. The next slide up is going to be our new programs. I'm pretty excited to talk about this particular slide because it shows some of the expansion that we've been able to implement inside the police department that has had a great impact on lowering violent crime and property crimes. The one on top is the district bike teams that I've talked about. Really, that's going to be the only new addition. The other programs that I'm talking about they're going to be finally realized in this fiscal year, but they've been approved in the past. As far as these district bike teams, a lot of the specific details are still being formulated, but I can tell you that initially we're going to deploy 8 of them on July the 3rd. 2 are going to be assigned to Northeast, 2 to Central, 2 to Northwest, and 2 to Southeast. Once staffing levels allow us to, we're going to go ahead and add the other 4 to make the total of 12 so we can fully realize that grant. We're still developing the locations of where they're going to be deployed. I can tell you this is that, part of the usefulness of these district bike teams is the fact that they're going to be flexible, that their assignments are going to be based on some of the problems in those high-profile areas, whether it's criminal activity or a special event that's going on a particular weekend, or some other type of crime prevention program. As far as Northeast, the main focus areas are going to be El Dorado Park and the Fashion Fair Mall area, but also Woodward Park and the Blackstone Corridor. As far as the Central, obviously the Tower District is, that's where bikes are very useful, but also on occasion out at Manchester Mall, the Fresno High area, and Granny Park, which is over at Effie in Sussex. In Northwest, the West Shaw Corridor is an area of interest, as is Pinedale and in Inspiration Park. Down in Southeast, the Kings Canyon Corridor, where businesses find it useful to have daily contact with a police officer on a bike, much more personal, much more communication being conducted in that sense. But in addition to that, the winery area and then Clinton and Tulare are some areas where we've had some problems, and we want to make sure that we're visible out there. The street racing team, I think most of you already know about that. Keep in mind that was approved last fiscal year, but just now, this past month, we were able to fully staff that team, and we expect some great results from them. The Central Valley Gun Crimes Unit is one that I'm very excited about. It's a partnership with one of our federal partners, the ATF. These are not new positions. These are specialized units. They were placed on task forces because we felt that they were going to be more impactful. But they're already making some pretty significant cases as far as taking illegal guns off of our streets. Our district safety teams, you guys know about that. Those were, really started in fiscal year 23, but we hope to fully staff them at the end of this fiscal year. And those district safety teams really give, as I said earlier, give these policing districts a lot more resources, especially in the evening times. A big key to lowering violent crime has been strong visibility in our high-profile areas, our hot zones during the evening. So these teams allow us to be more proactive instead of reactive, and that's what's been useful this last year in lowering crime. Our park ranger program, currently it's been a little slow to start. We have 6 individuals who have been hired, actually 3 who are almost fully trained, and then another 3 who are going through the final hiring processes. The training period is about 8 weeks, 2 weeks in orientation, another 6 weeks with a CSO, learning the ropes as far as the ins and outs of managing our computer system and protocols of the Fresno Police Department. And then lastly, the CIT Correspondent Program. As I said earlier, that's a partnership with the Department of Behavioral Health. I can tell you that Susan Holt has been a key ally in just putting resources into trying to address the needs of our community, especially those suffering mental crisis. For a long time, we've been looking at better models in order to have the resources out there in the community instead of police officers trying to be psychologists, psychiatrists, render aid. It really should be healthcare professionals who are trained in this field. So this money has been earmarked to help launch that program. As far as our community outreach efforts, these are just a few of the new programs that we started this last year. The Hero Camp is one that's really focused on our young ladies, empowering them and showing them the possibilities of not just working for the city, but working in law enforcement and public safety. Our Pivot program was a partnership through the Fresno County Department of Education, and it's kind of like an updated DARE program that is more current. And we have a full-time police officer that's able to go to several 5th grade classes here in the county and teach that program. It's been highly successful. Bigs and Badges is a partnership with Big Brothers and Big Sisters. That's to pair up police officers as mentors to kids in underserved communities. Our First Responder Camp has been very, very successful to the point where we've had to expand that camp. We've had several of those. We go out to the training center and we expose our young kids to public safety, not just the police department, but also the fire department. Faith in Blue this year will be our 3rd consecutive year doing this program. This is a national program that's being pushed by the COPS office at the federal level. And I'm very happy to say that we were one of the first agencies in California to take part in this. And the real beautiful thing about this program is the fact that it's a citywide program, and it really includes every house of worship that wants to partner with us. It really doesn't matter what the faith is, just as long as they're willing to open the doors to us and really just kind of share community and go out there and interact with those folks has been a great program for us. And then as far as community policing and outreach, we've been very active since I got here. And keep in mind, we were very restricted during the pandemic. So in 2021 was when we really first started ramping this up. And now we're attending a lot of different events. I talked to you guys earlier about what we did in 2022, but so far this year we've attended 470 events with about 48,000 people in attendance. So we're right on track to do the same thing that we did last year. The title on this one should be the goals, but the fiscal year 2024, I'd really anticipate a lot of the progress in the momentum that we've experienced this last year to continue. Bottom line is that I expect the police department to be fully staffed with 900 budgeted positions, and currently we have 846. But we do have almost 40 in the police academy right now who are going to graduate this year, and then another 55 projected in 2023 academies, meaning they'll start the academy this year and they'll be fully trained in 2024. So that puts us ahead of the curve. That puts us ahead of attrition, and whether positions are added or taken away, I really expect us to be fully staffed, and then we can really focus on our professional staff as well. We want to continue the downward trend in crime for Fresno. What happens is when you lower violent crime, And that seems to not be as high priority, then we can focus on all other crime. And when you focus on the little things, then it tends to really cut back on the larger crimes. You know, as we know, a trespassing can turn into a vandalism can turn into a larceny can turn into a robbery, and a robbery can turn into a homicide. So if we focus on the smaller crimes as well, once we have the staffing to do it, and once we're not, running around in kind of emergency mode all the time, we can really focus on the overall performance of the police department. And we want to add, once we add those additional officers, we'll be able to accomplish that. But the long-term plan is to lower response times. We want to get there sooner. We want to be more responsive to the community, and improve all of our services, victim services, access to police reports, community engagement. All those things can be improved once we're fully staffed, and continue the trend of discouraging crime in our city, and that's being proactive and not reactive. It would be really easy for us to just sit back and just be reactive and just respond when somebody calls, but that doesn't prevent the tragedy from happening. Whether it's a DUI, whether it's street racing, whether it's a fatality out there on the roads, or whether it's a homicide, we want to continue being proactive throughout this year. And lastly, to increase the confidence and the trust that this community has on the Fresno Police Department. That is the long-term goal. So that is a brief overview of the budget requests. If there's any questions, I'd love to answer.
Thank you, Chief. Up first, we're going to hear from Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Vice President. Thank you, Chief, for that presentation. Thank you for the exchange we had earlier with regards to the specific questions I had, and thank you to our officers that do great work every single day. I've gone to a lot of community events recently, and I have seen the increased presence there by our officers. Not just to respond to incidents or anything, but actually as partners working with our schools, our faith-based organizations, our CBOs, and the community definitely appreciates that partnership with our police department. My questions had to do more along the lines of, obviously you referenced some numbers here with regards to your ramp up to the 900 officers that we've now budgeted for, I believe, 24, you'll be hired in 23 and will be trained in 24, Chief? Or when do we expect that?
Right, so all the officers that we need will be hired this year. Some of them will still be in the police academy, but we expect them to be fully trained and out there responding to calls in this budget year, but in 2024.
Okay, and so obviously there will be the overlap between this year and next year. When do you expect to hit the 900 officers for the city?
Okay, well, I'll have to look at my little cheat sheet here. We're at 847 now, and that fluctuates. People will, leave on occasion, or we'll have to terminate somebody, or somebody won't make the field training program. But currently, we're at 846, and keep in mind that's more police officers than we've ever had. Right. Now, that's not just a number; those are people that are hired working for the Fresno Police Department. Currently, I have 49 young police officers in the field training program right now. They're out there training. I have 3 academies going on, and they have a total of 50 recruits in them. So they are going to graduate. One of them graduates on July the 17th, the other one on July the 3rd. The last one, Fresno City College Class 172, will be late in the year, in December. But those classes are going on right now. And then I have an additional 2 classes that are set to start that will be hired this year. One of them will start in December of 23. The other one actually starts in March of 24, but we're doing the backgrounds for them now. Those are additional 55 police officers. So all in all, that's 151 more cops with about 50 vacancies. Sure. It's about, but again, we're kind of aiming high because we know that people leave at the end of the year. If the stock market's doing well, some people may choose to retire early. You just never know. That makes sense, and especially with the numbers that you're referencing with regards to the type of crime that is down and the other type of crime that you're monitoring. And I definitely appreciated you meeting with myself, with Vice President Perea, with regards to the domestic violence conversation that is going on our end. Obviously, we're going to be doing some work on the
follow-up advocacy, but how many officers do you have right now that work the domestic violence unit?
The plan is to expand that to 12. I believe we have 8 in there right now. Deputy Chief Salazar and I talked about this. You know, the investigations has been very patient because we've had to fill the very critical positions. Homicide, magic tag team, magic investigations, those have been fully staffed or just carrying one or two vacancies. But in investigations, we actually have 19 vacancies. And domestic violence is an area that you don't want, you want to be fully staffed. So the plan is that not just fully staff it, you know, I believe we had 8 in there fully staffed. We want to expand that to 12. And then we've already added another supervisor, by the way. That happened earlier this year. So instead of one supervisor being overwhelmed by a lot of DV cases that we get per year, you're going to split them up into 2 teams and then give them each 6 detectives. So that's the long-term plan in there.
Okay. Earlier when we met earlier this year, we kind of walked through some of the preliminary numbers. And if you don't have them, it's okay. But I'd like to make a formal request on getting those domestic violence incident numbers and obviously our capacity. I know you just mentioned that you have 8 officers there. You need 12. So you need about 4, but I'd like to just get that information as part of the budget. And then with regards to your elder abuse unit, Chief, as you know, during the pandemic, that's probably one of our most vulnerable populations. We did speak about that and had a conversation. I sit on the Fresno Madera Agency on Aging board as the city representative. They're currently undertaking their what's called the Master Needs Plan. One of the preliminary pieces of that has been the increase in elder abuse. And obviously there's different types. There's the physical, there's the emotional, there's the financial. Right now, how many officers do you have dedicated to that specific work?
I'll have to get the exact number for you. I believe we have a total of 6, and we're carrying one vacancy in elder abuse. One of the interesting things that we do here in Fresno, which works very well, is that we actually have financial crimes and elder abuse working together. So instead of just treating financial crimes as a separate white-collar unit, they work together. Why? Because the majority of our people who are elderly folks are being not just abused but exploited financially. So it makes a lot of sense that those 2 disciplines cross over. But I'll get you the exact numbers. They do fluctuate.
Yeah, and you know what I like to do is make a motion to add 2 additional positions for the elder abuse unit to address that specific issue. And then, as you probably already know, Councilmember Carbasi and I are working on a pilot program to try to ease some of the habitual shoplifting and vandalism that go on specific areas. So I'd like to make a motion to allocate $100,000 for it's called Project Spotlight that works with feeding video images from these hot spots, so to speak, identified into your surveillance command center that you have.
Second.
Having this presentation, I think, was very helpful, Chief. I think we've all seen our and you've done a really great job because we talked to some of our colleagues in other parts of the state. They're having a hard time recruiting police officers. It's been very challenging. But what would you say has been key for you at being able to recruit as many officers that you had to be able to hit those numbers? What are you doing?
It's an interesting question because I get asked the same thing by chiefs all over the country, and it's not a simple answer because it's not just one thing. It's a little bit of everything. I can tell you this, is that a lot of our law enforcement personnel across the country don't feel valued and they don't feel supported. And here in the Fresno community, they do. And this council, this mayor, this city manager, this community, they have a lot to do with that. So all the recruiting strategies aside, I believe that's the biggest impact. People want to work in a place where they're going to be valued and appreciated, and that's the case across the country. So other cities that are experiencing problems, it's because they don't feel that. And then, you know, obviously my team has done just an exceptional job of pulling all the stops. I mean, what haven't we done? We used social media, we did billboards, we've done videos, we paid for bonuses. The mayor, you know, helped, and this council voted for a big raise for police officers and also for dispatchers to now they're the highest paid in the valley. I mean, all those things have helped. I like to think that a new younger chief has motivated them to come here, but I don't know if that's really had a whole lot of impact, to be honest with you.
I think it might be your TikTok videos.
It might be.
Chief Dyer never made TikTok videos.
Okay, that's because it wasn't invented yet.
Until now. But I really do appreciate the work that you have done, Chief, and your team. They've been amazing. Our Southeast folks, Captain Ramos has been doing great work in Southeast. And I know all our officers are putting in the hours. And I think changing the narrative of not just having our police department be there responding to calls and obviously, law enforcement is a component of that, but being a partner, being at those community events, I can't tell you how important that is. We had done that, I would say on a more limited basis. I think, Deputy Chief Salazar really started the ball rolling with being more a partner with the community. I think he used to play basketball sometimes with,
Back in the day, yeah.
with those young folks out there, but I really love what you guys have done on building and building that up, because I think that is what's changing the narrative in our community. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Carbazi, you ready?
Yes, thank you. Chief, I'm sure there's going to be lots of lively discussion, and, we've over, not just during budget time, we always discuss different things, and I want you to know how much I appreciate not just you, but your entire department being able, before budget even comes around, to be very responsive to my district, and it's a very diverse district. I mean, we have areas of low crime, areas of high crime, but the fact that you've been able to come in at a very difficult time over these last 2 years and however many months and hours, and deal with the recruitment issue we've had and turn that. I see your billboards all over, which is great. This is very helpful, and I want you to know it means a lot to me. When I came into the city council, we had 821 sworn positions, limited support staff, and we're looking at 900 in 2023. Thank you, Mayor. This is a really, really good move. It's not quite the 1,000 I pledged to my residents, but we're going to get there. We're chipping away at it. And this was, of course, during a difficult time where, like you said, law enforcement didn't quite feel the love. But I'm glad to show time and time again this council stood up and shown our values represent the community's values. And I want you to know your presence has been a huge part of that. So we're very lucky, and I mean that. Obviously, I'm super excited about the $1.6 million for the street racing team. Thank you for yesterday rolling that out. And we've shared, I still get calls from residents in my district. They hear it. It comes and goes. With enforcement, it goes down. So this is going to really improve that. And we're going to come back and talk about a few more things. I just want to be very clear on praising the hard work. I'm lucky Captain Martinez is here today. I've got a great captain in Northwest. And Chris Hodge, who is our POP officer, amazing. And I just want you to know, we definitely feel the support. And I want you to know that from our side, my community, they've elected me to come here, and we're going to have your back as a department to make sure your officers are cared for in a way that reflects the true values of this community. And I'm sorry for rambling, but there's a lot to be happy about right now. And now that violent crime is going down, which is an awesome trend, I like that we're moving to look at things like property crimes and other things. This is the direction we need to go in, and you're going to have the support, at least of me, as we move in that direction. So thank you very much, and I'm sure we'll talk again. Thank you.
Councilmember Esparza.
Chief, thank you for your presentation. There was a time in the recent past when if you had told us we'd have 900 officers, we would have laughed you out of this room. But honestly, I believe it. I don't know if we'll hit 900 exactly, but I believe we'll get pretty damn close at minimum and maybe meet the goal at best. Every opportunity I get, I'm there with you guys at the convention center and welcoming our new recruits as they venture out on behalf of the residents of Fresno. And so, I want to say I'm grateful for the professional police force that we have. And I know you guys listed that one of your sort of core values. But when I think of our PD, I think of professional. Because again, like Councilmember Chavez alluded to, we talked to our colleagues in other cities across the state and even the country sometimes. And they have issues that we do not. And so it makes me grateful for our professionally trained police force. But given all the new recruits and the fact that we're probably going to hit 900, as we're welcoming them and shaking their hands, I mean, there's not a lot of gray hair or bald heads, right, that are coming across the stage. I think we're moving in the direction of a kind of a disproportionately young police force. And so I wanted to ask if you could talk a little bit about, as we grow, when we hit capacity, something we haven't done in a very long time. I mean, is there any additional training and such as we bring in these newer and younger officers? Some almost straight out of high school, some out of college, some in between,
Right.
some shortly after, but they're all, most of them look like they're between, 22 and 27 roughly as they're coming across the stage. So just curious about, as we bring in a younger police force, what kind of additional trainings and such that are occurring to keep them up to date and maintain the professionality of the force.
Thank you for your comments, and thank you for noticing the fact that we are hiring a lot of officers, and literally in the hundreds. Last year, we were able to hire, not in the fiscal year, but in the actual year, 117 police officers. These are the numbers that I really appreciate. The fact that 21% of them are women, of all those hired, and 75.2% of them are minority. So I think we're doing an excellent job of not just hiring more police officers, but hiring the best of the best, and making sure that the vast majority are from the Central Valley. Very few are from Southern Cal or the Bay Area. So they are homegrown, and they are very young, which is great for a police chief who wants to improve the culture. All they know is what we have right here, this standard of excellence. And we want that to be the standard moving forward for the rest of their career. We do take pride in the fact that, obviously every cadet or recruit in the police academy, they go through the same training. We do have an RTO. It's basically a senior corporal who is part of the Fresno City College Academy. I added that in my first year because I wanted to have that influence, and I know that in any given class, the lion's share of those recruits are ours. So we want to make sure that they have that standard of excellence that we're trying to promote here at Fresno PD. The other advantage is the fact that we have a regional training center. So besides the state mandated hours, we always go above and beyond. And that above and beyond is typically whatever the best practices are nationally. We are fortunate to be part of Major City Chiefs. We're part of the IACP, International Association of Chiefs of Police, which gives us access to the best training, new laws, de-escalation tools, technology. And I can tell you the Fresno PD is cutting edge in a lot of those things. We have the Axon CAD system. We're the first in the world, the very first in the world to bring that here and to go live. So we're getting a lot of requests nationally because I think the Fresno Police Department is really making its mark nationally. So we do go above and beyond all the training. So whatever's mandated, we have annual training that we take every police officer go through, and that typically falls in line to whatever the trends are, whether it's de-escalation, whether it's the new SB2 law, whether it's trying to improve the standards. That's a main focus for me. We can't just be another run-of-the-mill police department. We have to be one of the best, and that's part of my vision.
All right, thanks, Chief. You do a great job of keeping in touch with us, and you've answered a lot of my questions with respect to the department offline. Things are obviously in a positive state, moving in a positive direction. But I want to turn my attention probably more to the administration than you, with respect to kind of a civilian effort adjacent to the police department, and ask the administration, is there any funding in this proposed budget for the continued operation of our Neighborhood Watch program that we relaunched last fiscal year?
Hold on a minute. I think we carried over the dollars that had not been spent from the 23 budget. But we can go back and give you a 100% answer, but off the top of our head.
I didn't see a line item or it mentioned in the...
Correct. There were not additional dollars. We just carried over the unspent dollars from the 23 budget.
And that was an oversight on our part. It was mentioned during our budget meetings, never found its way in the budget. So we'll need a budget motion for that, but we did carry over the remaining funds.
Yeah, so we had allocated an original $300,000. did we as a city expend that full 300,000 to Fresno Police and Neighborhood Watch organization, or did we expend only a portion of those dollars to the organization?
I'm sorry, somebody, I did not hear that, I apologize.
So these dollars came from the police department. It was a line item set aside in the police department.
Correct.
But the actual dollars are being spent by, and the program being executed by the Fresno Police and Neighborhood Watch organization. So did we expend the full 300,000 to them, or did we only expend a portion from the city organization bank account to the Fresno Police and Neighborhood Watch bank account?
We'll have to go run a report just to confirm the exact dollars, but I don't believe all $300,000 have been expended to the organization, but we'll go double check.
Okay, well, I'm going to make a motion, but I did want to provide the executive director 5 minutes, if you wouldn't mind, Chief, to kind of just, talk about to council, present to the entire council for the benefit of the public, just some of the progress made, something that I think we've all unanimously supported, and I want folks to kind of see what some of the fruits of that labor are.
Thank you for that opportunity, and before I allow Mary to speak, let me just say how impactful she and her organization have been. I've given the numbers on how many community engagement events we've been to. A lot of them have been with Mary and the Fresno Police Neighborhood Watch program. I've been asked about it, the new technology, the new website. All of it has been very, very helpful. And when I first got here, that was something that really needed to be revamped. And in my opinion, it has been. So she's taken a huge weight off of my shoulders. She works directly with Deputy Chief Burke Farah and our patrol commanders, so she can know exactly what the needs are. So I appreciate the partnership. Mary.
Yeah, absolutely. All right,
Hi,
Mary, you've got a few minutes,
Okay.
5 minutes or so.
So I can answer that, yes, we have been given the full $300,000. We're in possession of all the disbursements. So it's our mission to educate, empower, and engage the residents, and we've been doing that and rebuilding since the ground up since late 2021. We had less than $2,500 in our general account at that time. So your generous funding of the relaunch has helped us to rebuild tremendously. So we started January 2022 in post-pandemic at less than 10 groups. So we found with no money, we were able to collaborate with the Department at Fresno State, the department with Fresno State Office of Community and Economic Development. They gave us a new logo, they gave us a new website. We had very minimal expense at that time. With the growth of the program, we now have to move towards actually spending to build a sustainable program. We were also we approached grassroots in a modern age by utilizing advertising on social media, radio, and TV for fast and efficient messaging. So as of today, end of May, excuse me, we went from less than 10 January 2022 to now 104. So this morning I emailed, and last night I emailed you all updated records. I also emailed you dollar for dollar spending on what was unspent. I also emailed you what was approved to be spent this fiscal year, and then the wish list for the final. So having all this money spent, we would have a carryover of $41,258.25, which I also taking Bitwise into account and the support that you might have to apply to them. I also provided this morning an adjusted budget ask to have us function at minimal, and showed you where the adjusted items were that we could decrease. So we are asking for a minimum of refunding of at least $220,000. That would give the concern for a conservative spending this year to be able to finish off and build a website and a CRM so that the department can have something to access. We inherited no database, and so we are rebuilding a database to make it easy for the board members and the police department to utilize, so nothing is lost regarding people leaving or turnover, and that there's always access. And so we are working with different agencies to get quotes. And so one thing that we also hit was we had a goal of approaching and reaching 250,000 households. We far surpassed that across all platforms, and we have reached 683 digital impressions and potential households. So in regards to signs, we rebranded that image for an increased, refreshed look. 310 signs have been purchased. The city has agreed to install new signs, and so to date, we've got 88 signs either replaced and about 3 neighborhoods getting new. Woodward Lakes is in the process of activating. This is an example where we had 1 meeting in Lake House, low ratio attendance on May 11th, and now this week I have 4 circles, and next week I have another. They're activating. So the intention is to activate neighborhoods one at a time so that collectively they'll advocate for each other and thereby the city. So we've just begun. We have a lot more work to do. We're a trust building agency to carry untrusting neighborhoods to the point of trust to reach out to the police department, and we work collaboratively with the police department in trusting communities to thereby have them empower them so that they can advocate for their own neighborhoods and take care of that. So we stand ready and remain committed to continuing our work to make Fresno safer, and we appreciate your consideration of continued support to do so. So I emailed you all records of the growth and the dollar for dollar accounting this morning. Does anyone have any questions?
Councilman Esparza.
Thank you, Mary. I'm going to give the city manager a minute.
Yes, ma'am.
Would it be possible for you to send that information to us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And especially the Bitwise information, that's concerning. We weren't aware of that. Thank you.
We had gone for a quote, and then within days of the furlough, so we stand ready to have someone help us.
We'll look at the information. It sounded like it was all in there. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I want to provide my colleagues an opportunity to kind of ask any questions they had with regards to the organization.
Okay,
Member
Council,
Arias?
if I may, did I hear $200,000 request for essentially the output of a website?
No. So what I had emailed to you all was our updated, this was in middle of May from our treasurer, what was unspent and what had been spent. So over here were things that were voted on and approved, and down here, which was the website, was a wish list, which would account for the majority of the 300,000. So the carryover would be the 41. So we have bids for a website rebuild project of about 8,000 and a CRM of about 7,000. So the request is for fiscal year 23-24.
Understood. And I would just ask the city manager if she could evaluate of those specific products and outcomes that the organization is requesting, since they are a partner of the police department, if some of those things couldn't be done by our own communications team, and whether we need really to outsource that. I mean, it seems like a web page is like $100 in a couple hours for some of our people in-house, so it shouldn't be too difficult, and see how much of that we can do in-house.
Yeah, we'll take a look. As soon as we get the information, we'll take a look through and see if there's anywhere that we can partner more directly to find a way to save money.
Right. One of the points of the website was to build a map. I've seen the map locator on the city, but that specifically identifies a household, and what we're trying to do is protect households, but also show there's an active neighborhood without getting so specific that it will identify neighborhoods. So we've looked at that map, and there's an overlay, and you can actually identify a household, and we don't want to identify a specific household. So that's the only caveat with that map on the website.
Okay. Any other questions from my colleagues? All right,
And
thank-
the CRM that we want to develop, we want to give access to the police department, so it's never lost.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Mary. Appreciate the updates. You had right about 5 minutes, yeah.
Thank
Maybe 5.5, so you're all right. Thank you. So it sounds like we have about 41,000 left in carryover from this past fiscal year. I looked at the most recent spreadsheet that was sent to us this morning. It's kind of the shoestring version that Mary had sent over. And it requested an additional 220,000 on top of that, 41,000 in carryover. So I'll go to make a motion for the $220,000 within the police department budget to continue funding the relaunch of the Neighborhood Watch program. seconded by the Vice President. And if the administration would graciously take a look at somewhere in that 261 million, if we could find that 220, it's less than 1/10 of 1%. I think somewhere in there. I do believe Chief's gonna hit his numbers, so maybe we don't go to personnel, but somewhere in there, maybe we can find that 200,000 within the PD budget. I think it's a civilian effort that requires a very minimal investment that is yielding quite a bit of value for our city, and very complementary to the efforts of the police department. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Bredefield, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Chief, on the mental health triage partnership, you mentioned about the clinicians. These are county clinicians?
Right, they're actually, they work for Kingsview, which is a local, company, and that's where they get their clinicians from.
Okay. So specifically, what would they do in a scenario where you would need one of these clinicians?
Well, I think it's important for me to talk about our current CIT program, and as you know, we have a partnership crisis intervention team. They work during the day, and they basically follow up with a clinician a lot of times on our local residents who are suffering from some kind of crisis. They make sure that they're getting resources they need. So that's a program that's been in place for several years. An extension of that program, or an extension of our CIT program, has been the 988 program, which is, as you know, it's a national number, it's a national hotline that people can call and receive assistance. So one of the things we wanted to avoid is people calling our dispatch center, which, as you know, is understaffed and overworked, and spend 45, 50 minutes with an individual who really needs professional help. So this 988 program, there's no cost to us, but it's a partnership with Fresno County Department of Behavioral Health, and we actually trained their clinicians to work in the dispatch. So when a call comes in to our communications center and we assess that it is somebody in crisis, no weapons involved, no one's life is at risk, we can bounce that call over to them, and they will spend all the time that they need on the phone, so it doesn't tie up one of our folks. So that's something that's going on right now. That just started. The next phase of that is going to be these clinicians that can actually respond out to the various policing districts and ride along with a police officer. We've looked at several models. One of them was the Denver model called STARS, and it's something that's been very effective there. And no different from a K-9 officer or a Spanish-speaking unit or a drone unit. It's an extra resource that we have out there. So if a police officer encounters a call where they need a clinician to work with somebody who's in crisis, they can call to see if there's one working that night, and that other police officer can bring them to the scene, or it could be the very police officer that has that clinician with them to respond to the scene. That's kind of the way it's supposed to work. That's the first step in alternate response, which has been my goal from the beginning. Alternate response is to not have a police response at all. Alternate responses is very similar to the STAR models and the CAHOOTS model from Eugene, Oregon. STARS is in Denver, Colorado, where it's not a police officer. It is a clinician who can go to one of these calls where there's no threat of life, no weapons involved, and actually handle the call and give services instead of tying up a police officer who's not trained in this area.
Sure. Okay. And what's been your experience with that?
Well, it hasn't launched yet.
You haven't started
No,
it yet?
it hasn't started yet. We're still working with the city and the union to make sure, since it does affect working conditions somewhat. We're trying to work out all the legalities in that, so it has not started yet.
Okay. Have you found that the attrition rate for officers has slowed?
Yes, it has. Went down from, I think, over 4 back in 2021 to about 2 a month. So we're not just keeping up with attrition, we're actually exceeding attrition.
Okay. And do you relate that to the raises that the council gave, the fact that police officers are the highest paid in the Central Valley? Is that been a factor?
I think it's been a factor.
Okay.
You certainly don't want people being police officers just for the money.
Of course.
You know, it's something that they want to do. You know, they want to help their community. And I think because they feel supported, keep in mind Fresno PD, I mean, as I described earlier, in the 96% as far as largest agencies in the country, that means there's a lot of opportunity for lateral mobility and upward mobility. So, I mean, it's not just that. It's the fact that you want to make the police department a great place to work. And you want to draw people to you. And is it a busy place? Heck yeah, it's a busy place. Fifth largest city in California, but you're supported, you're paid well, there's opportunity, and you know, law enforcement in this city is going in the right direction. So I would hope that that's part of the reason why it's caused attrition to slow.
Okay. And you're working on increasing the number of the 911 dispatchers. We're going to be doing a new communication center. Have you seen those times in terms of answering come down?
Not specifically.
No?
Keep in mind, we've kept patrol to about 300, staff with 300. Actually, we have almost 330 assigned, but then you have some that'll go on vacation or baby bonding or long-term leave because of a illness. But we've kept it at around 300. We have seen that that's the level where we can keep it fully staffed, but we want to continue adding people there. More cops means faster response times. They've stayed about the same, but I can tell you this, is that we've been able to keep it about the same, especially for zeros and one, which are the highest priorities. A zero is somebody's life's in danger, even though the call volume has been increasing in the last 3 years. So we're getting more calls. Nobody was calling during the pandemic, and we've been able to keep those response times low, especially for zeros and ones.
Okay, and I didn't hear you mention anything about the need for the helicopter that you've come before the council before and talked about that. That's not in your budget in terms of?
No, it's not. And I think we all know the usefulness of our Skywatch units. You know, we take a lot of pride in those helicopters. We've had them for a long, long time, though. I mean, both of them are approaching about 20 years. And we do a great job of maintaining them. And that's why I'm asking the council for $141,000 in an overhaul of one of the helicopters to keep them up in the air. At some point, we should think about replacing those because they save lives. They're a de-escalation tool. The average response time for a helicopter is 55 seconds. You know, that means you get eyes on the ground from the air. And, you know, I have the stats here that really show the usefulness. You know, just this last year, they were involved in 254 arrests, 172 of those arrests being felonies. Once a helicopter gets up in the air, we stop pursuing. It protects the police officers, it protects the public, and they're a great tool for us.
So you have in your budget $150-something thousand. Did I hear you say correct? For
it's
revamping?
$141,000 for an overhaul. It's due for its overhaul. The operational budget for those helicopters is about $1.5 million. That includes our pilots, our supervisor, our mechanics, and fuel. The rest of the incidentals, we pay for those through various funding sources. And you know, a great example of that is going to be last year. One of the instrument panels went down on the helicopter. Didn't anticipate that. Didn't know that was going to happen. Well, the new one costs about $100,000 that we didn't have. We were able to find a rebuilt, refurbished one for $38,000. So we made the decision to buy that one using SLESA funding. If we didn't have that, that helicopter would probably still be down.
Right. Okay, so what I'd like to see is some kind of funding plan come up by the administration for the new helicopter that you say you need. This is a solution where I guess the 150 is to rebuild the engine. Is that correct when you say overhaul? Is that
right. So these are the old Eurocopters that we have. Okay. They're no longer in production. You know, the resale value, I would be very fortunate to get about between $400,000 and $600,000 in trade-in value for one of these helicopters. They don't make these anymore. Right. Therefore, every year the parts are getting harder and harder to find.
Okay. So, city manager, is there some way we can get a plan brought to us during the budget hearing so we can look at a funding source, how we are going to pay for this, because at some point we have to do it. And I'd like this to be a discussion, whether or not the council does it, I'd like it to be a discussion item, because I would like to see us get the new helicopter if that's what's needed. I mean, clearly it is a significant tool in fighting crime. We all campaign on making sure that our community is safe. And so this is where the rubber meets the road in terms of prioritization. I'm all for finding a funding plan to get this started. Now, is that possible to do?
We'd be happy to put together a plan for you.
Great. Okay, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Council Member. And just on a side note on that, my recommendation is to have a staggered replacement. They're very, very expensive. One helicopter fully equipped is about $5 million, and I didn't ask for those this year, by the way.
Right.
Because I did not want to impact the budget, knowing that tax revenues have flattened out. But and they're up and running, they're flying, they look great, and they do a great job. But at some point, it is going to be a need, and I'd rather address it now while it's not an emergency.
Okay, yeah, I agree with you. And I just also want to echo for my constituents the tremendous support that we all have for all of the law enforcement, all of your leadership officers, deputy chiefs and sergeants and captains, as well as all of the people that are out there, the 800 or so police officers. We have tremendous respect and pride in what you do. We fully support you always, and it's important to reiterate that, as often law enforcement gets attacked by left-wing people and lunatics. We support you. We're always going to support you. And I think it's an important to make sure that when we say we support law enforcement and we're going to make our community safe, that means supporting our law enforcement officers who are out on the front lines ensuring the safety of our community. So we shouldn't be giving it lip service, and I don't think this council does. I mean, we gave raises to all our officers and made you the highest paid officers, and we're proud of that. And the same thing with the 911 dispatchers. I went to the center. It's a tough job, and they are also on the front lines, and we fully support them and want them to know it, and we will continue that. And that's reflected in this budget, and a good budget brought forward by the mayor, which reflects that as well. And I think the helicopter is something that will also signal very clearly that we support law enforcement and making sure we have a safe community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Chief. The left side supports you too, just for the record.
All right. Appreciate you.
All right. Okay, so for domestic violence, did you say that this budget does include funding to go from 8 to 12 DV investigators?
It does, because it gives me the staffing for 900 police officers. These are police officers as we fill up our ranks, fill our vacancies. This was a decision that I made, several months ago, that unit needed to be bigger. Okay. So as soon as we have the staffing, we're going to expand that unit anyway.
Okay, so you have the plan in place to go from 8 to 12 this fiscal year?
Yes.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit about traffic safety, what we're doing to proactively go after speeders, red light runners?
That is a major issue, and what we're doing is that we're going to fill 14 vacancies in our motorcycle team. Part of the requests in equipment is going to be for 14 police officers and their equipment to be on motorcycles so we can fill those vacancies. We put the SRT together. That's the street racing team. It's put together, it's out there, it's working, they're being trained, but we still have 14 vacancies in our motorcycle unit. The Fresno PD motorcycle unit is one of the most effective tools in keeping our roads safe, and it has been for a long time, since way before I became chief. But what happened is that we let a lot of those vacancies increase as we were battling violent crime, and I think it's time for us to fill those. So the plans are definitely by the end of 2024 to have all those positions filled. What we're doing is we are continuing to apply for grants that allow us to pay overtime to do operations for street racing, sideshows, but also red light runners. And all of it is data-driven. Just like the reduction in violent crime has been data-driven. Under my administration, there is no random policing or no plan or no operation. Everything is data-driven, and that includes our traffic enforcement. My team, what they do is they get the number of complaints, the number of accidents, the number of citations in certain areas, and then identify those areas that need the most attention, and they go out there and they enforce the law. So that's what our plans are this next year.
Okay, I appreciate that. Moving to the bicycle units, we have, it looks like grant funding to go up to 12, but you said right now we're going to start with putting out 8 and then work our way up to 12. bike
That-
units?
That's exactly right. And keep in mind is that since I was before this council, I know you weren't here yet, but I'm sure you're watching, we made that commitment to bring bicycle units back to the districts. And we've done that. We took our district safety teams, and every single night we've had bike teams out there at the various districts, not just policing districts, but council districts. What this COPS grant is doing is because we can't supplant, we can't replace positions, and those positions were never permanent. Now they're going to be permanent. Now 12 cops who are on bicycles at the districts, the 4 districts who don't have any, they're going to be assigned to those, 3 to each, and that's their number one assignment. That's all they do is work bikes. So we're I believe it's going to be on July the 3rd. We're going to assign the first 8, and then a couple months after that, we're going to assign the final 4, and each district's going to have 3 designated bike teams.
Okay, so by July 8th, you said?
July the 3rd
first
is the
8?
first, right, the first
Okay,
8.
first 8.
And then, so what we do as far as assigning and staffing is I get the sheet right here, and it basically shows me how many of the recruits are going to get off of FTO. So at any time, say we have 10 in 1 month, then that's 10 extra police officers in patrol. So then that increases the staffing in patrol, and that allows me to fill vacancies. So that number goes up, it goes down. Sometimes it's great, and we assign people, and sometimes we don't. What we don't want to do is we don't want to understaff patrol. So what happens when you understaff patrol is that the entire city feels it, because there's not enough police officers to answer those high priority calls. And that always has to be our number one responsibility, is to respond to those 911 calls. So it all depends on staffing.
The grant that's paying for this, can you remind me how long that grant was for? Is that 1 year?
It is a
2
3-year
years?
grant,
3 years.
and it's a national grant, so a lot of other departments apply for this grant. What happens here is that basically that grant will pay for a fully funded police officer in other parts of the country, like the South and the Midwest. It won't here in California. So I believe it pays for about 25% of the salary and fringe for those 12 officers per year, and it's a 3-year grant.
Okay. I believe last year my predecessor had made a motion to convert an abandoned fire station to be a report writing station. That would be in the Northwest District on Cornelia and Swift. Has there been any progress made on that?
No.
Okay.
Honestly, no. I'm just, sorry.
Do I need to make another motion or is that motion still alive?
We were having a hard time tracking down. Let me go back and look at my email, but it's obviously not a report writing station, so that's why I'm saying no progress has been made. I know we looked at it, but I don't remember the details. We'd have to follow up.
Okay, and I think it's been abandoned for quite some time, so I don't know the condition the inside of that building is, or what we would need to do to transition it to an adequate report writing station.
We were trying to find out whose asset it was in the city. We were having a hard time because we couldn't, was it fires, was it police, was it somebody else's? And then I think it just sort of fell off the radar.
City
So
manager, if I
yeah.
may, I have some information on that.
Perfect. I
So
love
this
that.
was an old fire station that was given to police, and at one point we were using it to house our background investigators. It's been vacant for quite some time. As a matter of fact, I got an email draft to you, city manager, about doing away with that building. And if I could just give my recommendation on that, Council President or Council Vice President, the idea for that is to have a stronger police presence in Northwest Fresno, which I agree is a need. What we don't need is another report writing room. I mean, right now, those police officers are typically going call to call to call. They'll never use it. It'll be a colossal waste of money. I think, I think long-term as the city grows, and a long time ago, the goal was once we hit 600,000, every 100,000, that we should have another police station. But that would take another 100 cops. Maybe 5-6 years into the future. I think a better solution is to partner with several of the businesses in Northwest who have come up to, members of my police department and myself included, offering a free space already. So I think we could accomplish that without expending city funds. And I will assign Burke Farah and Captain Martinez, who cover that area, to maybe call back some of our supporters who want to give us that space already, and we can have that presence on that side of town.
These are local nonprofits in the area?
Right. Well, businesses, local nonprofits, we can work with your office to find somebody that would benefit mutually from having a report writing room, and also allow a space for police officers to, safe place to sit down, write a report, use the restroom, whatever.
Are you thinking more of like a mini community center? My goal with this is to not let it sit vacant any longer.
Well, that building's too big. It's costly. As a matter of fact, we just got a bill for overgrown, plants and grass and things like that, because it's simply not being used.
I didn't report that.
What about,
Somebody complained.
if it's obviously if it's city property and you're concerned about it being vacant and blight, we could look at surplus landing it, we could look at another governmental agent, we can explore other options for, other than a report writing station.
Okay. Yeah, I guess the direction I want to provide then is just to come back with some sort of report that discusses what the current condition is, if we need to do any upgrades to either keep it within our city and do something with it, maybe community/report writing wise, or whether we want to surplus it. Chief, and then my last comment is in regards to a motion Councilmember Carbasi, I believe, made last year, which was to fund a rebate program for Ring doorbells or just some sort of a security home system for residential folks to take advantage. And so I would like to make a motion to add $100,000 for a security camera rebate program, but this is specific to small businesses, and this would feed directly into the police department system. That is my motion.
Second.
What was the amount? I'm sorry.
$100,000.
Thank you.
Okay, up next, Councilmember Arias. Thank you, Chief.
Nice.
Thank you.
Oh, we're gonna play now. Let's play.
If I leave the room, we lose quorum, we stop, right?
Yeah, let's
Yes.
play.
Yes.
Don't miss all my great motions. So Chief, as you know, you have half the city revenues in the general fund. So hope you recognize the importance of us asking some serious questions about the operations
absolutely
of the police
do,
department.
sir.
On a few informational requests, here's the information I'll be requesting officially. Can you provide me the last 5 years of officers versus management numbers? The police department. You can identify management however you do in your
So
system.
basically, like the ratio between police officers and command staff?
Like if it's 400 officers versus 300 management, and whatever those titles, result in management. For the last 5 years, I'd like the total numbers on each of those categories. And you can add civilians to that equation. I'd also like the last 10 years of lawsuits settled on behalf of the police department, the name of the lawsuit and the amount provided to the council. The number of officers on long-term medical leave for the last 5 years. I know you've made that a place of focus. I'd like to see what those numbers look like as of today. The operational hours for all our police stations, which ones are open to the public, and if so, what times are they staffed for the public to, come and utilize them? Do we have any currently open to the public?
They should all be open to the public.
All right, if you can give me operational hours for each of them with locations, that would be helpful. Chief, how do you staff the downtown hospital emergency room? I know you have an officer there typically for 5150s, things of that nature.
Talking about at CRMC?
Yes, CRMC.
I didn't think we did. Do we?
So
that's news
when
to
you
me.
guys make a 5150 arrest, doesn't the hospital require you to have an officer on site?
So it's typically the officer that takes the individual up there, and they will do a standby just depending on what the situation is. If it's somebody who's wanted, we had one recently who was wanted actually for murder, and we had to stand by there until the assessment was made, so then we could take them to jail.
And is that based on wherever the arrest occurs? So if it's like the Northwest Precinct, then the officer for Northwest remains on site?
That is correct, unless it's a specialized unit and we have to relieve them, and then we'll call a patrol officer to come and take over.
Okay. I, like others, have attended your graduation ceremonies, and kudos to you and the department for your ability to recruit. I think you've demonstrated ability to recruit diverse local talent without adjusting standards for folks coming in. Have you been able to advise the fire department on their recruitment efforts? Because that seems to be a very different
No,
result.
I have a really good relationship with Billy Alcorn, the interim chief. So certainly, if he were to reach out, we'd be more than happy to give him all our secrets.
Thank you. And I'll be making a point of that conversation when the fire department presents their budget too. In terms of your request, or not request, but more the need for helicopter replacement, I know that's approximately a $5 million request. You didn't make it this year. But I understand also your police radios are needing to be replaced and is part of the aging radio network system for the whole city. I'm being told it's between 30 million and 50 million, might be 100 million at some point. If you were to prioritize investments that the city would make, would officers' radios working be ahead of a helicopter or vice versa?
My professional opinion is that the radio system should be the top priority because that's communication for public safety. And just to be clear, the radios work. We've recently acquired some very high dollar radios for SWAT. It's not so much the radios as the system.
Correct. So it's the devices work.
It's the infrastructure for the radio system.
It's kind of like if I get a brand new iPhone, but if I'm on AT&T in downtown Fresno, good luck on getting reception.
That's exactly the way it is.
Right. Okay, thank you. There was recently a murder in Parvalo, and I know we've talked about dedicated policing to Multi Drive. How's that going?
It's actually going quite well, and I have the stats here if you'd like to see them. This is comparing to some of the violence that we were experiencing when I first got here in 2021. Homicides are down by 100%. Sex offenses are down by 400%. Robberies are down by 40%. Assaults are down by 50%. Burglaries are down by 25%. Larcenies are down by 300%. And vehicle burglaries are down by 200%. Also auto theft and arsons. We've had no arsons. Right now, what we've done is we put together an overtime program for Parkway, and we are awaiting the funding. You and I communicated, and I gave you some ideas as far as how we could use contract law enforcement in addition to our vice unit and some of our specialized units and even our bike team. As you know, Southwest is the only one that has a colossal bike team, which is going to be doubled this year. And all those things, all those resources collectively could focus in that area. Again, the image of Parkway has been longstanding for many, many years. But as far as the actual numbers, they don't reflect an area that is extremely high in crime or overly dangerous.
Thank you. And I did see your data list. Am I to believe that every single crime is down in the city, or are there areas of crime that's increased that you didn't highlight in your presentation?
There's a couple areas that are up. As far as persons crimes, domestic violence, for whatever reason, is down by about 19%. That is the only violent crime that is up. Up. Yeah, it is up. I'm sorry. It is up by 19%. Simply, we've had just more cases. We don't know if, part of this could be education. People, we're getting out there. We're asking people to report these crimes. And then over or down in property crimes, simple larcenies, shopliftings, are up about 11%, and vehicle burglaries are up about 14%. Every single other category is down by double digits, and as I said earlier, one that we don't track, we track separately, is catalytic converter thefts, which are down by 71%. I was shocked by that, actually, but we confirmed the numbers.
So just to confirm, domestic violence, property crimes, and vehicle thefts are up?
Larcenies, because not all property crimes. Commercial burglaries are property crimes, and those are down by 48%. So specifically, larcenies, petty larcenies, shoplifting's up by 11%. And then vehicle burglaries, so somebody breaking into your car, is up about 14%.
Okay, thank you.
That is it.
Thank you for that. Chief, what are your plans for the downtown headquarters?
What are my plans? my plans is
Yeah,
that
do
we
you
win
have
the
any?
Powerball and I can buy a brand new headquarters.
You win the Powerball every year in the city budget, so.
Good point, touche. We don't have long-term plans. I have sat down with the
I'm
city
sorry,
manager.
Chief, we've lost quorum.
Okay.
Mike. We'll have to pause until member gets
In his
back in.
defense, I have to pee too, so.
Maybe you should stop drinking water.
It's hot in here.
Yeah, do we have any immediate plans for the headquarters?
Not any immediate plans. I can tell you that, clearly that building is old, has a lot of issues, but it is fully operational at this point. As a matter of fact, we are investing some money in both the annex and police headquarters to make sure that the chiller is replaced so we can get through the summer. So is it falling apart? No. In the next 5 years, do we need a long-term plan for that facility? Absolutely.
We are still looking at other options that might become available very close by. The timing has not yet come up yet, but we are keeping that option open.
Thank you. I want to be more specific on the development of mental health triage partnership, $600,000. The language suggests that you're still developing the program. Is it not already executable?
Part of it is, and as I said earlier, it's about 5 different areas. Our daytime CIT program, that's fully operational. I would like to fill the 2 vacancies in there, but we haven't got up to staffing. The 988 program, that's going. The clinicians are trained. That's operational right now. The co-response, that's something that we're working out some details with the union, and that requires a side letter, so that really falls under personnel.
When do you anticipate it being fully operational with that program?
I really couldn't tell you. I would say take at least 2 or 3 months.
Okay, thank you. And we'll ask for an update later, but
sure,
that seems to be something we've been having able to get off the ground. I noticed the mayor's budget summary indicated, of course, a reduction in crime, crediting advanced peace as part of that reduction in crime, but I didn't see an additional allocation for advanced peace. Is there a reason why not investing more money into that prevention program?
I believe there is. It's just not coming out of the police department budget.
Parks.
Do we know how much?
It's in the parks budget. It's the, it was
Additional?
whatever the second half of what they requested in their original. When we get to the parks budget, we can give you the specific amount, but it's in parks.
All right, I'll hold into that budget then. Thank you. Then, speaking of the general public, mostly interacts with the police department in 2 ways: traffic tickets, which are always popular, and response time when they call 911. What are your response times for the last 5 years? Is that something you have now, or is that a memo you can provide us?
I can provide that later. We did a comparative study just yesterday, coincidentally, for 0 priority response times. I can tell you that on those highest priority times that we respond within 6 minutes. And that's been virtually unchanged between 2021 when I first got here and now, year to date. So again, we are responding very, very quickly to those high priority calls. We are not responding quickly enough to the other calls. I have a real issue with people having to wait hours for a report call. And again, that's part of the long-term plan. More cops, we can really focus on all police services. People should be able to get a police response within an hour for a low priority report call.
I'd like a memo on response times for the 911 dispatch center for the last 5 years, police responses for the last 5 years, response times by whatever category as you define them. Because what I'm getting a lot of in my district is a lack of police response to school sites who are calling when a homeless or transient jumps a fence. It takes an hour for folks to show up if they don't have an SRO on site, and that for me is unacceptable. I'm not sure in what category that fits in your system, but a transient who's on drugs should not, should be a top priority at a school site. But I like the memo with the data on response times, both for answering 911 calls and for police responding to the calls in whatever category.
We have that information. We'll get that to you.
Thank you. Do you have a goal in terms of response time for the dispatch or for police? Is there an internal goal that you're trying to reach with all this additional
You know,
resources?
generally speaking, as I said, our response times for those highest priorities are within the national average or even below national average. We respond very quickly to when someone's life is in danger. But I would like to get those other not high priority calls down a little bit. You know, I don't want waiting times when people call 911, and this new 911 communication center is going to really help with that because it's going to expand the workspace, allow us to hire more emergency services dispatchers, which is part of this budget. More people, better response, and that's just the way it is. You mentioned response times to schools. I mean, literally, when somebody calls, what happens when every single police officer is tied up on a call? Well, what we do is we pull an officer from a lower priority call and send them to that. But still, there's drive time, there's getting in your car, there's all these things.
Yeah, there's, how far away are we from the new 911 dispatch center actually opening and becoming operational?
Ribbon cutting should be somewhere in September of 2025.
Fully operational or construction
Fully operational.
beginning? So between now and 2025, should we anticipate faster response times when people call 911?
I think
Pick
you
up the phone?
should, because we have a total of 15 vacancies, and we have 13 candidates who are in backgrounds right now, which that will allow us to fill all but 2. And then if this budget's approved and we're able to hire even more dispatchers, I think that's going to be a genuine goal and a realistic goal. And this council and this mayor did part of that by increasing the pay to dispatchers. So now they're not leaving in droves like they were before to other agencies.
I noticed when I arrived that the police department was accredited through the Commission of Accreditation and Law Enforcement Agencies, and then the agency lost its accreditation. You keep on referencing the standard that you're trying to meet, which is the national standard. Are you planning to reobtain your accreditation?
Not through CALIA. I'm not.
Why not? Isn't that the gold standard of policing?
Not necessarily. It depends on who you ask. I happen to be on the legislative team for Major City Chiefs, and we're working with the Biden administration to come up with national standards for police departments. What has happened is that CALIA has become very, very expensive and very cumbersome to meet those standards, and they're not always national best practices. So I think leadership is one of the biggest things. If the leader at the top is making sure that the standard of excellence is up here instead of down here, then you don't need an accreditation company to pay a bunch of money to go through a bunch of hoops to, basically it's a sticker that you put on your door saying you're accredited. When in reality, the numbers, the community satisfaction, the lowering of crime should be what we base that national standard from.
I understand your perspective, but I mean, universities are required to be accredited. The post system is an accreditation if you want to be an officer. You have accreditation requirements for any other numerous. So I don't know enough. I would, refer to your judgment on CALIA specifically. What I'm trying to ascertain as a guy from the outside, all the other departments look for best practices, and that's typically in the form of an entity that accredits. Are we intentionally not going to pursue accreditation with the CALIA? If not, then what other benchmarks do we use to assess whether
There's others out there, and I think the wisest thing to do is to look at what other accreditations are out there. Again, I don't want to invest the community's money on something that's not going to be the best accreditation. If there's one that's better, that makes more sense, then I'd like to pursue that one. We were accredited at one point. My previous agency was accredited, and I can tell you that it's not always my professional opinion, it's not always the best gauge for how a police department is doing. Certainly being part of organizations that do introduce best practices and national standards is a good starting point.
All right. And we can get a memo when you decide whether you're going to pursue accreditation with another entity. That would be helpful. Specifically on HART, we've gotten a lot of weekly, bi-weekly, every council meeting, there's complaints about the HART team, how they interact with folks. Could you remind us, and for the general public's benefit, when the HART team goes out and clears out encampments, which are always reported by residents, by business, by some advocates themselves who, privately tell us to clean up encampments and publicly criticize us for cleaning up encampments. Is that process videotaped do we assess, when people are claiming that we're tossing their personal items, medications, things of that nature, do we have any claims within the police department, the city, or HART for damages, for liability when it comes to people's personal property?
Well, we'd have to check with risk on specific claims. What I can tell you, and I appreciate the question because, I do listen to the public comments, and any complaint that somebody has is especially when it's a serious allegation, is going to be looked into. It's going to be investigated fully. But I do tire of the fact that we get complaint after complaint, and they talk about the heartless team and this and that, but yet they don't make account into all the great work that they do. They don't make account to the people that they get help to, that they give them the resources that they need, that they protect. We don't get any of those comments, just the negative ones. Every officer on the HART team has a body-worn camera. And I can tell you that the vast majority of these complaints, we review the camera video, and it didn't happen. It was exaggerated, or it was a flat-out lie. So, you know what? I'd like to formally say that thank you to those officers on the HART team who are taking an assignment that is very, very difficult, and they're helping the unhoused community in this police department. And I have 900 police officers at some point, and then 300, about almost 400 professional staff, and not one of them, including especially myself, is perfect. So they're not perfect, but they do a great job, and they are compassionate, and they are professional. And the ones that aren't, we fire.
To confirm, Chief, do we have any sustained complaints against the HART team for, any wrongdoing?
Well, any wrongdoing, I'm sure we do. I think you'd have to go back to 2019. I think we had a use of force complaint to a person who no longer works here.
Okay. And what's been the amount of employees that you've let go, either termination or release?
I do have that number. If you just give me a second.
Yes.
Let's see. In 2021, which was my first year here, we had 4 individuals who were let go. They either resigned in lieu of termination or they retired. In 2022, we had 9. And so far this year, we have 5 with 2 pending. So that's a total of, 18, almost 20 people.
Does that include civilians too?
Yes.
Thank you. And then I also have a question on your publications. And you have to remind me of what the state law and city policy is. In the past, when I first arrived on the council, we used to use Facebook to post alleged perpetrators of a crime. We got a lot of complaints because those folks were, sometimes innocent. We had a practice of not posting perpetrators that were engaging in sex trafficking. And the position of the department was they have families, let's not ruin the professionals, let's not put their names and faces up. Today, on your police department Facebook, I see posting of victims. I see posting photos of victims' faces, photos of perpetrators who have been arrested. But I don't see, in the 2 occasions where we've had police officers or police department employees, their faces posted on Facebook when they've been arrested for an alleged crime. What is the practice and policy on whose face we post on the City of Fresno Police Department's Facebook site when they're arrested for an alleged crime versus a city police department employee?
I can tell you that we've worked closely with the city attorney's office to develop strong policies in the Office of Media and Community Engagement to make sure that we follow the state law. So when somebody is arrested for a violent felony, we can't post their faces, and we do. When we are trying to identify an individual for any crime, and we don't know who they are, and the posting is for identification purposes, that is not prohibited, and we do. When you see a victim's picture, what are the issues that I've seen, especially here recently, and especially in California, is that all the rights are on the side of the perpetrator. and not the victim. And a lot of times those stories don't get told. We always post a picture of the victim with the permission of the victim's family. As a matter of fact, they're the ones that provide the picture to us. And we let them choose the picture. So that's been generally the practice. It's a lot more legal than that, but we've worked with the city attorney's office to determine that. As far as for police officers, you'll have to remind me of which ones we arrested. And the same rules go for them. Right.
In 2023, a City of Fresno police employee was arrested for child molestation allegations and pornography. In 2022, City of Fresno police sergeant was arrested for stealing and using methamphetamine while on the job. Yet their photos were not posted on the city Facebook sites when the arrests were made. So what I'm trying to understand is, if we were to post those photos of the general public, would that same standard apply for City of Fresno police employees?
Here's the difference. The difference is that in many cases, they're still an employee, and there's still an administrative system that I have to follow. And in some cases, I'm restricted from posting those pictures. Now, in the case that your references to the professional staff member and the child porn, that picture was released. And it's the same case with the sergeant. It was just released by a separate entity because of that employee to employer tie.
Yeah, so, and that's where it gets a little murky for the general public, right? We may release it through a third-party agency, but we don't post it on the City of Fresno Police Department Facebook, which is where everybody sees everybody alleged perpetrator or victim, right? So if we can get a memo on what is the procedures and policy for posting, and if there is a limitation for city employees, then if that's clear, that would help me. Because I have to answer questions, are we treating people equally? And right now I can't really articulate the difference. On the other things, I want to bring two areas of concern for you. You've addressed Motel Drive. It's been a couple years, and thank you for that work. But there's two other places of concern in my district in particular. In general terms, we've gotten some concerns from the LGBT community about the response, lack of response, the quality of response when hate crime occurs as related to a church incident. I don't want to get to specifics of that, but what I want to share with you is we're now getting requests for, as a city, to fund a full-time LGBT advocacy position within the city based on that situation. So I'm very hesitant to, take one incident and apply a broad paintbrush to say we need a position internally. In my feeling, every community should be comfortable with the response from police. If we have to make adjustments or clear up some communication gaps, so be it. But I just want to bring that to your attention publicly because it's been brought up to our attention privately multiple times. And then in my district specifically is the operation of smoke shops. We are working on a policy to regulate smoke shops, but they've become a clear location for illicit drug sales and cannabis sales. And I'm not aware of any concerted effort by police to do any enforcement around those smoke shops.
Thank you for bringing that up because I do have some information on that. It was through my initiation through the city manager's office and code and the city attorney's office that I recommended that a conditional use permit be enacted in regulations to smoke shops because you're 100% correct. A lot of those places are being operated after hours without a whole lot of controls, and it's nothing but illicit activity. So I support that, and I initiated that.
Thank you. And the last thing, the last point I make is on conditional use permits. The police department has a lot of influence, and I think rightfully so, and a lot of weight when they're providing feedback on conditional use permits and conditions. You just have to look across the street to 7-Eleven to see somebody with a conditional use permit violating those conditions every single day, right? They have the most calls for service of any location in the city. They're good for a moment, then they return back to their behaviors. I know there's other locations in the district that are not following their conditions use permits. As I said to city manager directly recently, I'm all for revoking conditional use permits, but I expect the city to revoke them equally across the system when we have a very strong record of their violations, irrespective of who the owner of the property is or the owner or the operator of the business. So I just want to tell you that I'm more than happy to support those revocations. I think folks forget that operating a business is not a right, it's a privilege. There's conditional use permits for a reason, and they can be revoked. And I think as a city, we're gonna have to go down the path of actual revocation procedures for some of these locations that either don't address the crime, the gang affiliations, the nuisance, the open drug use in front of their sidewalk, the human feces. There's, as we work through that, I just want to go on the record that we have an obligation to be consistent across the board, irrespective of who the operators are of those entities, because they made a promise and a commitment to follow some rules, and some of them have not upheld them. So those are all my questions.
I agree with you
Council Vice President.
100% on that last point.
Thank you.
All right, I see no one else punched up. So thank you, Chief, very much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I do appreciate it, and I look forward to this every year. Honestly, I do. It's a great engagement. But I do want to thank my staff who is here. And, obviously, they're doing the work. It's not me that's doing the work. But in particular, Des Perry and Michelle Wooten, who work very, very hard on weekends on this budget, because it's a big budget. And, I get to come up here and explain it and, sometimes get your compliments and accolades, but it's really them who deserve 100%. The people in blue and the people back here running the numbers. So thanks to them, and thank you for your support.
Yeah, and thank you all. Great job. All right, Planning and Development Department, you're up next.
Council Vice President, can I make a couple of motions while they set up?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to make a motion to allocate $1.5 million in infrastructure dollars to each council budget. And then I'd like to make a motion to fund at $500,000 a public transit route from CRMC downtown to CRMC Clovis. Thank you.
Councilmember, can you not call it a public transit route right now? We're doing some legal research. Just say a route.
I will revise my motion and say a route.
Thank you.
How about a medical shuttle?
A shuttle driven by the mayor.
Yeah, just a shuttle. Yes.
All right, Director, the floor is yours.
Awesome, thank you. Good afternoon. Council President is not here. Council Vice President and Council members, Jennifer Clark, Director of Planning and Development. Thank you very much for the opportunity this afternoon to discuss our proposed budget. The Planning and Development Department supports investment in Fresno through its review of land entitlements, building permit, applications and inspections. It promotes new housing investment through local, state, and federal resources, and it works to protect and preserve our historic resources and parking assets through special work units. Let's talk about those work groups. So the department has a little over 200 employees, and we're divided into 3 primary work groups. The first is our development services group, which primarily has land use and building focus. This is our current planning, long-range planning, building and safety, and historic preservation employees, and it's the majority of our team. About 2/3 of our team is assigned to this work group. The second work group is our community investment team, focused primarily on housing, homeless, and community development activities. This is our second largest team with about 20% of the employees, but it has the largest proportion of budget to be invested in the community. And our last team is the parking services group, which is the smallest but has a very high level of interaction with the public. Oops, went too fast. I'd like to take a few minutes to highlight some of the exciting accomplishments from FY 2023. This includes the purchase and rehabilitation of 4 motels for the unhoused, applying for and receiving not only pro-housing status, but also an additional $2 million for the Housing Trust Fund. Along with other jurisdictions in Fresno County, essentially every jurisdiction except for the city of Clovis, kicking off the housing element cycle. We also have appointed 3 special project liaisons to assist customers whose projects may be stuck in the entitlement or permitting process.
We've increased efficiency by processing nearly 9% more applications per employee in development services than in the prior fiscal year. We launched the South Central Community Benefits Fund earlier this year, and applications have started to be received and are being processed. As a part of the housing, homeless, and community development work, we received over $62 million in new discretionary grant funding than the prior year. And with the support of the City Council, created a first warning parking ticket program to inform new visitors about downtown parking requirements and meters rather than issuing citations the first time that they visit. And I'm hearing that since October 1st, we have issued over 8,000 of those first warnings, which is about 1,000 per month, and it's dramatically reduced our appeals and those not understanding how the system works. Initiated a review of all parking structures for modernization, automation, and video surveillance, along with a review of current maintenance status of our parking facilities. Diving a little deeper into development services and our 8.7% increased efficiency, so nearly 9% increase in efficiency level, while staff level off in entitlements and permits, application volumes continued to increase. However, with a softening in the market, the development divisions anticipate that building permits and inspections will decline slightly over the next year. And this is coupled with the normal dip between code cycles. So as you know, every 3 years we adopt new building codes. The year that it ends a cycle and the year that begins a cycle, we have a bump in permits, and the year in between, which is this year, we see a dip in permitting. Additionally, housing and homeless investments have and will continue to skyrocket in our community. From 2020 to 2021, the city saw an enormous increase in shelter bed capacity with a continued upward trend. And to ensure that there is a place for individuals to move after shelter, the city has projected a pipeline of over 3,000 new affordable units through 2025. Earlier, I gave a breakdown of work units in the department, and while Housing, Homeless, and Community Development Group collectively represent only 20% of our overall staffing, it manages the majority of the funding. Actually, only 17% of the department's budget resides in the general fund, and only 1/8 of our total budget is personnel expenditures. Overall, general fund contribution is 6.9% less in FY24 than in FY23, while there is an increase in special grant revenues. Going forward, the department is requesting 2 new positions in FY 2024. The remainder of these positions are shown here are full year authorizations for positions that were added in 2023. Of the 36 new positions added in 2023, 32 have been filled to date. The department has a number of contractual obligations. The land management system is currently housed in the department but will be transitioned to ISD in FY25. The department is responsible for the annual obligation to Fresno LAFCO, which administers boundaries for special district cities in the county, and the fee is proportionately based on population to all of the jurisdictions. In parking, the department contracts with ACE for daily operations at garages and surface lots. Downtown, IPS for the smart meters, and Turbo Data for the handheld all-in-one verification and citation devices. The primary use of utilities in our budget is at our parking facilities. A new line item in the budget is the installation of new parking cabinets for safeguarding the EV charging stations. And I'm sorry, Councilmember Arias isn't here because these are have really had a huge impact. If you recall, last year there was money in the budget specifically for fixing and repairing EV chargers that had been vandalized across the city. And so we've bought all the equipment. We started to actually repair those. We saw an increase in vandalism again. We worked with ACE to develop a cabinet similar to the cabinets that we place around our water pumps and that you see on the side of the road. So those blue cabinets that are over in the promenade lot. Since installation, the chargers have not been vandalized. So we're asking in this upcoming budget year to purchase and install cabinets for the remaining chargers, which I think will be very cost effective to the city in the long run. The department has employees who are required to maintain certification for inspectors, architects, engineers, plan reviewers, planners, and code enforcement personnel, each based on their specific job duties. This particular slide, I think, for us as a department really highlights that the majority of our funds go back into the community. They're invested into developing housing, homeless facilities, and other community development investments. So the majority of the department's $231 million in appropriations is received from special revenues. A breakdown of specific known grants, including $98 million in federal funds and $91 million in state funds. Both our homeless services and housing finance divisions have been very aggressive in pursuing grant opportunities this past year and are optimistic these efforts will result in state awards in FY24 that will also add to innovations in our encampment resolution efforts and facilitate development of new affordable housing units for homeless and very low-income residents. The department would like to highlight a few of our new programs that are listed here. First, the housing, homeless, and community development divisions have grown dramatically. As discussed earlier, when the city, in March, when the city entered into a short-term lease for housing space and office space, we needed a new location for this important team. And so the council entered into a one-year contract, if you recall, a lease agreement for them to have some office space. And there was a discussion about utilizing a city-owned property for that permanent office. The city owns the Merced Garage at Van Ness and Merced Street, and we are proposing to renovate that facility for the housing team. This corner was originally a bank office and has not been occupied for some time. The department has completed a preliminary review of the space and the needed renovation. It can house the 40-member team by the end of FY 2024. This renovation is anticipated to cost about $3.5 million, including the repair of the elevator and the build-out of the space. It will also provide good access for community members and interaction with housing partners like the Housing Authority just a block away. Another high-impact program will be enhanced security for the parking garages. Instead of one roving security guard shared among locations, each facility will have a dedicated security presence. This is temporary until our automation and our video surveillance is online. Along with the underway facility improvements, the security will enhance the customer experience. The city has also committed to supplement state and federal resources for our shelter operations as the grants time out or are used for other capital. And in December 2024, the city adopted its current general plan. For the past two budgets and the next two budgets, the city is working to update the general plan to be consistent with state law. This includes the housing element, which I mentioned earlier is underway, the climate adaptation and environmental justice elements, which the contract will come to you within this month for approval. They are in this current fiscal year. Current map atlas and other reviews. We anticipate the updates will be completed sometime in 2025. The goal is in 2024, but we think it'll take a little bit longer to get those completed. Continued implementation, improvement, enhancements to land management system through Acela and continuation of the newly adopted contract, and then implementation of specific plans like the zoning for SEDA. Lastly, the department, as you know, is very engaged in community outreach. We have a lot of outreach activities. We actually have a request in the current budget for additional funding for translation services to ensure that all residents who attend our community outreach events have appropriate language translation assistance. One of the key outreach activities will be the kickoff of the 5-year consolidated plan for our federal HUD program. So it's a 5-year plan. So we will kick that off this year and adopt in the following spring. And another will be the kickoff of the climate adaptation environmental justice element that I just spoke about, which are in our current fiscal year and will be funded later this month. And with that, again, like Chief Balderrama, I'd really like to thank my team for all of their hard work every day and on this budget, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. All right, thank you, Director.
Council Vice President, can I just add one thing that she didn't mention that I think is a really remarkable achievement? We have had a 1,600% increase in the development of affordable housing over a 5-year period. That is remarkable. And I really wanted to highlight, obviously, we had our housing strategy, the One Fresno housing strategy that was put together. That was a 3-year strategy, and we're year 1 in, and we've already seen that 1,600%. So that was such a huge number. I just wanted to make sure and give a shout out to the team for that. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah, that's huge. Councilmember Esparza.
Good afternoon, Director. During the public comment earlier, there was a question of this fiscal impact analysis or report that we had commissioned some time ago now. I believe, thinking back, it would have been December 2019 when this council had a conversation about changing the general plan or reopening it, and then down the road we ended up commissioning this fiscal analysis. What's the status? Where are we at on that?
Yeah, that's a really good question and great to highlight. So the council did approve a tool which would evaluate projects as they came in to determine what that fiscal impact would be on the city as a whole. We worked with an outside consultant, all of our departments here at the city, to ensure that we were getting the right data in. And that tool was developed. We actually have a prototype. Right now, it is being reconciled with other Nexus fee studies to ensure that our baseline data is the same across all of those plans. And then we'll be ready to utilize that as a tool when new, especially new growth projects come in. So annexations that the general plan requires that we do a fiscal impact analysis, we'll be able to plug that information into the tool.
Yeah, that was my next question. Would SADA in its entirety qualify as a project that could be plugged into this tool?
So we actually had that conversation with the consultant. As a whole, it is too large. However, there is a fiscal impact evaluation that will come with the SADA plan when it comes to the council later this year. And the council will be able to identify, okay, we know here are all of the costs, here's different ways to pay for them that may or may not impact existing properties within the city limits. And then the council will be able to give us a direction as to which path we want to go down to fund or finance those particular, that growth in that area.
From an objective perspective, can you give us a sneak peek of what that's going to say? I mean, have you seen any of the preliminary results of the fiscal impact analysis or report from the SADA plan, or
for SADA, it is still underway. Essentially, we're trying to evaluate what are the various financing mechanisms and how can they be mixed and matched to actually finance all of the infrastructure. I don't have all of that data yet, but we do know, I mean, if we just think about it logically, we do know that it will be expensive. You have all new roads, bridges, intersections, water, sewer, stormwater, right? You're building an entirely new area, and it will be expensive. So right now, that team, the fiscal analysis team, is evaluating what are the different options, what happens if you phase it, how do you phase it, does that impact the cost? Does that impact how it can be paid for?
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and do, or make a direction for just an updated timeline with respect to the SATA plan and the EIR that accompanies it. I'm not sure if it's changed since the last time we looked at it. I know at a staff level, there's meetings on a regular basis, but just to see what the most updated timeline looks like. And then, I mean, I think your assumption is correct. It'll be expensive in the grand scheme of just sort of our budget and relative to that. Can you walk me through what, if any, line items there are in this current fiscal year that are going towards the advancement of the SATA plan?
Right, so the plan and the EIR itself are being paid for with state dollars, the SB2 grant that we received a few years ago. So $625,000 was dedicated specifically for the plan and the EIR. So it was an update to the plan that was originally developed and initiated by the council and to current standards, and then an environmental impact analysis, as well as that fiscal tool that I just talked about. Next year, what's being proposed in next year's budget is $100,000 to the actual zoning code that would be required to implement SATA, so that after it's adopted in the fall and we have complete direction from council, we would be able to begin working on the specific rules. Like downtown, it will have a specific set of rules for development.
That's this $100,000 that I'm seeing?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, that's, I mean, there seemed to be quite a bit of sort of prospective dollars as the administration projected out, somewhere between like 40 and 50 million throughout different line items. But I couldn't identify too much that was actually being expended or proposed in this particular budget. And I wouldn't expect as much because we haven't seen the plan or the EIR yet. Okay. The prospective dollars, I mean, you said it's going to be expensive. I mean, are these sort of a given? Is this like the baseline, like this 44 or $50 million? How are we coming up with those numbers? Southeast Trans Pipeline, Versada, the booster pump improvements. I mean, this is sort of baseline, and
Right.
we expect that to grow.
So each of the departments, public utilities, public works, have been provided with the same information the public has on the land uses, the intensity and density that are expected there, and some concepts, 3 different concepts that have been raised of phasing, how the projects could be phased. And they have developed, here are things that have to happen for the development to occur. For example, water and sewer are probably the biggest first items that would need to go in regardless of the phasing of the project. So each department has been provided that information. They know that to be ready, they have to start design, they have to be preparing for an adoption of a plan. And those land uses are the same as when the council initiated them a number of years ago.
Okay, that's all my questions for now.
Awesome, thank you. Councilmember Arias?
Thank you, Director. First, let me say thank you for your work on the smoke shop ordinance. I know you've had to personally carry some of that load, given the competing interests in your department. Secondly, in the defense of your department, a lot of your department gets blamed for inspections that are not complete, even though you don't manage the staffing assignments for the fire department and other departments that have responsibilities for inspections. Can you tell me, though, quickly around inspections that, last week we had a press conference on neighborhood infrastructure, and a lady interrupted our press conference to tell us that her donut shop was yet to open because it didn't have a city inspection permitted quite yet. So where are you at with inspections? And what I'm more interested in is not knowing how many, because I know we have a lot, but what's the timeliness of us meeting those scheduled inspections and completing them?
Right, so, and I do have staff in the audience who can be more specific if we have a specific question. However, I can tell you, we have not had carryover inspections in a number of months. What a carryover inspection means is if I call today and I want an inspection tomorrow, and we say, yes, we're gonna give you an inspection tomorrow, if my inspector can't show up because they have too much workload or somehow they were delayed, that inspection is carried over to the next day. We are not seeing carryovers right now. So if you call today for an inspection, you will have an inspection tomorrow.
Okay. The second concern I get from a lot of business applicants is the fact that they'll go into the department, planner one, whoever that is, puts X conditions, they get those conditions done, they go back, planner X puts a different set of conditions that were just previously approved. How are we dealing with, different employees being able to put, overriding or contradictory conditions on work that clearly is already under construction? Is there a system for that to go to a supervisor? Because I personally dealt with a few situations where that took place, where there seems to me, I'm not the engineer or the builder, but once folks get the green light on their conditions, it seems to me like there's a cutoff period where the city cannot impose additional conditions.
Right. So plan checks. So a plans examiner would review a plan when it came through. An engineer would review the plan. The architect would review the plan. We have special disciplines. And so those are approved either flat out, they came in, they were perfect, we approved them. We said just a few corrections, so we're requiring a back check, or they have to resubmit because there were too many corrections to be approved at that time. When they come back in, they are routed to the same plans examiner that they had previously. So there should not be in a case, and so if you have a case, I'd love to go through and review that with my building manager, but there should not be a case where it's routed to somebody else who's looking at it with fresh eyes. They're only looking at it the new corrections. An additional benefit that hasn't been implemented this year is we've worked really closely with ISD to implement Bluebeam. So this is a tool where we can take those drawings. So the applicant submits in a digital format, then they resubmit in a digital format. Our plan checker can actually see the difference between the two plans. So here's what I asked you to correct. Did you correct those things? If the answer is yes and they now comply, it's a much faster process than trying to figure it out on paper. But it also means that I'll highlight something else that maybe they changed. Oh, they added another wall that wasn't there before. And so now that gets called out.
Got it. And I do want to thank you again for the zoo inspections. I know you guys had all hands on deck with your inspectors and the city manager to get that zoo exhibit open. Where are we at with the amount of vacancies in your department? Last year we were pretty generous in adding a lot of bodies to planning and permitting and housing. How many vacancies do we still have in your department or anything under your umbrella?
Right. So I can tell you there's different ways to look at this. Of the 53 vacancies we started with a year ago, those same positions, we only have 7 still vacant. Okay, so of the 53 last year, some of those were scheduled to start October, some in January, based on the budget. So all but 7 are filled, and the vacancies that are currently open are in a stage of recruitment. However, some of those new positions that you granted created promotional opportunities, and so then we had to backfill, right? So we currently have 25 vacancies in the department at various stages of recruitment. That's about a 10% vacancy rate for our department. It varies, but over a year we have attrition. People retire, people are promoted. So I would say we're doing a really good job. There are some very hard to fulfill positions. They just are challenging. And we are working actually on creating, and we're evaluating the planning series to see what we can do to try to engage fresh folks into the field who may not have a degree, so an entry-level position, have a way for a ladder throughout to be able to move up in the department and to kind of tweak some of those job specs. We have not finished it. We will bring it back to the council when it is ready, when we're going to add different classifications, but there are some hard-to-fill positions that we really just struggle with, and so I think that the team's done really well compensating. But of the positions that you approved last year, of the 22 that were approved in last year's budget, 20 are filled, so.
Okay. And if I recall, the assistant city manager and the manager indicated that you guys took basically a 10% vacancy kind of threshold and applied it across the board? Right, okay. Where are we at with the South Industrial specific plan?
Yes, so the South Industrial Specific Plan is one of the plans that are in review right now. We are actually in administrative draft right now. We anticipate releasing it early summer. The South Central Specific Plan, we anticipate releasing probably in July, maybe late June, but I'm thinking early July, 45-day public comment period. I'm sorry. Sophia's probably going to throw something at me now. I'm reading this wrong.
Are we thinking like summertime?
South Central Specific Plan. We anticipate releasing at the end of August. 45-day public comment period, responses to comments, and final specific plan and EIR in winter.
Is there any need for additional resources for that plan?
Well, the council extended the contract with Ascent last November for a total amount of, I think, $225,000. And that is set to expire at the end of December. If we, for some reason, can't get to the end of December, we may need to extend that contract for another month or two, but our goal is to be at council by December.
Okay. Director Sky, I need a full counting of the housing funds. I know I personally serve on homeless and housing, and a couple of my colleagues do, but it's always hard to track all the different buckets of money as it comes to housing. What I'm looking for specifically, Director, is all the housing funds that we've received, all the ones that have been awarded by project, by amount, and funds that have yet to be been awarded, including ARPA, home, ESG, Cal Home, whatever acronym. I want to be conscious, and I want that information this week, because I don't want to double spend or triple spend money that's already committed. But we don't have a full picture yet. I know you probably do in your head somewhere, but we'd like to see it on paper, if that would be helpful.
Sure, council member, just briefly to clarify your request for information, you mentioned dollars that we've received, but we have entered into agreements and committed, dating back to what period of time?
It would be helpful last 3 years, 2020.
Okay, so all of our home, CDBG, okay.
CDBG,
Okay.
I know we had, what are the acronyms?
Well, PLHA.
HELP,
yeah,
HAPE,
right, sure.
whatever, CAP.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, and then more importantly, how much do we have in the piggy bank that is yet to be appropriated or assigned or committed to a project?
Yeah, I would tell you that aside from ARPA, which I know the city manager is working on providing a full accounting for at this time, we really have 22 million currently as we look forward, and these are dollars that are spoken for primarily in the NOFA that's currently published on our website and the community is aware of. We have about $22 million that we will be receiving responses for, then ultimately making recommendations to council.
Yep. And the reason I'm asking for in full transparency is this budget does propose to take money from the housing category for generators. So I want to know what projects may or may not be funded as a result, or whether we have to put some more general fund dollars into that, bucket of housing.
Okay, thank you.
That would be helpful. I would like to make a motion on housing, specifically to fund $700,000 for the acquisition of a property, specifically the Helm Home currently owned by the Housing Authority for the operation of an LGBT youth shelter. And Director, my other questions on your budget, Spiral Garage. I think I brought this up 2 years in a row. People go out to the top floor and do donuts, and a simple installation of speed bumps on the top floor would really eliminate that. We've had a couple of incidents of the donuts leading to the edges of the Spiral Garage, so I don't want somebody falling over and killing people in the Bowie district. Not sure how hard it would be to do some plastic, speed bumps there just to eliminate that problem. I do have a little bit of concern around the office space. I'm glad we're taking a city asset and making an office space. I'd just like to know specifically, what do you think your estimated cost would be? And is there any other departments that can be in that space? Because I have seen us be acquiring private space for leases. I know we lease with EOC, we lease with private, commercial property. How much space is in that building? Or is it just sufficient for the departments that you're recommending?
Right, so it's actually not that large. There is a full first floor and only half of a second floor. So we have already gotten preliminary estimates and have started working on final design and drawings to fit all 40 staff there. We have to put restrooms on both levels. We have to renovate the elevator as well. There is not room for additional staff in that building as it sits today. And we've looked really carefully at how do we smoosh as many people in there as possible. And it's just not a very, do you remember the square footage? Yeah, it will free up a little bit of space here because we've really, as a department, have just outgrown our space.
The reason I ask is we also own the old Gottschalk's building that's about 50,000 square feet. It also is 2 levels. It's connected to a city garage. It's going to be nearly impossible to build housing on there because the downtown plan calls for retail commercial on the first floor, and the basement is really not ideal for housing. So I'm just wondering, if that's a place too that we can, renovate and use for office space if necessary. So if you guys could just give us, a memo on that being an option. I know the city's growing, and at some point, the top floor here is not usable either, so that would be a
Councilmember,
request.
I think that direction is more appropriate for the General Services Department, not the Planning and Development Department.
That's fair. I will withhold until we get to that department.
You already did that department, but we'll add it to their list.
Oh, General Services?
Yeah. You did it yesterday, but that's okay. We'll still, we got it.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Last item, I am concerned about your 1.2 million for parking security. Not that it's not needed, but how are we gonna, a couple years ago, we funded a bunch of improvements in the parking garages. Those have yet to come to fruition. I know last time we discussed this in the council, you gave us an update of hopefully summertime. Do we anticipate being able to reduce security after those improvements are done?
Yes, so what you approved was for us to do design build for automation for all of our all of our parking garages. And so what it will allow us to do once we implement that video surveillance is then we can scale back our security. This is a temporary measure. We do not want to have security in every single parking garage forever. This is temporary to get us over the edge because right now what we're concerned about, and we hear from our customers, is there's one parking person or a security person who wanders around all the garages. We want a dedicated parking security person at every garage until we have that video surveillance, and then it will be 24-hour monitored. So essentially, you'll be able to go back to one roving security officer or a company that can respond because someone is watching from an office all of those cameras.
Speaking of parking lot, across the street from us, Bitwise used to provide security for the parking lot that the city also uses in conjunction or adjacent to them. since their debacle of a gift that keeps on giving, that security has stopped. So we've had significant vandalism of code enforcement vehicles on the city parking lot. Are there any plans to address the security needs of that parking lot
So we do have security in the promenade lot.
on weekends?
Yes, yes, it's 7 days a week. And there, I know that when I leave late at night, I sometimes go through and spot check to make sure that they're there. So, of course, they do drive around, but we can certainly
Can we
look.
just confirm their operational hours? Because we're getting requests to install a big old security fence, and I'm hesitant to just start popping up fences across the area if it's an execution issue.
The security fence, is that new?
Yeah, there's a pending request for a security fence around that parking lot.
From us?
No,
Oh, well,
from
yes.
other
we'll-
users whose cars are vandalized.
Okay. We will
I'll
get you
throw
the
the city
operational
attorney
hours.
under the bus later.
Okay, we'll get you the operational hours of the security.
Yeah, not that I don't like fences, but they're extremely expensive and they're not the message that we like to send. Thank you, Director.
All right, Councilmember Chavez, and then I will take us home. And then just a reminder, we plan to be out of here by 5:15.
4:36, I think we'll be good. Director Clark, I'd like to make a request, and maybe it's to yourself or Phil, if council could get a list of all the housing permits that are currently being processed and what category those would fall under, single home residential, multifamily, and then from those, if we had information on how many of those are affordable. I'd like for council to get a copy of what we currently have in the queue. So to
Great. ISD sends me a report every week.
Perfect. And then also, as we go through the conversation of SEDA and then the Northwest Growth Plan, the Southwest Plan, the West and the 99 Plan, I just want the council to be strategic about what this will look like. I know you gave some timelines, and I know my colleague requested specific documentation of what that timeline will look like. I'm looking at an aerial view here of what our region looks like, particularly the construction boom going on at Tesoro Viejo, at Riverstone. I think what happened to Fresno South Fresno in the 70s and 80s is happening to the city of Fresno right now with that housing boom going on over there. And I think if we don't figure out that formula here in Fresno, and there's always a debate whether we invest in the urban core, whether we grow. I think there's no question based on the census data that the city is going to grow. I mean, we have been growing. We've added, 40,000+ folks since the last number, understanding that we usually have a 25 to 30% undercount. So I think that growth has actually been more, which is I think why we have such a low vacancy rate for dwellings here in the city. But along with that analysis that you're doing, does that, I know in the previous years we had a formula and analysis that looks at the region as a whole, and we've debated the notion of regional planning being the ideal situation. Are those conversations still happening for the city of Fresno, or has that conversation not materialized?
So right now, probably the biggest place that we participate in regional planning is through the housing element. So the RHNA, the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, and that allocation was completed last year. Right now, we're participating with the other jurisdictions in Fresno County. We have had in the past a conversation with Madera County and, kind of impacts, traffic, transportation, housing. What are those impacts across the borders? We have, since, I will say, since COVID, we have not had that regional planning group get together. We used to meet quarterly, all the planning directors for the region, but we have not been doing that in the last couple of years.
Council member, may I add something? Sure. What I will add is regional planning, in my opinion, regional planning in the past has meant that the city of Fresno does all of the heavy lifting and everybody else rides on our coattails. And frankly, I'm sick of it. So my direction to the team has been, and I believe it has put us at a competitive disadvantage. So whether we're talking about the RENA numbers, we're talking about VMT, we have to recognize and be cognizant that all of these rules and regulations that are imposed on us, that we just dutifully skip along and follow to the letter of the law, why our regional neighbors are not, puts us at a competitive disadvantage. So while I don't want to poke my finger, in the eye of the Attorney General or any other regulatory agency, I want to look around and I want to be treated the same as our other jurisdictions are being treated. So with that, we are really focusing on what we can do as a city to make us a residential hub of choice, and that means, mixed income housing. It does not mean that the city of Fresno only does affordable housing. While we need to, and it's very, very important, it's also very important for our economy that we have market rate housing. And so, hope, and really, frankly, the only opportunity we have left to have that type of development is SEDA. We don't have a lot of large swaths of land left in the city where we can go in and do sort of that master planning development. So SEDA is the opportunity for us sort of to level the playing field. And while it is a lot more dense and what we've done in other parts of the city, it's basically the only opportunity we have. So while, we love our regional partners, I think the days of us doing all the heavy lifting in Fresno are over, in my opinion.
Yes, City Manager, and what you just described is exactly my point of what's going on up north, and nothing against them. I know that oftentimes, in the development community, they seek the path of least resistance, and when it's the Wild West up there, they go up there, they gravitate towards that, right? Our conversation with the general plan that you and I were here before and in different roles, we saw that conversation materialize, and then we saw this new city pop up just to the north of us, and I just want to make sure that we understand it, but for the broader community to understand that comes at a cost, right? They just announced a widening of their highway to feed directly into that community development that's occurring up there. I actually visited that community development. It's actually a very nice community, but we know that it's not affordable and accessible to everybody, right? The folks that live up there commute to the city of Fresno. They use our roads, they use our sewer, they use our water, they use our infrastructure, and guess what? We don't get any percentage of that property tax. We don't get any percentage of that revenue, but yet we have the cost. And so I want us to be, at least on our end, cognizant of what that regional view will look like so that we can communicate that to folks that oftentimes put mandates on us, i.e., we just had this conversation about the VMT and what that looks like for developments, right? So I think right now we have an opportunity, but this conversation that's going on, I hope that the state is paying attention to what the regional planning looks like. Short of that, to your point, City Manager, we're going to keep carrying the water for a lot of the jurisdictions around us. I think there's a city right next to us that's about to get sued because they keep turning down affordable housing development, right? We have taken it on, and that's why I want that data to show exactly what we're doing and what other people are doing.
And isn't it ironic that that widening of the freeway is being done courtesy of the federal government? The irony in that, on one hand, we're handing down mandates for GHG reductions and smart and climate resilience. On the other hand, it's being funded by transportation dollars of widening a freeway to help increase sprawl. I find it ironic, my personal opinion, but I hear what you're saying. I absolutely agree with you, and we need to be watching it very carefully, and that's the direction to staff.
The greenhouse emissions that will be generated by those folks commuting to where the jobs are at, the city of Fresno, I think has not been quantified. And I think that's work that needs to happen. My last request for Director Clark, or maybe Phil, that you'll be working on that housing summary. I'd like for us to compare that with what the requirements are for the housing element. And I understand that their formula tells us on a yearly basis what we're supposed to be producing to keep up
No.
with what we have? It does not?
No.
What does it actually outline?
The housing element simply says we have to have land available, so zoned without restriction for certain levels of affordability. So that is the basis of the housing element. And then what are our programs to encourage or to incentivize or to make it easier for affordable housing to be
Do
developed?
we have a document within the city of Fresno that tells us how many housing units we're supposed to build on a yearly basis to keep up?
No.
Why not?
Well, I mean, we certainly know how many housing units, but nothing that we're required by state law to do. So that's the differentiation. Certainly, we know how many affordable housing units we lack. We know how many housing units we would like to produce or see produced.
So where's that information kept? What document do we have? Is that just internal? We do that?
It's internal, but the general plan has kind of an outline of anticipated need for housing units based on population growth.
Yeah, I like to request a copy of that as well, too.
Jennifer, what about the housing element?
Well, the housing element, it doesn't say like how production, right?
It doesn't,
It's
it
not
says
about
planning.
It's yes.
So we have a document that shows how many units we have to plan for, but it does, but not to produce. Is that the distinction, Jennifer?
Right.
Although state law may be heading that direction.
That's what I was trying to get to.
Yes.
What's
That
the
makes me
baseline?
nervous. Absolutely.
Right.
I completely agree with you. I'm very nervous about the future of
Yeah,
state
there's
law.
a difference between planning and producing, right?
Yep.
The theoretical piece of that. But I think it would be good for council to have that snapshot as we're going through the conversation. Thank you. Councilmember Carbasi is back.
Sorry, sidebar. Okay, Director, thank you so much for your time, and I apologize. I had to step outside, so I may have missed what some of my colleagues asked, and if we've already answered that question, we can just let me know. We'll discuss later. So, number one question is, what is your definition or the department's definition of what affordable housing is?
Right. So HUD defines affordable housing as spending no more than 30% of a household gross income on rent and utilities. So my income, your income, someone else's income, as long as you don't spend more than 30% of your gross income on rent and utilities, it's considered affordable. Now, for the purpose of income restricted housing, there are different levels of income restricted housing. 30%, 50%, 80% of median family income to qualify for covenanted affordable housing. And then there are restrictions on the rent limit as to what that landlord or the agency can charge based on what the covenant or the restriction says. Does that help?
It does. So
Okay.
it doesn't delineate against whether it's housing that's built and paid for with government support or it's market rate housing. It's just based on that 30%.
Yes, that is true, but for me to count it as affordable in the housing element report, it has to have a covenant, and the covenant then would have specific restrictions. Does that help?
That does help. Yeah, thank you very much. Okay. Those restrictions, would you mind sending me a list of them?
It depends on.
Okay, so it's difficult to do that.
Home has one restriction, PLHA has a different restriction, the housing, low-income housing tax credits, they all have different restrictions.
So let me put it this way. I'm thinking more of single-family housing. So if I'm a private sector person that wants to build housing in Fresno, do those covenants apply to me as a developer, or is it more of those only come in if you're working with government?
Only if you are, so in our development code, we allow for density bonuses or waivers of certain requirements if you covenant a certain percentage affordable at different levels. So you could get a density bonus if you said 10% of my units were going to be sold to people at 50% of median family income, right? So we give you some extra units based on your land capacity. So that's actually built into our code, and it is state law. But we don't require that. We don't have any affordable housing requirements right now.
Sure. So for someone that doesn't take on that option to get those bonuses, and they build homes, even if they meet that threshold of 30%, which is hard to do, they would not qualify under our definition of affordable housing, technically.
It is not covenanted, so we can't count it to our
Understood.
total.
No, I get it.
Yeah, it is much more affordable to build here than it is in other parts of the state, and that is an argument that we make, right? So if someone can build a home at $250,000, someone could buy it who meets the 80% median family income definition. But I can't count it unless they guarantee that it will be covenanted affordable for 55 years.
I only ask that question because oftentimes the term affordable, the phrase affordable housing comes up, and it gets a little bit confusing whether we're talking about private housing or housing with covenants or housing with that we back or we support with state dollars or local dollars. But that does help me. I appreciate that. So next question. When a large development or project is proposed in a council district, what is the department's process for informing and including a council member? Now, I know at some point quasi-judicial can apply, so obviously the council member has to be careful and not engage. But maybe someone comes to you and says, I want to do this here, and it's rezoning 40 acres or building a project. When is the council member brought into that process?
Right, so we utilize our completeness review. So when an application in Acela is deemed to be complete, it is routed. And so that would be a development permit, a rezone, a conditional use permit, a planned development. Any of those are routed when it is deemed complete. So that's at the beginning of the process, not when of reviewing an application, not when I'm thinking about, hey, I have something on a piece of paper, I'm thinking about doing this. We usually recommend that they go see the council member, but sometimes it's like, oh, I haven't bought the property, I'm afraid that the price is gonna go up, so I don't wanna tell anybody, I'm just asking. So we route when we accept a complete application.
Okay, that's a good point, okay. Next question will be, can you tell me a little bit about the management structure of the department? And one of the next questions I'm going to follow up with is who's responsible for operations? Just making sure all the parts work together.
Well, at the end of the day, I'm responsible for everything that happens in the department,
Of
right?
course, but I mean, but of course, but you also can delegate and you have people that do.
Sure. So on page, I think it was B153 of the budget is the org chart, right? So we're split into 3 work units. One is development services. So that's everything that has to do with land use and permitting, current planning, long-range planning, historic preservation, building and safety services. That's under development services. Typically, I would have an assistant director. Right now, that position is vacant. It's a difficult to fill position. Then lastly, we have our parking services group, and that manager reports directly to me. So those are our 3 distinct strategic work groups that we have within the department.
So ultimately, right now, when it comes to operations, then you are.
I meet with all of the managers individually in the development services team, yes, on a weekly basis.
Can I get a list, and I know it's in the budget, but a list of all the vacant positions, and maybe if there's a summary of what's been done to try to fill those positions? I know we're competing with other entities, higher paid, Caltrans, other places. I know it's difficult, but if I can get a summary of that, that would be very helpful to me.
Yep.
Do I need to send an email, or is that good enough?
No, send it.
Okay. Next question is going to be, and that maybe the plan of how we're trying to fill those positions and where we were at. Sorry.
Right.
Okay. Development agreements are a little bit different. They go against the norm. We have some that are, sorry, Georgianne, don't hit the belly.
My boss is going to get sick, sorry.
I know some of them are old. They're 10 years old or more.
Right.
I know we have to change kind of the order of the way things are done, but how does your department deal with that kind of flexibility?
Actually, a smart map, right? All of the information associated with a property or a parcel is in a database, and it's all attached, right? So our development agreements, anything current going forward since we bought Acela, is attached. It's uploaded into the record, so if I click on a parcel, I can get all of the records attached, and I can go find out what development agreement may be attached to that parcel. If it is older, we're in the process of scanning all of our old records and getting those uploaded into the system. So there may be something that's 20 years old that my team and I don't know about, and then the developer typically will say, hey, do you remember there's this development agreement on a particular property?
Okay, with that, there's lots of departments that you have to work with, but you're not the director of those departments, and you rely on their information. City attorney department, fire, public works. and I know that can create bottlenecks. So I think sometimes you get criticized or your department gets criticized, but it's not your department. You're waiting on information from other departments you don't directly control. If that's a fair statement, I'll just make that statement. What is being done? Are there any proposals? Are there any changes in structure? How are we going to address that?
So I would say we work very collaboratively with our other departments, right? So we have a regular biweekly meeting where we can bring up things that are at risk. We send out daily reports on status, how many projects are behind schedule. We also have a system in place. Doesn't always work, but we have a system in place where if first of all, a system automatically tells you your date and sends you a reminder. When we get to that date and we haven't received information, say it's a planning entitlement, the planner is instructed to reach out to that department to find out the status of that project. But we also have 3 amazing special project liaisons. So if a project is stuck in the system, they have the authority of the city manager to go to another department and to say, this project is a priority and needs to get done.
Okay.
Can I also add that
Give me the bell. Hold on.
one of the things is we need to get the fire department on Acela. The fire department has not been.
They're on now. But,
they're on now.
Yes.
That's new.
We just had to turn that on, yes.
Are they trained?
Okay, so that was a problem in the past where they were sort of off isolated, going through their own process, and it wasn't really unified. So I didn't realize that had been turned on. So that, I think, will help because we can all go to one place and look and see where things are. That should help.
As the training, I mean, I'm sure it's a new program. Have they been trained for it yet, or when do we expect to get the full benefit?
Yeah, so they were using it, but they just they were not part of the queue, right? So people would still, if you were submitting a fire plan, you would have to go to fire rather than using Bluebeam. So we're in the process of training and getting that online. But yes, it has, the button has been pushed and it has been turned on. And so it will take a little bit of time to get them up to speed.
Okay, so this is my last comment. I do sincerely believe you have a very difficult and important position. I think that the revenue of our city really depends on growth and development and housing. All of that's important. I'm fortunate if I have a problem, people call and they say, I have a problem with X, Y, and Z. And you have to make sure it really is one department or the other, and we look into that. And I think sometimes the assumption is, well, the developer is always wrong. I don't think that's always the case. I think the truth is somewhere in the middle. I'm fortunate where I can call the department or I can go to the city manager's office and I can get things sorted out. But it does get a little bit frustrating. I know it's a big operation. Those vacancies make it extremely difficult. And I know we've asked about sign-on bonuses. We've asked about outsourcing, and I'm being careful with that word, but what we can do to get the ball rolling more and more. But I feel like every year we're asking for that. So if there are any suggestions, I'm absolutely all ears. I'd like to hear it from within, but if not, it gets really, I'm just putting it out there. It gets frustrating. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah. So, and we talked about this a little bit earlier, and I'm sorry you weren't able to be here, but we are working on but updating our planning series, and potentially we're looking at what are other cities doing. I have a big matrix that I'm trying to figure out. How do we compare to our benchmark cities in terms of years of education, years of experience? How do we make sure that we are competitive for employees, but also creating a local pipeline, right? So creating an entry-level position that would allow folks who are at City College or at Fresno State to be able to get in the door and then to become a planner over time. Does that make sense?
It does.
Right?
Yeah,
so creating a local opportunity where we don't have to compete regionally or statewide.
Okay. I probably am going to have more questions later, but I'll send you an email and reach out. But I do appreciate that information. That concludes my questions. Thank you, Director.
All right. 30 seconds?
Yes. Really quick, Councilmember Chavez, I would be remiss when we were talking about the housing production. One Fresno housing strategy identified 6,900 affordable and 4,100 market rate units in 3 years will get us to 26% of demand. So those are some numbers. And then also we need many more 2 and 3 bedrooms We have plenty of one-bedrooms. Thank you for my 30 seconds.
All right, so we are going to get out of here in 15 minutes. Director, can you just give me a timeline for when we expect to bring back the office to residential conversion text amendment?
Yes, so we will be bringing a contract to council later this month for the CEQA, and we anticipate 9 months-ish, hopefully less, but I definitely want to bring it back by the spring.
Okay, and is that budgeted in this budget to cover the CEQA?
In FY '23.
23, it's there, okay. The CDBG Senior Home Repair Program, is that housed within your department?
Yes, so CDBG, Home, ESG, HOPWA, all fill.
Okay. For the Senior Home Repair Program, do you have information by chance in regards to how much has been expended, what we have left in those coffers?
For this current year? Karen? We can get it.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to request a memo that just covers what has been expended so far, what we have left, and if we are what we're carrying over into this next fiscal year. Can you talk a little bit about what we currently do to utilize contract planning support services? I know we sub out, sub out's the wrong word, but we utilize CEQA consultants to do some of the CEQA. Do we do any contracting out in regards to entitlement processing?
We do not. That is something that what has been done in the past, has not been done really in the last 5 to 10 years. Primarily what our focus is on getting the CEQA outsourced, and we've changed that process, so we have the 3 on-call providers that we're outsourcing to rather than 3-party agreements, because that was delaying the process. So our entitlement review we can get through relatively quickly for most projects, and outsourcing it has not been productive for us in the last 5 years or so.
Okay. Do we need any additional funding to finalize the West Area neighborhood-specific plan, or is that all accounted for?
Yes, we do. The West Area Neighborhood Specific Plan, as you recall, came to council last fall just before you took office. Staff was redirected to accommodate all of the lost housing units, the SB 330, to have it become equal, to address some inconsistencies with the general plan EIR as it related to ag mitigation. We have gone through, as you know, this spring, we did our outreach. We have come back with a new map to initiate. Unfortunately, to do that, our environmental consultant and fiscal analysis is really, it's almost a start over. So we're looking at $275,000, I believe, that is necessary now to complete that, because they have to reanalyze all of the land uses, transportation, everything. So
$275,000 additional to finish the specific plan and the CEQA?
yes.
Okay, and that's currently not included in this budget?
That is currently not included in the budget.
Okay, $275,000. Okay. In your opinion, I'm gonna pivot to the DRC. Has the changes that have been implemented as part of the DRC process, have those been beneficial? Is there anything else you would change moving forward about the new DRC process?
In my opinion, it has been beneficial to applicants to be able to come in and get questions asked without having to wait to have something formal to submit and wait for comments to come back. So it's a immediate gratification of, here are the problems, here are the stumbling blocks that could occur on your project, or here are things that if you do this, it would be easier. So I believe it has made it easier. A lot of applicants are just happy to go, that it's voluntary and they can go directly to application. It saves them a lot of time and heartache.
Is there any room for improvement?
There's always room for improvement. We've actually added a check-in function on our QLS system, so that you can come in, you can check in, you can get in line. But you know, we're constantly listening to feedback of those people who are coming in. Now that we have it on QList, they get an auto-generated survey. So as those come in, we'll evaluate them and see if there are ways to improve that particular process. But I think the city manager was on the right track to say, hey, let's make it voluntary. Let's go back to a simpler system.
Okay. And then, I'm sorry, one more time, the funding gap for the specific plan was 230 or 250? 275.
Oh, I'm sorry. $325,000. I was wrong. I thought there was 50 though in our current year budget. Oh, if we commit it before the end of this, so we'd have 50,000 that needs to be carried over into next year. So the next year ask would be 275, but we'd need to carry over the 50 that's currently in the budget that was intended to do that.
So the 24 ask would be 275. Okay.
But we would also, if you're going to make a motion, we would also ask you to carry the 50 over from the 23 budget.
Yes, please.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to make the motion to carry over, was it 50, you said?
Second.
From fiscal year 23, and then to allocate 275,000 moving forward for fiscal year 24.
Second.
Okay. And then, Director, I think Councilmember Carbasi had one more motion he wanted to make.
Yes, thank you. This may be more related to Public Works, but I think it'll work. Last year, I made a motion for $500,000.
Second.
Thank you, that's great.
To District 3.
So I allocated, this is motion number 58 from last year, to allocate $500,000 to start the work on the realignment of Beechwood Avenue and secure additional parking for Orchid Park. I want to amend that motion that if that lot where the realignment is occurring is rezoned, then that money will instead be transferred into the Public Works budget, specifically for District 2. And City Attorney, if I missed anything, feel free to add.
Second.
Budget Office, that's put that under Public Works, not planning.
Okay.
Please.
And I'll email it over. That's all. Thank you.
All right, Director, thank you very much.
Council Vice President, I do have to revise my motion on the youth shelter. It should be $1 million, not $700,000 for the youth shelter.
Okay.
Thank you.
The helm.
I'll second the revised motion. All right, Director, thank you so much for your time and for answering all of our questions.
Thank you.
Council, so for tomorrow, we are going to hear Public Works, Fire, Parks, Personnel, Convention Center, and Public Utilities. So as a reminder, please have your chiefs email the motions and the directions to Henry and to the City Clerk's office. We're going to adjourn the meeting at 5:07 p.m., and we will see you back tomorrow at 9 a.m.